Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Awaken. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. With over a decade of play, 10 LCK titles, and 4 League of Legends World Championships, this week we immortalized Faker as our very first entry into the Hall of Legends. So we wanted to spend a little time to do our part in also respecting the GOAT, really. My name is Shox, and I'm joined by Lore and by very special guest, Tolkien, who is the biggest Faker fan on the planet, question mark?
Perhaps in the German scene, yeah.
In the German scene, for sure. Thank you so much for joining me. As you have all seen, I am sure online, Faker has been inducted as the first inductee into the Hall of Legends. Tremendous documentary, by the way, has been going online thanks to Phil Choi and his team. It looks great. But Tolkien, talk to us about your fandom and why you are such a fan of Faker, I guess.
I mean, I've been a fan for 11 years now, and I followed this guy every single match. I've been pretty much playing because of him also competitively. And I mean, he has the perfect storyline, you know, coming from his homecoming, bringing up with his brother in relative poverty, going up, keeping his money for the bus and going to PC banks, playing there, becoming a legend at Chaos first, then at League of Legends, transitioning over at a young age, you know, becoming a high school legend as well. And I don't know, there's nothing not to love about the guy. And he's been the idol for League of Legends, I think for everyone, especially for me, I think.
For me as well, for you as well, Laura, I think.
I mean, yeah.
You guys met him more often than I did, so.
It's crazy to think that this player started to play competitive League of Legends because he was bored in normal game. And, and that's why he became the GOAT at the game.
It's crazy. And to be someone that is so aspirational and also kind of the best person to do it when it comes to kind of his impact, how kind he is, you know, how aspirational he is, how driven he is. It's been amazing to watch the journey, and we wanted to walk back a couple of memories, of our personal favorite memories. And Tolkien, this is yours. We made a little video. Let's take a look.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you, guys. Yeah. Right. What? Oh my goodness! Thank you guys so much. Wait, but can you sign it as well, or is that too much? Oh my goodness! What the f***? But look at this. No, I'm professional. I'm a professional guy. Thank you, Faker. Thanks, Kuma. Thanks. Oh, thanks.
Snatches.
I'll stop you for a sec because I think we couldn't hear you yet. But what were you saying about it?
I love the moment, you know, Faker goes up to me and he wants to like straighten the fabric so you can ride on it.
Yes.
But I thought he wants to take the jersey, so it looks like he's snatching it from me, which I just love, you know.
He's just helping.
Yeah, you just wanted to help, but I'm like,
It's made me think that he's so used to signing so many jerseys, he immediately knows grab it, pull it, make sure that you can sign it. How was that?
I was so honored. I mean, I think Red Bull told him I was like some sort of super fan, or T1 in general.
Yeah.
So they brought like a jersey with my name on it to the interview. I was allowed to interview them for a couple of minutes. And I was just really, as you could see, you know, like a bit flabbergasted, shocked. and just honored.
That's
honestly.
what the young people say, shook.
Shook.
Also, you got to play versus him last year at Red Bull.
And I killed him once.
You killed him!
That's a screenshot.
honor.
It's going on the tombstone. You know, if I die,
Please,
it's right
don't
up
leave
there.
us, don't leave us.
I killed him. I killed him.
for sure.
I did.
Laura, but what Tolkien says about kind of, being nervous, I think we still have it, and we've had the honor and the pleasure of talking to him a few times now, and still it's like you're in the presence of greatness.
It is the crazy thing, because we're used to seeing him year after year, interviewing him, and every time you're in his presence, it's like, yeah, you're in presence of the GOAT. Like, I remember in the LCK even last year, when T1 would take the elevator, I would step out. The GOATs are coming, and of course you respect Faker.
I do the same thing always. I'm like, I don't want to, get in their aura. But Laura, you also have a favorite memory. Do you want to set it up for us, or should we just watch it?
So it was 2014 All-Star, my very first esports event, and I think one of the first league events in France. Faker is in France for the first time, so I will let the video roll and I will talk to you about it after that.
Looked so dope. That's his init, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh my god.
And he looks up and
He's like, is this for me? For me?
Yeah.
Like the meme, like.
But this is... It is actually crazy, because you're in 2014 and he won Worlds for the first time the year right before, and I felt like already seeing him on stage, I was like, I'm in presence of someone who's going to become great, and you could feel his aura and what he meant for the game even back then after his first title.
Yeah, Tolkien, I think that's a great observation. That was really early on in the career, only coming off that first World Championship, and already everyone knowing, okay, this guy, he's it.
I mean, if you look back now at the footage back then, he feels like a time traveler. He just knew wave management and how to, play the game, play matchups better than everyone else. And I think it's really astounding he could pull that level off so early when he had basically no competition, which was also, I think, in France, we could play like Master, he mid, Riv mid, he could do whatever he wanted. So it was quite special.
Yeah, ahead of his time, really, right? And then what I think when you think about a long career for a lot of pro players, it's very, very hard to stay at the top. And you have to continuously reinvent yourself. And I think that's something that I wanted to hold in my memories, the fact that he won his first Worlds in 2013 in the Staples Center. It was an absolutely bigger than life moment. And then, of course, in 2023, we had the crowning achievement once again. And the fact that someone can be on top of his game for so long, when you have to have new team members around you, you have to adjust to, new skills you have to develop, stepping up as a captain, taking care of everything outside of the game, because I'm sure he has to do a lot of content, a lot of press, a lot of pressure, I think it's almost incredible.
Yeah, and he represents League of Legends in every aspect, for what he brought to the game, for what he brought to aspirational player watching him, his teammates working alongside him, and for me, yeah, it makes total sense that he's the first in the team.
It's awesome. Final note, Tolkien.
I always thought, it must be annoying as well to be a teammate of Faker. So when I was there in Korea a couple weeks ago, and I saw, he got like his trophies, he got gifted a sports car, and then Guma, he was like holding up his phone, smiling like a fan, and filming Faker with his own phone. I thought that was just awesome, and really tells a story about the team culture also developing around Faker.
Yeah, inspiring everyone around them, for sure. Congratulations to Faker, but let's also hear from our own LEC players about their experience with Faker.
I lost to Faker.
I lost to Faker.
I lost to Faker.
I lost to Faker.
I also lost to Faker.
I also lost to Faker.
I also lost
to Faker. For the first 8 to 10 years, I used to just watch videos of him laning, playing solo queue all the time.
Moving on to season 4-5, where he started innovating a lot, especially season 5, he was just playing any champion mid lane and making it work. Gave me a lot of inspiration to become that kind of player.
Gets the stun, Caps flashes forward, turns it onto Perks, first blood to baby Faker!
He's my GOAT, right? I really love Faker. I take a selfie every year with him if I have the opportunity to.
For the first time I played against Faker on stage was in season 9.
Looking at Faker, he's coming in behind, gets the root down, the flash is interrupted by the Black Shield, and Caps doesn't flash defensively.
If you make mistakes, he will punish them instantly. I think he also got a very big Silas ult against us.
Is getting obliterated. Oh, no! Massive! Manages to steal the Gnaw. Faker turns around. He hijacks G2's chances.
He definitely made us work for it when we ended up winning against them.
G2 Esports eliminates SK Telecom.
2017 was the first time I met Faker on stage. If we would have won against SKT, then we would go semi-finals.
Faker was always making really low mistakes. Even though game is hard, He's really sharp in the game.
I remember my support, Ignar. He hooked Faker.
The team's gonna have to meet him on the other side. The cleanse comes out. That's the shot from Ignar! Taken down before Cosmic Radiance!
I felt really, really insane. Yeah, whenever I hook him, I felt like, oh, we got this game.
I only played against him one best of 5.
The first game I was like 9-0 with Lee Sin. I felt like he was beatable.
And we got 3 out.
Have T1 seriously won a game in 17 minutes? I have never seen a more dominant win.
We lost in 16 minutes, 47 seconds, so we at least created a meme.
If he's good in the game or bad in the game, he's always a threat doing crazy stuff. Like even recently in MSI, I feel like the games were not too bad for us, and then he's just does like a 5-man Azir shuffle.
The G2 wanted, and Baker has had enough! Broken blade pulled across the wall. He'll elastic shot out of the spear rushing by Baker. He finds Hans Summer!
And that just shows his experience in the game. I think he is very clutch.
He seems like a very great person. When he meets randoms like me, for example, in a hotel if you're in Dash tournaments, he always says hello to everyone, basically.
Thank you, Faker, for stealing the hopes of Europe.
I'm very thankful that he is still playing. As long as he's in the game, I can be in the game. Also, thank you for kicking me out of Worlds.
Thank you, Faker, for almost fastest lose in International.
Thank you, Faker, for the 1647.
You made me go to the finals of Worlds, made me go to the finals of MSI against Team Liquid, and that was a free win, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Faker, for stopping us from winning this MSI, because so far, no team that won MSI won Worlds. So, cheers.
You gotta love our pros, but obviously a lot of heartbreak at the hands of Faker. But if someone's gonna break your heart, it's fine that it's him, I guess, from a European fan perspective. But let's talk about our Fakers, the LEC players. What happened last week? What do we want to talk about?
I mean, I think straight off the most Faker-esque team that we have is probably Fnatic, if we're going to talk about them with their 3-0. I think Fnatic continues to impress after their performance at MSI, which was obviously a very low point for them. But the way that they have come back and started playing in week 1 is absolutely phenomenal. What I think is even more impressive is the way that they're doing. They're so much more tempered in terms of how they set up their objective control and in terms of how they're actually dealing with their own aggression. The KD from Fnatic used to be around like 1.2, but from week 1, it's 1.7. It's amazing numbers that we're seeing from them, and we're also seeing the fastest average game time from them at the same time. So it's less aggression, but still fast-paced gameplay.
We don't have that much time, so I want to transition into one more team, and unfortunately they're losing here. But overall, I think KC has had a much more hopeful week than the ones they've had until here, right? And you can start to dream about if they can make that miracle run. What do you think, Odo?
Yeah, definitely. We even saw in the first game, you know, they lost the game, but our main positives about that was that they have signs of life. They're a lot more coordinated, and you know, they started off the week with that huge comeback victory. 11k goal down, you know, sure, someone might say enemy is throwing, but you need to be good enough to catch it, you know, and they definitely caught it over there. And, you know, they're showing huge signs of life, so I'm really curious how they're going to do this week.
Yeah, we want to see them to keep it going for sure at the hands of a Vitality, who was my biggest disappointment in week 1. But let's keep it positive. Let's talk about SK as well, Goldberg. Now, sometimes they can be early season Andes, right? But
absolutely.
I feel like, did we see a different enough SK to think to warrant a deep run?
I mean, I absolutely loved what we saw from SK in week 1, and more specifically from the 2 new pieces that they put in down in that bot lane as well. They had a super impressive start to the split. Even more so, I thought Luan, or Lu1, however you want to call him, from his week 1 performance, has been playing absolutely immaculate. And you can see his stats right here. The early game control this guy brings to this team, it cannot be understated. It's fantastic, or overstated rather. 100% KP in the early game. You see it in his K+ assist. So much of the early game action is built around this new player, and then his forward percentage. He is aggressive, he does not want to back down, he wants to get this team going in the early game.
Yeah, and for me, they look like the perfect plug and play bot lane. Especially in the LEC, we had our complaints of the fact that, you know, we don't have good Lucian Nami players. Well, right now we have 2 great Lucian Nami players together. They're doing amazing, you know, and it just looks like they just inspire so much confidence to their team everywhere. No matter what the situation they're in, you know, game 2, I think they were very behind in the early game, and then they got bailed out everywhere. And right now, it just looks like they're about to level up even more.
It does. I did hear that it was more difficult in scrims for them, because I guess they have a target on their back now. Everyone's thinking, oh no, how are we going to shut down that bot lane? Well, SK is playing BDS in the first game, and Lore is now standing by with Irrelevant in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game lobby.
Thank you, Sharks and Irrelevant, of course, for joining me ahead of your game. This is week 2 of summer. Week 1 went well. I think people are expecting things to be a bit more complicated for SK in week 2, as you guys are used to this. How are you approaching this week?
I think looking at the schedule, like it's for sure a harder week than week 1. Like obviously week 1 we played G2, which were a hard opponent, which we managed to beat. But I think this week I think if we do well, I think like, I don't want to say proves that we are good, but I think right now people are still like skeptical. And I think this week, we can prove a lot.
Today is the day you prove them wrong. And I feel like, as I said, everything has been going well for you guys, especially implementing a new bot lane. I keep on hearing that they're really autonomous, that they know exactly what they want, that they're going to call for things. So I imagine that it's giving you a bit more space and a bit more room in the top lane. Would you agree?
I'm not sure if I would agree. I think they're very good. And I think in official game they have good comms. But I think in general communication could be better. Okay. I think sometimes it's a bit hard.
Any word on the first matchup you have playing against Adam is always something particular. How do you take him down today?
I mean, don't want to reveal too much, but I think Adam is always like a scary opponent with his champ pool to play against. And I think versus Adam, it's just important to have good prep for the draft and come in with a good plan.
Okay, we'd be looking at the banning phase then in that case. Irrelevant, thank you so much and good luck on your first game against BDS. And Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Lore and Irrelevant. I like it. Prep in the draft and a good plan. Answering and not answering the question at the same time.
We've trained them so well.
Yeah, they're very, very ready to give us as little information as possible. But there will be some sort of strategy to beat Adam. I guess we'll have to see what it is. The top lane, naturally, a pretty exciting part of this matchup. But for both these teams, of course, 3-0. Somebody has to walk away. 4-0 undefeated, one step closer to... It feels like locking early. Of course, they won't actually be locked if either of these teams manage to go through immediately on a 5-0 week, but...
You've got to think about it. That if both bottom teams go 0-5, 5 wins does lock you. So they're in a great position, you know what I mean? This week, if either of these teams do go 2-0, we've never had a team go 5 wins and not make top 8, right? Yeah. So even if you couldn't lock it in right now, the probability is incredibly high. So a lot on the line for both these teams. A 4-0 start to the first, well, I guess the first, it's the half? Yeah, I guess it would be the first half because we're now a 4-week regular season, yeah. It's exciting times. Let's see what they've cooked up for us today. I feel like that we are seeing a different version of BDS, and a lot of it comes in the jungle. Sheo playing Talia, Karthus, Viego. I was looking back at his last split performance. Sejuani was his most played. Into Xinjiao, into Maokai, into these utility, tanky type, supportive champions. And again, we saw some carry performances. We've seen his Jax, we've seen his Viego before, but I feel like that he's being given a lot more agency, and I feel like that the team is actually doing a lot with it. So I'm excited to see what they show us today as they go up against an SK who's played almost a different draft every single game. The only consistency is Isma's had 2 Sejuani games, but they've shown us a different champion every single game. So these feel like very different teams to what we've had compared to the first half of the year.
And I think evolution for both these squads, unsurprising given the 3-0 start, but always a pleasure to see, especially for a team like BDS, who for so long has played a very similar style of League of Legends. They branched out once or twice last season in the regular season, and now the question is, was it a flash in a pan? Was it a single week where they wanted to try things? When push comes to shove, are they going to go back to what is comfortable, what is easy, or will they continue to evolve in that way that we've been waiting to see for so long? Of course, the Rumble locked in, high priority pick, not surprising, but it does mean giving up the Skarner, and finally we get to cast a Skarner game.
Okay.
Which is great because I hate him every time I have to play against him, but now I can talk about someone else playing against him, and that sounds like a good time.
I mean, he's, in my opinion, he's a very simple, straightforward champion, not too complicated, and I mean, what's crazy to me is we're seeing Adam prioritize the Rumble, a champion you don't typically associate with him as a player. Excited to see him match up against Irrelevant on the Skarner, and you have to imagine that that was the idea behind the Rumble priority, because it has to still be the best matchup into most melee matchups, right? So even if Skarner is considered very powerful, I think the BDS is going to be happy with that matchup. They're going to bring out once again the Jinx and the Rel, a consistent bot lane that BDS have been taking advantage of, with the Corki and the Alistair response. So just want to emphasize, 3, again, unique champions from SK, continuing to showcase the champion depth here in the Summer Split.
Continuing to prioritize also for Rahel more early game skewed AD carries, right? The Poke Forest, we've also got the Kalista, the Lucian, very dominant early on. As Ice on the opposite side, continuing, yes, he's played a Senna game. This is his 3rd Jinx game. Yep. BDS, while a lot changed around the jungle position, it still feels like they really value that core of scaling AD carry on the bottom side. But now we enter the 2nd phase of bans. Olaf taken away, as well as the LeBlanc, giving a little bit of credibility, I guess, to a Rumble Flex option to come through. Silas now off the board as well, a champion who would love to have an Alistair or Skarner all at his disposal.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a solid ban. We'll see what SK is thinking about to lock in here. I think they want to save mid for last pick. You've already seen the AD carry, you know what you're playing into. I wonder if they're contemplating something like a Varus. Caitlyn, many people were telling me she was broken coming into the split, and we haven't seen a single one yet. I wonder if the adjustments after, what was it, the 14-11 patch, 14-10 patch, she got a few changes made to her that I wonder if those pushed her out of pro play. But right now, Corki, of course, can be played in that AD carry position as well. Like, I'm so used to seeing it in mid. Yeah. When you were talking about that early game champion, I was just like, well, why would it be? That doesn't make any sense.
And this is a champion that absolutely smashes early game. Balanced out by the fact that Alistair isn't the strongest early on. That said, Isma, you know, it feels like Sheo has been unshackled in terms of the carry option in his pool this year. But Isma, it feels like the role that SK are consistently going for is that he is the guy who is going to take the more supportive option. And now we have a Mordekaiser, which gives a little bit of credit to this Rumble going somewhere we may not have expected.
Well, hang on a minute. Is this a Rumble jungle?
It could be a Rumble jungle.
Is this a Rumble mid?
Or is it just double flex? How deep do we go?
BDS, what have you cooked for us?
It's a lot of magic damage, whatever it is that they've cooked.
Oh, it certainly is, you're right. That is a great point.
But I also really... Varus now...
mid. So it's a Rumble jungle.
And a Mordekaiser top?
I would assume so.
I mean, it has to be, right? Because it can't be anything
Mordekaiser,
else.
the QSS changes happened, right?
But also, just to shout out BDS, we waited for an entire year. We said, hey, you need to evolve. Top 2 was good. How much further can you go? We said evolution was the path. They showed us a little bit in spring. This is the wackiest draft I've ever seen for BDS in my entire life.
What are we thinking here?
Kai'Sa. Okay.
So it is Corki mid.
Are we playing draft ARAM? What is happening here?
I mean, okay,
I need to see where they go. We just wait. We just, Betty, we don't need to. We don't.
Yeah, we just wait. We can
Mordekaiser, top. Why would he be great? Isolates single targets. Always fantastic to have. Skarner, hard to disrupt a team fight when you're trapped in the Thunderdome with Mr. Mordekaiser.
All right, so I'm just reminding myself of some of the Mordekaiser changes, because I know that he was changed in 14-11.
He was a beneficiary of a lot of the item changes. Swaps slightly delayed here,
so
I've been told.
They nerfed his...
passive.
It's his passive, is it? Because I only know them QW. Yeah, they
that's the passive.
That down.
Yeah, darkness
so they nerfed
rise.
his passive, and then they, I think they buffed his Q, right?
They hit his Q a little bit, just because it was dominating at lower elos. Mordekaiser notoriously powerful, but now the swaps are correct. You can see them on your screen. We got a Varus in the mid lane, a Rumble in the jungle, a Mordekaiser top. BDS certainly cooking up something new for us today. On the opposite side for SK, I'm going to say up until that Kai'Sa was feeling a little bit more standard, but have been forced to show us something a little bit different, a little bit adaptation. The Corki now in the mid lane, the Kai'Sa in bottom lane, and this lane is going to be rough. Kai'Sa Alistair, guys, is not it for the early levels, but perhaps SK's bottom lane is good enough to pilot it through anyway. It's our first game of week 2, 4th game of the season overall for both of these lineups. Only one can walk away undefeated. BDS and SK getting ready. Both sides cooking, but who's going to be the Michelin star chef and who's making ketchup and spaghetti with Vedius?
Hey, ketchup makes the tomato sauce sweeter, okay? I'm just saying. We're jumping into our first game of week 2. Reminder to our viewers at home, for Summer Split, it's a 4-week regular season rather than 3. We're down to 2 games a weekend rather than 3. So for the pros, it's a little less intense. You get an extra week to fight for your life in the top 8 playoffs because they are super important. As we gear up for a bit of a brawl.
Irrelevant. You a little upheaval, throwing a rock at him. Niski Halo Blades, all right. Nothing too crazy here.
But you know what, Dracos? This is what makes me excited about like big changes, because last week I felt like that we still were tied down to very meta. You know, like I felt like that the game didn't actually change that much. This though, this comes across as a very different game. The introduction of Mordekaiser to the LEC, a Rumble jungle from Sheo. We were already talking about how his pool seems to be evolving, changing, and him providing a different kind of role on the side of BDS, and we're seeing his third AP champion in the form of the Rumble. Excited to see what sort of early game impact he can have. And I think one of the other things is Lebrov, when he gets his hands on this Rel specifically, he makes BDS that much more proactive in the early game. I think one of the big criticisms I've had of this team is that they can be quite slow. They don't actually push their lead very well. But I think when you give Lebrov a champion like this, and he works with such high damage carry junglers that Sheo has been bringing out, I think that they have been a lot more proactive in this early game.
And I also like that if you're going to cook, if you're going to try new things on the stage in a regular season, that you kept some things the same. And that is the bottom lane for the side of BDS. We're no strangers to seeing this Jinx-Rel combination. We'll have to see how it matches up into the Alistar Kai'Sa. Not going to be favored for the first few levels at least. Aftershock versus Aftershock early on, but obviously, range advantage for Jinx makes this so difficult, and Alistar needs a few levels before he really does anything. Alistar level 1, notoriously terrible.
Yeah, for sure. It also doesn't help that Kai'Sa's a relatively short-range AD carry, and I do think that SK's comp overall, like, Corki isn't the same poke machine that he was in the past, right?
No, absolutely not.
You would typically associate him with being part of those long-range poke comps, but that's not quite how it works anymore. Which means that SK's comp overall, their damage threats are relatively short range. You're playing into a Varus Jinx who are trying to leverage a bit more of that range as well. You've also got the Rumble ultimate available to you too, as the SK bot lane take a very nice trade there onto Lebrov.
Oh,
so I wonder how this range is going to play into how this range is going to play into the later game in terms of how these fights executed. As I am expecting some pretty crazy fights, because you look at SK, they've got a lot of engaged, right? Maokai, Alistar, Skarner's going to be running at you as well, the flash pull.
And interesting because this lane, I think partially due to the fact that SK were forced to kind of flex the Corki up into mid lane, has put Rahel and Luon at an early disadvantage, whereas for most of the season, we have seen them fighting for 2v2 kills very early on. This is the first time that they're actually clearly on the back foot, and we'll need to see how they adapt, right? Because they've played so many lanes that are more about being aggressive. Yes, Lucian Nami first couple levels aren't insane, but the way they played it, you could see what they wanted to get done. Now, when they're not set up to necessarily be the most proactive in the isolated 2v2, what does their level of performance look like? Because their individual strength was so big for SK in week 1.
Let's turn our attention to the junglers. You'll notice that Sheo actually pathing back up towards top. He's going to spot out this Maokai. The Varus has prio, and Adam is moving over to help.
Isma.
Adam doesn't have a huge amount of HP. Irrelevant's forcing this wave underneath the tower, and Adam has to respect it, which means that there's no real way for Sheo to contest this unless he feels confident. Actually, maybe with Nuke here he can.
The slow alone is going to do a little bit of work here. Quick slow, happy to just smite the crab away.
Okay, so Sheo gets what he wants. Good stuff there from Nuke. Even though they didn't have Prowl on the top side of the map, they're able to fight back through mid. Lebrov has already made his way over towards mid lane again. A lot of support here for Nuke in the mid lane.
First on the roam. But I think the big struggle here is that this is not the highest damage duo. You know, Alistar Maokai early on could burst out a squishy champion, but you don't really have that much threat. Niski does more than balance it out with the Halo Blades. Corki, this is an incredibly oppressive champion early on, but you have to get in range, you have to find the angle to make it work. As we watch here, walk up, auto.
Oh, nice trade back from Nuke.
Steps back, gets out of the Gatling gun, doesn't let Niski really get full value there. And that was not the trade that he was looking for. Nuke, flash out from Niski.
He didn't trust the damage. He already thought the Nuke had kill threat on him. Well played there by Nuke, held his ground, even into a fully stacked minion wave. In a position like that, normally you'd want to try and retreat, especially AD carries. You've got all that aggro from the minions hitting under your face, all that extra damage, but still, Nuke played it well. I think back to Spring, where, I mean, overall, Nuke has just had an impressive year. You've got to remember that he is the player that, well, originally Schalke, then BDS.
Schalke, then BDS, the guy that they decided to build a franchise around, who it feels like now this is the year where they're finally starting to reap the seeds that they sowed so long ago, because it was a big question for a lot of fans. Why have you kept this guy for so long? But this year, the answer is becoming super apparent, because getting a flash for free in the 1v1 now makes Sheo's life so easy if he wants to repeat gank mid.
I mean, let's not forget that BDS so far this year finished second in winter, and then they finished, Mad were... why have I forgotten my year?
They were top 3 both times.
Top 3 both times. That's what I was thinking to myself, yeah. I mean, overall, BDS have had a great year. They've cemented themselves at the top of the LEC. And they're looking to do the same thing already here in Summer. Again, both these teams fighting to go 4-0 already. It's been a pretty slow early game, 6 minutes in. We haven't seen any ganks, but here's our first swap from BDS. They want to move out of the bot lane 2 versus 2. Look to try and play for the early grubs.
Okay, Death Realm coming in. Adam going to Q flash forward to keep Irrelevant close. Ice waiting on the other side. He's surely dead. As soon as this Death Realm fades, everyone just going to turn and burn that Skarner down. BDS grabbing first blood. Aggressive maneuver from Adam paying off.
What a great gank setup. Luon looking to get some space back.
Stun there. Ulti coming out. Good damage on a Luon. Luon blinking health bar, but BDS don't really feel confident enough to follow up. Shale already grabbing 2 grubs. And you're right, that was just, it didn't cost a whole lot. Yes, Adam had to burn his flash, but by having the teammates there, he ensured that he won the ensuing fight. Engaged now, no coming in. Irrelevant level 6, might just try to lock up Lebrov. Lebrov now running, flashing away. Irrelevant doesn't even want to ult yet. Just gonna walk forward. Just gonna take his sweet time, finish him off with the upheaval. Irrelevant grabbing that kill back.
BDS, I mean, they do end up losing a member, but that sequence of plays was genuinely really, really good. The fact that they make that swap early, then they commit Adam's ultimate to basically lock Irrelevant in place to set up for both Sheo and Ice to arrive to then secure that kill. That then guarantees them numbers advantage on the top side of the map to convert into the grubs. And that was the whole premise behind the swap in the first place. We've been seeing it more and more where these teams will do these early swaps to be able to contest early grubs thanks to the buffs that we've been seeing. And now it sets you up nicely as well because you can even afford to sacrifice the next respawn of the grubs, perhaps for some early plates.
Irrelevant coming through. Excellent use of the Shattering Strike from Lebrov to stop the follow-up damage. Irrelevant just throws a rock out of frustration, but nothing else going to come from it. Obviously, the playmaking potential of Skarner is very high, but this is a pick that now, at this point in the cycle, it's been around for quite some time, so everybody knows how it works in the pro scene. You're not going to surprise anyone.
I will say, the only thing I miss from the old Skarner is that little sound effect you get when you press his W, and it sounds like he's scurrying.
I miss how he looks like very serious.
He's
now.
so serious.
He's so serious.
Yeah, but you're right. Definitely lost some of that goofiness to him. But I think overall it's a good change. I mean, obviously because he's really overpowered.
Yeah. Also, he's being played in pro, except for it's not just like 2015 from one random LPL team anymore. Like people actually play this champ, so that's probably a good sign. Does look like the Elden Ring boss on this skin, though.
It's true.
I feel like we should be fighting this and then going to save Ronnie at any moment.
Well, the first dragon of the game is still available, so pings are coming down from SK as a potential option. You can see Isma clearing out his top side, going to be making his way towards the bot half of the map. Sheo already in the area. It's that fight for priority that's going to be super important. Isma with the level 6 now, Sheo level 7. There's a full level difference between the two junglers right now. Sheo taking advantage of that very fast clear speed. But overall, a bit of an advantage gain for BDS. Things looking promising. SK though, I don't think they have to crazy snowball the early game. I think their mid game is very powerful. Once they've got that first item spike, I think is going to be where they can look to try and leverage some of these early skirmishes. But we'll see Dragon becoming the big point of contention. You see both mid laners hovering around the bot side river. It's BDS that have primary vision control for now.
Full engage though, now coming in ahead, but Pulverize. But immediately the equalizer comes out and the play is going to stop in its tracks. Isma burns his flash though.
Exactly, that's a big commitment for a kill that they didn't get. Lebrov didn't have his flash available, but he's still able to get out. And it means that that flash from the Maokai not going to be available for any ensuing fights, at least for the next few minutes. So, small advantage gain for BDS overall. Able to push in the bot wave as well. Reset coming through. Berserker's Greaves now picked up for Ice. Likely heading towards the early Kraken Slayer that we've been seeing a lot from Jinx players. And again, they make the swap happen. Oh, we saw this so much in their match against G2. You throw the rocket out for a tempo advantage just to interrupt the bases so you can get to lane faster. It was something that Hans Sommer had to face consistently in their matchup last week. Unfortunately for Ice, the rocket doesn't quite connect, which means that the resets were able to come through for Rahel and Norn. They're going to be able to recognize that the swap is happening. They're making their way towards the top side of the map, but it is Ice that makes his way to lane first.
And of course, the changes that came through, tower fortifications have already fallen away. So if Jinx gets any time left alone on that topside tower, we'll just start knocking those plates down. But as you mentioned before, because the base doesn't get canceled, Rahel is going to get there at about the same time.
Look at the grubs again. The timing is flawless from BDS. Their map movements are great. Their timings are good. they're doing all of the correct plays to set up for this Grubs priority, and they're set up to secure the 6 now. All 4 members are here. Adam is making his way up to Irrelevant. I don't think has his TP, he doesn't.
Ooh, and this is frustrating. Giving a Jinx team the 4 grub buff is not going to feel good. Ulti coming out from the Maokai. BDS just going to zoom away. Ice standing off to the tries, trying to stop them from getting in. Lebrov might just have to go down for this one. Luan now level 6, trying to fire back. Excellent equalizer from Jao, and Adam's already into the thick of the fight. He can isolate anyone he wants, but he's holding on. He's taking his time. Upheaval, the rock coming out from Irrelevant. Trying to get a bit more space. Will pull back. I mean, overall, the Lebrov 40 HP, barely manages to make it out. Death Realm coming through.
Can't quite connect onto Niski. Adam's going to be forced to retreat.
I forgot how impossible it was to see what is happening in the Death Realm. Irrelevant grabbing the kill. It was Niski versus Adam, but then the rest of SK got involved.
So SK almost didn't get anything off the back of that, but they were able to catch Adam off guard thanks to Irrelevant's ulti. And they're able to find that pick. So it ends up being a kill for 6 grubs. BDS got what they wanted. They thought that they were going to lose the Brov. He was able to get away with his life. And I think overall they'll be happy with this. Is SK not even choosing to start the Dragon just yet. TP committed top lane to keep that tower alive. And BDS setting themselves up nicely here in the early game.
Yeah, this is an excellent start. I mean, the good news for SK is that Rahel has finally managed to grab the Static Shiv, will help with wave clear a bit. Also, with the changes, obviously no longer offers crit, but if you get a kill, it does offer that extra little burst of damage in the middle of the fight. Is a good item, will help balance out some of what Ice is doing. But overall, BDS with a small gold lead and an advantage. Rahel already caught out, he can ult, but it's not going to do much of anything now. Trying to ghost out or E out, excuse me, the rest of SK on the way. Sheo desperate to get the kill, but all the follow-up is there. Down he goes, he makes it a 1-for-1. Rahel did not need to do that, but he stepped back into the fire, and he gets taken out.
Debatable if you really needed to commit that much, but hey, he gets the kill. Rahel loses his flash.
Lebrov
needs to chill out here.
Overcommitting. Jinx Rocket dangerously close. Ulti from the Maokai. We just praised BDS for being so clean, so consistent in their decision-making, and they get over-eager 2 times consecutively.
But have they successfully interrupted the Dragon? This is a very late first Dragon, 13 minutes in. We turn our attention to top lane now. Adam getting very low.
Ulti coming out. Irrelevant just looking for the solo kill. Adam can immediately shield. Will do so, gets the health coming in as well. Only 200 HP remaining. Does he think he can stay on this wave? Irrelevant not going to push the advantage, uses his E to back away.
Nuke sitting in the river means that Adam happy to stay. So you can see that Skarner's still quite the lane bully, regardless of the matchup.
Also, Vegas, I feel like we were looking at mid and Niski was getting pretty handled in trades. You know, Nuke was doing really well. Now he's 2-0-1 as a collector and additional pickaxe.
Yeah, I mean, that bot lane play was not it for BDS.
Yeah.
Big blunder for them. Like, I could understand Sheo wanting to trade 1-for-1. I think that once he got that flash out from Rahel, in my opinion, that was the win, you know?
Yeah.
The fact that he decided to commit to it. Sure, I think it's fine. Ultimately, it shouldn't really hurt him in the long run. Always having a flash is potentially helpful, but really the mistake came from Lebrov afterwards. We didn't get full clarity on exactly why he chose to overstay there, but losing 2, they're also now going to concede the Dragon. They're not really in a good map position to contest anything else either. The Herald is now alive, so perhaps this could be an opportunity for them to get that mid control and move into the top river, secure that objective, which can then make it easier to siege onto the mid tier 1.
I also saw there in the lower third that Faker has over 83 unique mid lane picks.
Wow.
Does he get bonus credit for champions who are reworked? Because it's kind of a new pick if you play it pre and post rework.
Personally.
Death Realm going in onto Niski. Adam feeling good about this one, but he's going to find himself in the waiting arms of a tree quite quickly. Niski trying to backstab, but instead he just delivered himself, and Adam wins this in isolation if he has enough time. Shield going to come in. Does he have the W cooldown to get the health back? Backing up.
A little bit more time.
Leaves a little bit more time for the W. The Pulverize doesn't hit. The pullback is good. It's big damage. Suddenly they're like, I'm not so sure about this one, but in goes Kaisa. Rahel here to back him up and bring in the kill, but still just a 1-for-1. In the meantime, Sheo's taking the Herald. Rocket narrowly sidestepped.
Great awareness there from Isma. The Herald will go down in favor of BDS, but Adam, I mean, he's living up to the raid boss moniker. I know that when the rework happened for Mordecai, so they wanted him to have that raid boss-esque feel, slow-moving, heavy weaponry, that if you're fast, you can dodge, but when he locks you in that prison, there's very few places for you to go. unfortunately no dodge roll here in League of Legends, so no iframe's gonna save you today, I'm afraid.
Not gonna have that angle. I mean, look, Mordekaiser are terrifying. Doubly so because most of your damage gonna be physical. Not a whole lot of magic. You get a bit of split from the Kaisa, most certainly. Likely the Ginsu second, so it'll be okay in terms of overall damage. But if Mordekaiser just builds a bit of armor, he can lock any of those carries in the Thunderdome, and I don't think they win that 1v1.
I have this image in my head, purely fabricated, but Adam being like, is there any chance I can get next Friday off? And they're like, why? He's like, Elden Ring DLC. And they're like, how about we compromise?
How about we compromise? How about we just let you play Mordekaiser on stage?
That's how I imagine that conversation went.
Look, we've all been there, you know? You just health trade with bosses because you built the full tank build. Someone called it a dishonest way to play, but I say whatever, you know, whatever gets you there.
Build variety, baby.
That's all you need, just big old shield, 100% physical damage reduction.
Now, SK are kind of turning their attention towards that top outer tower. They would love to unlock it because then it gives you a bit more access into the enemy jungle, sets you up nicely for potential mid play. The Herald's still available for BDS, so I imagine that they're going to want to use that to open up this mid tier 1. They don't have to force it right now, though. Of course, Dragon, Baron, still objectives that are quite far away in terms of time, so I wouldn't be surprised to just see these teams farm for now, keep catching waves, work towards completing those second core items as we enter the mid game.
And one thing that we've seen this split, and certainly in this meta, is that the game has slowed down significantly. I believe our average game time went up almost 4 minutes. That's massive. Average Baron time went up 4 minutes. Teams are just generally going to be slower to close out, and it's also reflected in the action here, right? There's only 8 kills so far, 17.5 minutes into the game. There's only a single Drake taken down. So this game, even by our standards, a little bit slower. However, SK hovering around, looking for the setup, the flash forward for Isma. Now just trying to look for the Q back, but he's just been locked down for so damn long. Isma getting burnt, and already Niski is dead too. BDS obliterate that pick in an instant.
A massive commitment from SK. I wonder how much information they had there, because to me it seemed like they thought they'd caught Nuke on a rotation. They thought that, hey, BDS is trying to collapse into mid, they can use the Herald, and we can actually catch Nuke here, get that kill, open up the top tier 1. I don't know if they were expecting this many members from BDS to be there. As they lose 2, they don't even have to commit the Herald to secure the mid tower. And now with the Dragon spawning in about a minute's time, they can save the Herald for the bot tower to create that extra point of pressure. They can also drop it mid if they want.
So what? They see the sweeper come in,
but I mean,
but they don't think they know that Cheo's there.
I mean, that does surprise me because we see them sweeping out a ward at the bottom. I wonder if they thought that they had the damage to be able to just one-shot Nuke. But yeah, a big overstep there from SK. I am a little confused, but ultimately ends up working out very nicely for BDS. They get 2 kills. Nuke plays that very well. They get the mid tower. That's BDS with a solid advantage here in our first game of the day.
And good read from BDS, having Cheo in the area to cover. SK certainly over eager, but 2K advantage just about the 6 grubs. They've broken open mid lane tower, and when you look at least ease of execution for the composition overall, Jinx obviously going to do a lot of work on that objective. Rumble, Mordekaiser, they're going to tear through Baron really quickly, and you have the Death Realm to just take Isma out. No smite available for the side of SK if you do ever start that objective with Mordekaiser ult available. So SK, we need to see them look for something, get something back here, because BDS are very comfortable, I think, just taking a step back in this game and continuing to let SK overforce.
Well, yeah, I mean, Ice is just going to continue to scale up, right? We talked about the range advantage that BDS has. With SK stacking on the top side of the map, the fight for mid-wave control continues. Dragon is available, but neither team prioritizing Dragon that heavily at all. It's our second Dragon spawn, and we're 19.5 minutes into the game. Bot has been completely abandoned as SK fully commit to securing this top tier 1.
And it's Leandries from Isma.
Yeah, I was just about to comment on that. We didn't talk much about it.
They just don't have any other magic damage. They need more.
Maokai is a champion that, like Corki, seems to have a different patch every other week. Sorry, a different build every other week.
But in this case, this is the build that they've nerfed a ton. This is the build that they're like, no, we're not a fan of that for a long time. Leandry's a different item now, certainly.
Ooh, does Nuke know? I'm gonna say no.
The rock is there. It is very hard to get away from a Skarner, but if you early ult, it'll look good. But now Irrelevant actually the one running. Lebrov stepping up. There's no tower here either. Niski has to be careful, staying back. If Irrelevant tanks the CC, Niski can get a lot of work done. Isma now coming in as well, but already Irrelevant getting chunked out here. Picked up a big rock, but he's not going to be able to do anything with it. Nuke already grabbing the kill. The ulti from Isma. Too damn late. Rahel getting taken out into 1v1, looks like by Sheo. Everything just fell apart for SK. The rocket to follow, forcing out the flash. And unsurprisingly, BDS get everything they want, start the Baron, and I don't think there's anything SK can do to stop this.
I mean, BDS is just playing very solid with firm control over the top side of the map. SK have to fight this Baron, though.
SK just seem desperate. What are they gonna do here? If Adam's quick on the ulti, they can't do anything to knock him on the Baron. Is big though, and it gives Niski the access in. They don't dodge the raid mechanics, and it's gonna cost them. They haven't been playing enough. Wow! The steal coming through. SK through, but BDS through harder, baby. Now they're back on the map.
And just like that, SK have flipped the game on its head. Niski with a fantastic TP flank to just tear BDS apart. Secures them the Baron. And again, we saw the collapse of the top side. Irrelevant loses his life. But Isma finds a way into the pit, and keep your eyes on Niski on the left-hand side. No Luon with the engage.
I thought it was the Baron.
Three-man knock up the damage from Niski. My apologies, Luon. I didn't see it live in the play, but you set that whole thing up for your team. And I think we can say, without a doubt, that the changes to this bot lane for SK are proving dividends.
The coach is feeling good. GIF wrap for them, hand delivered to the Ouster. This is why the Corki's been so good. Yes, it's hard to get in range, but if you ever do get in range, you do so much work. Niski now at 2.5 items. Luon, beautiful setup. I do not know why I did not see that cow, and it is eating at me, Vetty, but we're just gonna have to let that one go. 0-0-7, Warmog's there, 2 items on the carries. This game felt very over right up until that moment.
I was, you know, my whole narrative, literally after that, was gonna be like, this is a different SK from when week 1. Are we just seeing a repeat of the week 1? And don't get me wrong, like, there are things that SK is going to go back and they're going to review, and there are things that they need to fix in terms of how this other game played out, because BDS just had very clean macro pretty much in the first 20 minutes of the game.
The goal difference at the bottom of your screen. BDS.
But also, like, for the record, I don't think BDS's Baron play was the wrong one at all.
No, neither do I.
I think that, like, their options are you either commit to the Baron or you use it to turn and fight, because you know you have a numbers advantage. But, I mean, what can you do against Luon? I mean, that's the individual variants that you can't account for, and Luon makes a superhero play. And now SK is right back in the driver's seat. They're going to secure this objective. And now we have an interesting dynamic, because when it comes to comps, right, you have, I would argue, a much more solid front line from SK. When you've got Maokai plus Skarner plus Alistar, even though this Maokai is building some AP, it's still going to provide a huge amount of utility and just an obnoxious front line for you to have to deal with. Whereas BDS just have a little bit more damage across the board. The Mordekaiser, while you could argue acts as a form of front line, remember that his ultimate literally removes 2 people from the fight. Yeah. So it ends up just becoming a 4v4. Which is why I think it's going to be a super interesting dynamic as to how these upcoming fights are executed. BDS find a nice angle where they're able to secure another tower in the mid lane. The tier 2 falls, the top lane being exchanged in favor of SK. The Baron is about to wear off. A solid advantage gained for SK, but now we kind of return to that neutral zone as third items are now starting to be crafted for both these teams. We're getting closer and closer to that mid to late game portion where the fights are going to be way more important, how you maneuver around the map, getting caught out, all these things become a big factor in ultimately determining the outcome of the game.
I think one of the good news moments for BDS is they did build in a big enough lead early game that wasn't as devastating as it could have been, and at SK weren't able to grab a lot of Drakes early on, so they're still 2 minutes away from the next one. Luon again looking to get things kicked off. Maokai out to follow. Rahel waiting to use his ult in the meantime. That's going to be the equalizer across the top. Excellent ball from LeBron. The fight feels like it's over before it's even started. The rest of SK just hasn't found their angle to participate. Sheo now going golden. Somebody needs to body block. Somebody needs to stop the Corki for hitting, and this time it is Adam. Irrelevant taken out by Nuke, and BDS quick to punish in the jungle.
And we come back to the coordination issues that we've been seeing from SK so far in this game. They were disjointed in whether they wanted to commit to that fight. BDS collectively were all moving towards that blue buff, and they said, as a team, we want to make sure that we can fight for this objective. This time, though, SK get punished. WKX.
Ulti immediately, Q, auto, done. Rahel tries to make up for the earlier missteps by just popping out of nowhere and taking out Ice.
It's a good kill. But we look back, and you look at the minimap right now, look at the position of Niski, look at Irrelevant. You don't want to fight for this blue buff, so Luon committing to the fight, it's a difficult one to follow up on. I like the play from Irrelevant, kind of catching Ice off on the backside, but Niski can't really get involved. The moment that the carries do arrive, You can see how hesitant Rahel is to commit because he knows, I don't have my Corki, I don't have my Skarner yet. And this was similar to that top lane play in the same area where we saw both Isma and Niski going in. And it feels like coordination from SK has definitely been off in this game, whereas BDS working as a collective much better. But I guess you could argue in terms of individual execution, like Luon with his great engage, Rahel finding another pick, Niski with his great flanks. It feels like that SK is still finding these hero moments from their individuals.
Yeah, and the team play obviously something that's going to be critical as we go later in the season, but in a game where you start off at such a deficit, individual stepping up, you'll take what you can get. Rahel continues to be that threat, opting for the Nashers, opting for more magic damage to come out in this build. Wants to be that threat. The poke is going to hit that much harder as
and we've got this new graphic
out.
as well, Dracos, where we can show the team fight damage and all the damage distribution as well. So hopefully later we can have a look
we can
at
actually
that.
see
so
Kai'Sa damage
how what the
distribution.
damage distribution has been like across the team. Niski being left freely to hit onto this tower, he's going to be forced to disengage away. But Dragon spawning in about 25 seconds with SK mounting up to. Oh, we have it for us right here.
Okay, so far
primarily physical,
almost entirely physical damage. But now that might start to change.
But look at the amount of magic damage coming out from Skarner as well, up on the top side.
Little split.
Yeah.
Tiny bit of Maokai true damage. Love to see it. All right,
here we go.
SK. Eyes on the prize here. Looking for third
Warmock's
Drake.
finished as well for Isma, so he's going to have a little bit more durability, ready for this dragon. SK putting themselves up nicely for the soul point, but it looks like BDS are just conceding it. Dragons are not their thing, which...
But Baron is going to be up in 5 seconds. They just want to get set up onto Baron. They can take it out so quick. They want redemption from the earlier play. Okay, soul point, third Drake, Hextech picked up by SK. All members now moving up. BDS a little bit split here. What's the angle? Do they want the fight or do they want the objective? Poke onto Luon, taking away Celestial opposition. Beautiful highlight from the observers here. They don't have perfect information on where BDS are. As long as the equalizer is up and available, SK really can't afford to walk into any choke. Both sides should see each other. The ARAM fully set up.
Niski being on the bottom side means that the wave clear isn't the strongest, but it's BDS that actually get pushed back. Again, we talk about this, right? Like, the front line of SK is very scary. BDS need to try and leverage their range. So far, the poke isn't really connecting.
But SK, Rahel is hitting every single Void Seeker, reducing the cooldown even further.
Here's what I will tell you. Double Warmogs against a poke comp, huge amount of value.
Oh, incredible.
Right, like you just have Luon and Isma like face checking, they take that initial poke, you disengage, get the heal back, right? And I feel like that they're taking advantage of this very well. None of the poke that they're connecting, as long as it doesn't hit onto Niski or Rahel, SK feel very comfortable in these standoff positions because the counter poke coming out from Rahel and Niski, well, even though Niski's poke isn't the same as it was, it's still there. And the more you hit, the more it'll last.
And Niski going for some aggressive itemization here. Profane Hydra Corki.
Oh my goodness. Why do they... Corkies, I need you guys to stop cooking.
Because they push E, they get in your face, and they hit you with the Hydra.
And you guys come up with 4 more. Like,
Where's Genja? You know, where is he? We need the one true Corki build.
It's true. There are people watching this stream who have no idea who Genja is.
He built Triforce Corki before it was good on a patch where it wasn't actually good.
Wasn't
and then when it happened, like 4 years
thing?
later, yes, that was good though.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, he knew all along.
Yeah, Time Lord Genja. I mean,
poke on Niski is good though.
Innovators for many things in League.
Heck yeah, Diamond Prox. I believe considered the inventor of counter juggling. As strange as it is to say that out loud, at a certain point, people just didn't even consider going into the enemy jungle and taking their stuff.
Darian, the Renekton.
It was a much more gentlemanly esport back then, you know? This is mine and that is yours. So you kind of just divvied up 50-50.
Not to go down history too much, but like they had the whole Darian, I think it was Darian Gangplank tech where he could solo red buff. Well, then Diamond Prox would counter jungle.
You remember when Gangplank used to just walk into mid lane as the creeps were spawning, kill a minion so enemy mid couldn't get level 2 and then go top?
That's really old school, bro.
It was good stuff. The poke, though, as we center back in,
I have to apologize, audience, because I said that BDS had the range advantage.
No.
Clearly
We forgot that the Kai'Sa, even after 2 items that could indicate going either way on the build path, could just build AP.
I mean, look, Rahel
cannot miss.
Like, look at this. Now the Baron's up for the taking.
TP coming back into mid. Nuke on the way. BDS don't have the best access to the pit. Again, the front line isn't that strong. Luon now just body blocking, acting like a bouncer. The equalizer across the top. Isma gets the smite. Baron picked up by SK.
And hits on the way out. Rahel doing so much work with the Kai'Sa. And now SK, they get an uncontested Baron. Impressive stuff.
And I gotta say, the team play, much looser today than it has been in the other games from SK, but Rahel and Luan continue to have these incredible standout moments. It wasn't clear how good they were gonna be when they didn't have something with a little bit more impact in the early game. But the answer we're seeing now is even when they're falling behind on a Kai'Sa Alistar early on, there's still this massive threat. And still most of the Kai'Sa damage is physical.
Which does confuse me somewhat.
Which does confuse me somewhat.
Because I feel like for the last 5 minutes, I've just been seeing
every W.
Every W hit. Now, one thing I can check.
Give us the info. Give us the insight.
No, it's all just magic damage.
Yeah.
I'm confused. Also, right now, apparently, 542 magic damage per W.
So what we've learned is... Oh, God! One, that does a lot of damage, and two, it might not be showing up in our chart correctly.
Yeah, it might not be.
What I can tell you is that hurts, and now the Maokai poke, despite this getting nerfed on a lot of patches, does still hurt a little bit. You can see Ice didn't take too much damage there, but even if they get hit and slowed down a little bit, it means Rahel can immediately follow up with some more damage.
I underestimated this SK comp, I'm gonna be honest. I thought that they would have a range issue. I was very wrong. My interpretation of how they play this, I mean, it feels like SK just don't have the options, right? Like, I guess the other challenge is, even if you do engage, you just kind of have to get through Alistar and Skarner as well. So how does BDS even find a good fight?
Also, generally, with Corki being so strong at close range, walking into him is generally not the strategy that's approved.
Here we go.
Bit of poke. LeBron that wants to kick things off. Immediate pullback. Obliterate ball from Adam. Rockets now coming in. BDS trying to take the fight as best they can. Irrelevant nowhere near the rest of his team. Already Adam has been picked off. Ice slowed down for a moment. The flash to follow from Irrelevant. He's not going to hit anybody with the Impale. Ice and Nuke back-to-back, backing off. SK get the advantage in the fight. 2 kills picked up to 1. Only Isma dropped in the meantime, but SK now don't have access to their jungler. Soul on the table if they want to go for it, but they have to risk the 50-50 Sheo, Alive, Smite, and Flash.
Get into this pit. Irrelevant doesn't have the ultimate available. Rahel?
Going over the wall. Rahel doesn't have any mana, but he doesn't need any. Rahel on a rampage. The objective getting lower and lower. Sheo might want to try and flash follow up, and Rahel just goes invisible. He goes gold, and he takes his time. A double kill for the 80 carry of SK.
This SK bot lane has stood up today. An incredible performance. Now Lebrov.
Lebrov is going to die.
Another ace.
Celestial opposition, taking their time. Blast cone back, down he goes. Rahel dominating 6, 1, and 3.
I mean, level 18 to level 15 between the two AD carries. We look back, the engage, look who it's on, the front line. Niski and Rahel completely safe. Irrelevant on the flank. Yes, it's true that Isma loses his life, but the damage has already been done. They cannot get through Luan, and so Nuke and Ice just don't have the same impact in the fights that Niski and Rahel do. Then they just return to this range battle, they continue to land the poke, and then the second that Rahel sees his opportunity, he dives.
Just the second Ice walks away for even a moment, the second they're not standing on top of each other and he can find that isolated 1v1, he goes for it. And again, the way this game started looked like it was probably going to be a BDS victory lap, clean play on the top side into the Baron, but then they overstay. Luan finds the engage, Niski's there to follow up, and since then, it has just been the Rahel show. Yes, all of SK are participating, but this man is making a montage out of BDS right now.
I mean, SK have to feel great right now. So much skepticism surrounded the addition of this bot lane. SK said they needed to make change. Who would have thought that this is the type of change we'd see? On pace to go 4-0. Here in the summer split as they secure another tower.
Oh,
the poke continues.
Soul. It's infuriating. Every little bit of damage, the slow coming through. SK keeping the pressure up. Of course, don't have the Baron buff quite yet. 1:40. Should still be favored in that fight. There are ways for BDS to fight their way out of this one. It's not insurmountable, but Hex Soul. Most games really does feel unbeatable when you're also at a gold deficit.
I mean, credit to BDS in terms of their early game. I love the map movements they were making, the prioritization on the grubs. Everything they did for the first 20 minutes was genuinely great.
And it was just that Alistar headbutt pulverized 3 people.
Luan, it was like, I love that comic from Skyen that he made for Fnatic, you know, the Time's Up one.
Yep.
Like, that's kind of just what the bot lane of SK said, like, oh, we're good. And yeah, I mean, impressive stuff. Like, they still, again, I think there's still things, a lot of takeaways for SK. This was not a flawless game from them, but you definitely can't be upset with the individuals stepping up and how they've played these later game fights. Great patience from SK. They've been using their poke very effectively. It continues to land. Rahel just keeps connecting those Ws. And it's this funny battle, right? Where you go, we lock in Corki, and you're like, we're gonna outrange you with Varus, and then you go, we're gonna outrange you again with Kai'Sa. Like, progressively, it just gets longer and longer, the poke, and I mean, BDS just don't quite have the engage tools to close that gap onto Rahel.
And I feel like they just have to get so aggressive onto Rahel to stop this from working. They can see multiple members of SK away from them. Nuke takes a ton of damage just for walking up. Isma now trying to find a good angle. Again, the headbutt pulverized. Rahel off to the side. He can just jump on a nuke and one-tap him. Shao can try to follow up, but there's a Zanya waiting for him. Rahel taking his sweet time. Cleanses out. He's still standing. Do not mess with this man. SK's got his back. It's a double for the Corki, a double for the Kai'Sa, and it feels like another win for SK.
It's a clean ace for SK. A fantastic fight with the soul at their back. Means that they just wipe BDS out, and they're going to go 4-0 in the summer split.
It might not have been clean early on, but mid to late it has been the SK show. Rahel and Luan backed by their top side, dominating BDS, moving on to 4-0, ready tomorrow to face Fnatic.
Impressive stuff. I mean, SK already, they won't have locked it yet. We cannot mathematically confirm it, but they are so close to securing a spot in playoffs already. This level of play we were not expecting from SK. And again, we saw some positives from BDS, but ultimately at the end of the game, like, I think it came down to a comp issue. Like, they couldn't find the fights that they wanted.
I mean, at that point in the game, when Kai'Sa has that kind of advantage, if you're ever low, she's always going to isolate you. But SK looking fantastic. Your Kia player of the game at LEC on X, Niski, Rahel, or Luan.
I mean, it makes sense.
I mean, pick your poison. All I'll say is you can hear in every interview, SK doesn't want to get overexcited. They've been here before. They've been off to a good start. So I'll get excited for them. SK look terrifying. We're going to talk to Isma after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
suddenly they're like, I'm not so sure about this one, but in goes Kaisa. Rahel here to back him up.
Dernière c'est le mid. No flash. Je vais ITP. Ok. Oh, they got what? Okay.
Help me. Don't make the pressure. Punish me. Nice. SK through, but BDS through harder, baby. Now they're back on the map.
And welcome to the LEC stage for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Isma this time around. Invincible in the LEC in summer so far, but we saw a new pick in the jungle on the side of BDS with the Rumble. What did you think of this champion? And when you saw them first picking it, did you think that it would go in the jungle in the end?
Hello. I knew that Chio was playing it a lot, but I didn't think it would go jungle because, in my opinion, it's really strong top right now. And so I didn't think it would go jungle, but it was a possibility. I don't really like the champ in the jungle. I feel like it's way more powerful in top with 0 counter, so.
You seem to have everything in control right now for SK 4-0 so far in LEC Summer. How do you guys feel in terms of comfort and level of play in general? Because I keep on hearing that scrims are not going so well, but then you keep on popping off on stage.
Yeah, scrims are not going that well, but still fine. On stage, it's a bit another game, way more controlled. It's going good, but also our game have been really long, and like this game with still the Nash and the throw at Nash, otherwise the game could be hard. Against G2 as well, there was a lot of up and downs, same for Giant X. So we are in a good position, but we need to keep it up.
Is it a decisive factor that you're missing right now in game, and what do you think you need to do to get to this point where you're going to be unbeatable?
I think it's about discipline, being way more disciplined in scrims as well, right? And I think it's only discipline.
When you think about the matchup you're going to have tomorrow against Razork, what are you anticipating? Because you don't play the same way, you don't have the same style, you don't feel the same purse for the team.
Yeah, I think Razork is the best jungle in the LEC so far, so it would be really interesting as well for me to improve. I aim. Like, it's regular game season, right? So I just want to improve for playoff, and I'm really happy to play versus them as well.
All right. Focusing on another topic than the LEC, we're honoring Faker as the first introduced in the league, in the Wall of Legends that you're gonna have, that we had introduced this week. What do you think of Faker as a player? What does he inspire to you?
I started league in season 4.
Yeah. How old were you?
22.
Wow.
I started league in season 4, and I mean, obviously there was already Faker, you know.
Yeah.
And it's a bit the icon for everyone. I feel like everyone knows Faker, so.
All right. So we want to ask the players this week to do some memes that Faker did throughout the years. So the one that I have selected for you, you're going to see right now on screen. Remember when he won Worlds, he started piling up caps on top of his head. And that's what it was in the end. So we brought caps for you, and I would like you to try and do the same thing. I can hold the mic for you while you do it, and I'll just give you all the caps. Good luck doing that, because I don't think it's going to be that easy. So it's one in one way, one in the other. Okay. What an expert. Oh my God. I think it looks good like this. I think you can look at this camera. Thank you. Thank you, Berlin. Little thumbs up in the end.
Like this?
Right. You smashed it. Thank you so much, Isma. Thank you so much. You have the power of Faker now.
Okay.
Over to you guys at the desk for more on this day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Laure. And Isma for playing ball. That was adorable. And obviously he's pretty good at it. Also pretty good at League of Legends. Wow. SK just... I mean, going from strength to strength, and I think we really want to talk about the Baron they got, and I think also mostly how BDS dropped the ball, yes, no?
Absolutely, because I think we're sitting in a position now, we're talking about how good SK is really becoming, but we cannot forget how the early game actually panned out, and how it was so close to being BDS that was actually going to take it, and that's why I want to draw it into our telestrator that we have, because BDS is finding themselves in a Baron fight where they have just wiped members off from SK, they forced them back, they have to go into the TP, so as we roll out the clip here,
you should be able to see that we're actually looking at a TP coming through from Niski at the same time, while on the other side, I'm not actually sure if it's coming up.
I don't know if we're
but
seeing
I guarantee you what's happening is that Niski's coming through with a TP.
Oh.
That's definitely
Knocked
the
her.
minimap. Okay, so basically, there we have it.
in the game, yeah.
TP's come through from Niski on the minimap, and as you roll out the clip, you're gonna see that he's gonna come through from a different flank position, where he's on the left and Luan's on the right. But if we stop it right now, I think it's very important to highlight Luan.
Well, the thing is here, BDS is playing the situation like it's a completely free Baron. Labrov is doing a decent job right now to zone the Alistar, but at some point, he's just going to completely drop the ball and let the Alistar find a great position here. Because the thing is, I don't think BDS knows that Niski is over there, because maybe Labrov would have played it a little bit differently over here. But now after this, Alistar is just going to find a perfect angle to just go in, and coupled with Niski, they're just going to completely wipe this fight.
Yeah, and I think you roll out the clip now, you can also see the way the Baron Pit works here, right? There's no one here to actually start him. Adam finally steps up, but it's way too late. To be fair, Luan did have the ultimate, but even then, there's not enough blocking people from actually setting this one up. And even after, the fact that the Maokai is just allowed to walk in, find that Q smite to take over the Baron, and later the fight for the rest of SK, it's just SK capitalized on BDS, and BDS not really setting up the right steps for it.
Yeah, and this just shows how important chaos is in these fights, because SK just created so much chaos, you know, like all of a sudden Adam walks into that situation, he's like, okay, Baron is free, I just need to find Maokai, ult him. Well, the thing is now in this patch you can even see the Baron, even if you're in the Mordekaiser ult. But he has way too many responsibilities. Corki gets into that fight, he is hitting for free, and then there's just no one to stop him, and by the time Corki like eliminated everyone in the fight, Adam got there and it was way too late.
It was just an absolute misplay and fantastic creating of chaos by SK and keeping their record spotless. I see that we're about to get into draft for Fnatic versus Rogue as well. Goldberg, what does your gut tell you? Is Fnatic gonna keep up the win streak just like SK?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
No contest.
No doubt in your mind. Let's head over to our casters for Fnatic versus Rogue.
Here we are, moments away from picks and bans, or replaying an earlier picks and bans as the players get an opportunity to talk. So, Corki immediately locked in. Lots of 80 carry / AD bans in general. Remember that Ashe played twice last week by comp. Ashe Braum seemed to be their go-to bot lane duo. This week it would seem to be Senna Nautilus, as they're gonna insta-lock that one.
I mean, we've continued to see the Corki priority, which shouldn't really come as a surprise to anyone as a result of how teams in Europe have been prioritizing. Vi is something that is a bit mixed over in the LCK. They still prioritize it quite highly. I think here in Europe, it's kind of fallen to the wayside. Humanoids LeBlanc. This man has different degrees of confidence, and I mean, he comes into every game assuming he's going to win, of course, but you can tell when he's feeling it based on certain champions that he picks. And today he said, no, you just blind pick me LeBlanc. I'm good.
And look, what I'll say is that Humanoid had an excellent week one. Both away games look good, but I also like that he busted out the Galio. You know, this is a guy who has often been the center of attention for the team, and when he wasn't playing that carry pick, the team often wasn't, you know, able to follow up. The fact that he's able to pick utility in some of these games shows, I think, that this Fnatic squad is developing. This time, however, he's not playing utility. He's playing damage. He's playing for himself. He's got the backup from Razork and potentially from Noah on this Corki as well. On the opposite side for Rogue, well, this feels like a very Rogue draft. You've got scaling tools, you've got range, and you've got the Emperor himself on Azir.
I mean, in their defense, like, I think that it's still like very stable. The only champion I think Europe seems to still be attached to is Azir, which I feel like the rest of the world has just kind of moved on from. I think he's still a fine champion. Obviously, his scaling is still very relevant. But after the nerfs to Azir, it definitely hit many teams' perspective on how strong he actually is. But this is Larson that we're talking about when you associate him with certain champions, like Azir is one of them, if not the one. So in this matchup, he knows the matchup very well. He feels very comfortable. So it's no real surprise that Rogue is heading in that direction. It depends on what they do with their top side, who I think has had a very solid start to the split overall. I think Finn continues to find plays and be creative with what he can bring to the team. We'll see how they round things out, whether or not he's looking for another tank. With this Cassante taken away, Uda is always a possibility, but I imagine they're going to save that for last pick.
Interesting
Something
to
like
see.
a Viego, maybe. Markuna's played 2 games of Rek'Sai is a possibility. Depends how much more utility they want to bring out.
Yeah, I want to see if Rogue are going to go for more stability, obviously already pretty safe, stable composition, or do they want to let Finn branch out a bit more with this potential red side counter pick. Can also give it over to Marcoon if they want, but would expect a jungler to come through here. Save that last pick for Finn, allow him to flex those muscles a little bit. That said, Fnatic, of course, their top side, really scary in the previous week. Oscar especially just continuing to get better and better. Had 1 or 2 games at MSI where he really stood out, and that seems to continue to be the trend. But blind Renekton, given the counter angle for Marcoon. Of course,
So it
already knows
looks
the
like-
vibe, but maybe he can set up something even stronger into the enemy composition.
I mean, why not? Ornn is fine. Like, it's a losing matchup, sure, early, but late game, great way to start fights. Especially, I think that it's good follow-up if the Vi is diving in. Ornhorn sets you up nicely either as the primary engage or the secondary. And okay, Fnatic's just they're like, more engage. We want things to go in with the Vi. Let's lock in things that go in with the Vi. And Jun, I mean, we said this about him last split, but I think it's worth reinforcing. When Jun has a playmaker, plays get made. Yeah, plays get made. You feel that impact. Like, Renata is probably his only exception, but the difference between him on range supports versus melee is like, it really is night and day. And that's not, I don't think he's bad at range supports by any means, but you can see that Fnatic, like, they just have the go button ready when he's on those initiators. So nice to see him on the route. Fnatic have great team fighting, great skirmishing, solid scaling on their side. How is Rogue gonna round this out?
Looks like early game might be the answer here. Wanting to just get some more explosiveness on the Rift. Bullabear has been changed a number of times since we last saw him be really popular. This would be a very big dip towards, and this is one of the most controversial picks in professional League of Legends right now. People cannot decide if this champ is actually good or if Canyon just needs to be stopped. Because he's the only one doing good. Everyone else, you know, got up and down games on the Nidalee, but his influence has now come to us here in the LEC. And Marcoon, not a guy who has really been the center of attention on this Rogue lineup since he joined. Picking up the Nidalee, a very different story for him.
I mean, you know, we talked about it last game, but like Senna, Azir, Nidalee, a lot of range.
Yeah.
Right, you got some decent poke in that lineup. The front line is solid with the Nautilus plus the Renekton. Typically, Nidalee and Renekton is a combo that we've seen many times throughout Europe's history, because the idea is Renekton, he can easily stun you, the Nidalee can then easily land a spear, and then you kill someone. Great idea when playing towards the top side of the map. It can help you snowball that Renekton early. You can then use the pressure from Renekton to push into the enemy topside jungle, and it makes counter jungling as Nidalee that much easier. However, how many teams throughout history in Europe have been able to successfully leverage that is not many. But I will say again, we talked about how the top side has shown us some promising things this split. I think that this top jungle combo can give Rogue the ability to play through top side. So let's see if they can shut Oscar down and snowball through top.
And certainly gives us a clear point to focus on the map. Marcoon, of course, first time this Nidalee has been picked up by him in the LEC. The Fnatic fans here out in force, looking to see that 4-0 come through. No doubt the Fnatic are the favorites in this matchup, but Rogue clearly have come prepared as this level 1.
And also, like, things I've been hearing about Fnatic, like, it seems that what they took away from MSI was profound, right? Like, it seems that, like, based on what we've been hearing in scrims, how this team has been playing on stage, like, they just seem like an evolved team more than what we've been seeing from them last split. And we wanted to see change from Fnatic because the potential has always been there with this roster. But it felt like that, especially at the first half of the year, their coordination was a huge problem. They took fights all the time that didn't make sense. Sometimes we saw individual errors, and we heard from interviews last week that they've really been trying to focus on their macro, being smarter about the game. So we'll see if they can continue that trend, look to tie SK at the top of the standings.
Well, when you talk about the interviews, but also the rumors and the discussions we've heard from teams around them, saying that they're the best team in scrims, probably the best performing team in the league right now. Lots of teams, 3 of them, in fact, had that 3-0 week. Fnatic, BDS, SK, but only one of them is getting so consistently praised by every single other team in the league.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the reason that I think while this week is a lot about proving that it's more than just this 1 week, you know, explosive start, Fnatic already start to feel like the real deal, but this is going to be a big test here as Marcoon is going to do everything in his power to try to disrupt this early game.
Let's see what he can do. Stunning on Raptors, going to clear out his top side. Path towards bottom would be my expectation. If we look at early prio, something that's very important when it comes to junglers that ideally want to try and counter jungle, get in your face, be obnoxious. And right now it's Fnatic that has the push in bot. Fnatic have the push in mid, whereas Finn has the push in top. But unfortunately, if Marcoon does want to invade camps, he's not going to have any to invade, and I think Razork is smart with his pathing. Pathing away from the Ornn as well typically just makes a lot of sense. And he's going to be playing around his strong side of the map, which will be this Corki, this LeBlanc, as Humanoid already putting some solid pressure down onto Larssen.
We'll see what Marcoon is able to do once he's able to reset, get some strong AP itemization under his belt. If he gets any kind of lead, we know Nidalee can take over, but for now, Fnatic, in the bot lane, at least in isolation, winning out pretty handedly. This is the power of the Corki. Almost no champions in the game can really walk up and trade with this champion early on, and definitely not a Senna Nautilus lane. Obviously offer a ton of utility, a ton of scaling as we get later into the game. This duo does so much, but win early trades against the Corki is not one of those things.
Marcoon continuing to clear. Razork doing the same thing. Jun utilizing the pressure that they have in bot lane. Noah went for a cheeky base, TP'd back into lane.
This is the second time that Fnatic have spotted Marcoon on this early path. There's no mystery about where this Nidalee is going. Walking off of Vision, however, has snuck his way into mid lane. They will be able to see the attack speed steroid on Larssen if they look closely and know that Marcoon was close, but not quite sure if they clicked on the portrait there. Marcoon falling up on topside crab. Razork wants to go in here, but isn't super favored. I think was just trying to path away from the Nidalee, assuming that Marcoon would be on the bottom side crab, so good look from Marcoon, honestly.
I mean, also, I just think that, yeah, Marcoon's pathing made sense. Like, he has push in top. The one lane that can assist him is the lane that he wants to be playing towards with the crab. I guess Razork wanted to try and fight him for it, knowing that he did have that mid push, but base going to come through now from Marcoon. Stand corrected. He's going to go straight back to the respawn of his Raptors. I mean, this is the advantage of starting on your Raptors, right, is that they do respawn that much quicker, and also his Krugs are going to respawn quicker because he then went Raptors into Krugs. So, Humanoid with another nice trade in mid. As Fnatic, no significant advantage, but in terms of the pressure that they have on the map, they're looking rather promising for now.
And ward over the wall means they spot Marcoon and know that he has not recalled yet. Jun stepping up, Crashdown goes in, but hits the CC. Aftershock now fading away, taking a lot of damage in the extended trade, but Rogue don't want to overcommit here. Nice play by Rogue, honestly. Trade up, Jun taking a lot of damage, but now the flash is a recommittal. Noah now getting aggressive Halo Blade to proc. So much damage going in for the Corki, but right now just one kill picked up by Comp. Well played by Rogue. Fnatic getting over eager in the bot lane 2v2.
Nice stuff from the Rogue bot lane. They're able to weather all that pressure that came in. I thought that once the double stun connected, Noah was going to clean up, but the W from Zoalise kicks in at just the right moment. The root then lands. Noah doesn't want to commit the flash for the kill. And it means that first blood goes in favor of the Rogue bottom lane.
Razork now walking up. There's a trap in the brush. He will spot it out. Marcoon knows Razork's in the area. Jun resets, goes into mid lane, ready to make a play elsewhere. But of course, the TP from Zoalise, he is the farming Nautilus, means he gets right back into lane. Can look to regain control here. Noah hasn't really been able to buy outside of that first recall where he used his TP, picked up a Cole. So not too threatening in the 2v2, and it means that Comp and Zoalise can just stick around.
I mean, this is a great position for Rogue's bot lane to be in, right? Not only does Comp get the kill, which is great, because you have a gold lead over the enemy AD carry who has a 30 CS lead on you.
Yeah, again, yeah, you should not, this should not happen.
Yeah, but also you, now look, you go back to base. I thought he was actually going to look for a row mid, but I guess with the Azir, you're just accepting the fact that you're just playing safe for the early game. They're also going to grab themselves the grubs, knowing that they have the pressure on the top side thanks to the Renekton. So all things looking positive here for Rogue, but Razork not going to allow a 13-minute first dragon of the game to happen. He's going to cross map and secure a Drake of his own.
And we'll see what the Soul ends up being. An Infernal Drake, not a bad start, but obviously when you have Renekton, when you have a matchup so favored on the top side, getting the grubs, or at least denying the grubs from Fnatic, is always going to feel good. Comp's reset does take a bit of time, so Noah is able to grab, or just about, does not quite grab a play, but will be able to grab one here as they push in again. They know Marcoon's on the top side as they see the notification. Rogue playing weak side means they're likely to concede at least one plate here, and we'll see if Razork wants to commit for some kind of dive. Nice hook onto Noah. Root there too. Good initial damage. Really dissuades any potential follow-up.
Yeah, great damage onto Noah. He's going to be forced to base. No threat of a dive here. Look at how healthy this Rogue bottom lane is. No TP available for Noah means that it's going to be a while for him to get back to base. The good news is this is a cannon wave, so it's not going to push as quickly. Marcoon, though, hovering around mid, level 6.
Here. Ooh. Does not hit Humanoid. Marcoon will jump in, though, and help clear the wave at the very least.
I'm not sure if I was keeping track of that properly. I was wondering if Marcoon did actually steal away that blue. I think he did, because it looks like he just refreshed. So good awareness from him as well. This is the thing about Nilly, right? She great mobility once she's in that tiger form, cougar form, I should say. My apologies.
Not a tiger, just to be clear.
But the moment that you see where the enemy jungler is, you need to be moving into the enemy jungle just because your clear speed is so fast. And the fact that you have all this mobility with your W means that you can creatively steal camps.
Hook, Aftershock procs. No, trading back a little bit here. Not too much damage really going to stick onto Jun, however. This Humanoid just looks to cancel the base onto Larson.
But I mean, so far, we haven't seen Fnatic take advantage of any of the strengths that they have in their composition. When you look at Vi LeBlanc, this is supposed to be a mid-jungle duo that's very scary. A lot of lockdown, a lot of crowd control. We've seen how much pressure Humanoid has in mid, but he hasn't really left his lane for any opportunities on the sides either. So Rogue have kind of gotten the slower early game that they wanted. They've even been able to find a kill in the bot lane too. So I think Rogue is very happy with how this early game has been going so far. 3 grubs in their favor. Yeah, they've conceded a dragon, but if they can get the extra grubs as well, pretty good spot to be in.
And again, scaling not too bad as we see the all-in top side. Dominus already popped by Finn. Good damage coming in from Oscar, and he just gets the solo kill. Comp, too damn late with the ultimate.
And just as we're saying the game is going well for Rogue, Oscar says, don't worry, boys, I got this. Now look at Razzle looking for a play of his own.
Follow up, Jun. Ulti gonna pull back Zoelise. They're just gonna shred through the Nautilus. Noah grabs the kill in bot lane and in top lane. Fnatic find advantage.
So it's Oscar that shouts the war cry, inspiring Fnatic to make this play happen in the bot side of the map. They now lead in terms of gold. And Fnatic, this is the sort of aggression we wanted to be seeing with this Vi. The potential plays that you have. Zoelise flash only just now coming up. The unfortunate timing there, or perhaps fortunate timing, I guess, depending on your perspective, means that Fnatic find themselves 2 kills. And now all that pressure that Finn had on the top side of the map, the matchup that he was winning, there's a Thornmail first buy for Oscar.
Yeah.
Going to be much harder now to win out on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and it won 2 items. Renekton obviously in isolation. Still going to feel fine, right? But really unfortunate that he does go down there. Does grab a couple of plates, starts to balance things out as we see Ornn resetting, Oscar resetting towards the bottom side of the map. Looks like they want to leverage the power of their Corki more on the top side. Fnatic setting up to play for second grub spawn here. Yeah, don't want to give the buff away, but Humanoid already taken a decent chunk of damage. Oh, I forgot they added that. We can finally see Clone.
I was just about to say, is that the first time I've seen that?
Do you know how many times I've popped off in random regular season games for a LeBlanc kill that just turned out to be a clone? And then I had to sit there and just pretend like I knew all along and it was a yoke. It was not a yoke, Fetty.
I mean, the number of times I've been baited by Nico, like, oh, they're putting Vars mid? Like,
I don't know if it doesn't say that over Nico.
I know.
That's not the bad.
I'm kind of happy she's not meta anymore.
Faker fun fact.
Oh, Faker.
10-16, Febvin solo killed Faker in the Zed versus Zir matchup at MSI 2015. Well, this is a Zir versus LeBlanc, but look, not a lot of reasons to remember Tallahassee, but that is one of them. Iconic EU solo kills.
Now, Rogue, they're going to be getting themselves 5 grubs. Can they make it 6? Here's Humanoids.
Decent damage on Humanoid. Finn in the midst of the entire team. Nice. Jun engaged, but there's no follow-up damage. Combo's already been cut down, but all of Rogue now retreating. They do not want to deal with Noah. Grub going to get picked up here. Rogue managed to grab 5, though. It's not a bad deal for them.
So that was a cool engage from Jun, and we saw some synchronized flashing from Rogue. Perhaps a new Olympic sport in the future.
Sorry, would you want to repeat for me what the Olympic sport is?
Yeah, synchronized flashing.
Oh, yes. Okay.
It's when you all press either your D or F key
I got it. Yes.
together.
Good clarifying statement that we won't need to include in the Twitch clip. Thank you, Vedius.
Now, I mean, ultimately, Rogue, they don't lose any members. They do get the grubs, as you highlighted. So I'd still say that it's ultimately a win for Rogue. The problem is that if they want to contest this upcoming dragon in about 10 seconds time, which I don't think is worth it for them, they wouldn't have those summon spells available to them. So again, nice engage from Jun. Unfortunately, doesn't really pan out.
The good news is they'll all get them back at the same time, and they can't gank everybody.
True. That's very, very true. All right, so we look now, the Dragon, that becomes the next big point of contention. I turn my attention towards the minimap, and you'll notice that Comp actually immediately pathing towards the top side. Perhaps Rogue already accepting the fact that they don't want to try and fight this and are looking for a cross-map play. Italy making their way up towards the top side
to clear
as well.
the wave here, just to stop any potential follow-up action. Italy is on the way, but wave's already gone. Really hard to dive Oscar, and now Fnatic looking to make a dive play of their own. Zoelise, a little bit easier to dive. They're trying to flash out to safety. Immediate Vault Breaker follow-up while they take their sweet time. Jun tagging the tower, but should be able to just walk that one out. Zoelise ticking, but he's still alive. Larson now coming in. Razork knockback, Vault Breaker, immediate ult to try to follow up. Larson gets the push back on Razork. Razork now taking the tower. Larson now going back. It's a bit of a disaster, but they managed to kill him in the meantime. Larson's still up. 1 for 1.
But for how much longer?
One more rocket.
Here comes
One
Jun.
bit more of damage. Follow up Q, shattering strike. Jun the dash out, crash down for the shield. Fnatic getting 2 in the bottom lane.
Now we turn our attention to top. 3v2.
Giving away double dash in. Looking for the chain onto Marcoon. Big damage on Italy. The root is there. Oscar doesn't quite want to follow, but again, Fnatic just winning out on these exchanges.
Well, so the good news for Rogue is that they get a top tower. The bad news is that they lose 2 kills on the bot side of the map. Fnatic, I mean, it ends up being a 2-for-1 overall as Razork loses his life, but no Dragon goes down, no plate secured in bot lane either for Fnatic. We look back at this, solid flash, but it doesn't really achieve a huge amount in terms of the shielding coming through from the center. Buys so much time for Zoelise to allow for the TP to come through. The ultimate wasn't committed earlier though from Razork. He uses that chain CC to lock down Larson. He gets scooped underneath the tower. But you also then put it in range of the Nautilus to allow for Vi to get that initial kill.
Yeah, he just pushed E.
And
If Zoelise was just a single
flash.
step back. Hook into the wall, gets interrupted.
Nice.
Jun, nice angle again on the crash down. Another kill onto this Nautilus bottom lane. Noah, the one who's getting paid. 2K gold lead for him. Over comp on the opposite side.
So at least not respecting the weak side of the map, not anticipating Jun to be hovering around and looking for that play. Now 1.5k gold lead being built for Fnatic. The plates are about to fall off. You can see relatively even across the board. No tower dropped yet, but Fnatic looking to change that. And look at the minimap right now. You'll notice Rogue continuing to invest on the top side. They want to secure the Herald. They're happy to exchange it for this bot tower. I'd like to see Fnatic also convert this into a Dragon. But they're prioritizing stealing away these camps, taking as much gold away, because you also got to recognize that those top camps for Razork also being denied.
I think the struggle now, though, if you're on the side of Rogue, is you just got to survive for the next few minutes, right? You had that scaling angle, most certainly, but Marcoon on the Nidalee wasn't really able to dominate early on, has just now picked up the Lich Bane. While there will be angles to find these isolated kills on the side lane, the opportunities are going to get fewer. Side of Fnatic, of course, breaking open mid lane tower, grabbing the Drake, as you mentioned earlier, will be easy for them. See what else they can grab, and ultimately see what Rogue can do with this Herald. And that'll be an avenue of attack for them to shut down Fnatic in this mid game.
Fnatic's mid game is scary.
Yeah. Is it because they have a point-and-click buy and a LeBlanc?
Actually, more so the Corki.
You mean this one down here with the 301 and almost
that's
2
the
items?
One. Yep, that's the Badger.
The full damage Corki, who almost has Lord Dominic's?
Yep,
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's the thing that I'm still getting used to, right? That Corki is now like just a very powerful
Rocket doesn't do a lot of
mid-game.
damage, but he W's in and then 2-shots someone.
Yeah,
You're like,
he just does a lot of damage now, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like Fnatic's comp is like very driven in the mid game.
Noah? Walking
And they have
past.
so much
Finn
setup.
isolated off to
This
the
is
side.
the setup.
Finn is going to ult. That's the dominance, but they're taking their sweet time here. No way for him to get out of this
Are you
one.
having
Rogue.
fun moving, Finn? Do you enjoy playing the game? Because Fnatic don't want to let you.
Root, CC coming in, double knock up. Jun gonna get rooted as well, but Rogue again, they're just not gonna follow up. It's a 4v4, but they don't want to start it.
I don't think Humanoid even used the 2 chains, but it was what? Chain into knock-up, into stun, into knock-up, into knock-up. Like it's...
Look, in Arena, they literally make you immune to CC if you get hit by that much. This is not Arena. You just have to suffer. Some normal Summoner's Rift is for suffering.
Treads, okay? Like, it's, yeah, I mean, that's the advantage of Fnatic comp. Like, single target ability to find picks, their skirmishing power is very scary. And this is what Fnatic need to be doing, attacking the side lanes. And speaking of attacking side lanes, let's see if they can kill this behemoth in the top
Oscar
lane.
has already used the Searing Charge, so will now flash.
Oh,
Spear
no.
doesn't hit. TP on the way. Unstoppable. Calls the horn. Rogue! I don't think this is the fight you were looking over. Knock up on a comp is good. Nothing else is going to get hit. Rogue, do they want to
Look
start
at
here?
mid.
They use the TP. Corki can just push mid.
I think Noah did commit his TP as well, but I think he committed into the mid lane as Oscar loses his flash, is able to disengage, but it's ultimately a fair trade of flashes. I would say the downside is both Humanoid and Noah use their TPs, but you still got Oscar's, so his ability to go and catch waves inside is still going to be there. If they unlock this mid tower, though, a huge win. Oh my goodness. It's going to be a huge win for Fnatic ultimately.
Yeah, because generally when you're playing against the LeBlanc, the last thing you want to do is give her more control over the map, over those brushes. For now, vision control, okay from the side of Rogue. They need to be careful because Fnatic have set so many wards down in their jungle. They need to clear those out, and they'll do so now.
Here's what I will say. Humanoid, like, we haven't talked about him much this game. 181 CS, 17 minutes. Like, he's just been quietly farming an absolute storm.
And you can see Noah's rich from kills and CS.
Yeah.
Humanoid, much less rich, but still second richest in the game from just CS and
It might seem like a silly thing, you know, when you talk about CS and like good CSMers, they're pros. Oh, Larson.
Lock up on the Larson is good. Follow up chain, push back, flash, dash out to safety. So good escape by Larson, but ultimately has to burn everything.
That's going to be a tower now. Jun really making sure that he takes the long way home. And also catching the wave, delaying it, allows the wave to get underneath the tower too. Means that Fnatic should be able to unlock another tower. Oscar now finds himself
really committed to trying to dive this
again.
Ornn.
No, does he have ult? I don't think he does.
Ulti's still on cooldown. Just a few more seconds, however. He's going to do what he can to clear the wave. The damage now finally coming in. Marcoon doing a little bit. Knock up there, tanking good. Distribution of aggro, good. Shutdown not coming through from Larson. Will just be the tower trade, but now Zoe needs to get out of mid. Follow up, Vault Breaker there. Q forward, ulti comes in for the Nautilus. Zoe already dead. Such a rough game for him, but Rogue will at least get the kill on the bottom side, have the Herald set up to try to take 2.
Rogue doing the correct thing in terms of split pushing, or sorry, cross mapping in exchange for the top tower, but Fnatic one-upping them and just running it down mid as well. They have points of pressure across the map, keeping control over the mid wave thanks to Noah's pressure, and they secure themselves another tier 2 as well. So the trade ends up being more favorable for, I guess you say it's more even, because it's still ultimately a 1-for-1, right? Oscar loses his life and gives over the shutdown, but in exchange they get that kill on the Zoelis. I mean, this is what we were talking about in terms of Fnatic. I do think their macro really has improved. I think they've got a great awareness of what they need to be doing with their comp, and they're leveraging their mid game very effectively. Dragon now spawning in 35 seconds. This is where they need to gain control over the bot side of the map, start putting pressure towards Rogue's blue side of the jungle, and then you start denying Rogue access, and you start zoning away and forcing them to come and face check.
And of course, anytime an Azir picks up a Nashor's early, you also have to respect the potential for Rogue to just start this Baron themselves. Yes, we're still 20 seconds away. Yes, it's very early. But Azir, especially on 2 items, is strong, and Fnatic, the root can expire just in time. Comp's still gonna get knocked up, but Fnatic don't want to overcommit.
I mean, they got what they wanted, right? Another flash gone. They'll be happy with that trade. Also, they have removed some of the vision around that top side of the map. They get control over mid. They immediately move into the bot side. The Dragon is up. I mean, well played from Fnatic. They don't have to concede all pressure on the map. They can contest some of that control on the top side, clear out some of that vision, move back into mid, and they're the ones with the advantage that now Rogue can't contest. They put themselves at soul point, and now Rogue must start to feel the pressure. 67 souls for Comp, 20 minutes in. Definitely on the lower end, I would say.
Not the worst, but certainly, given the amount of time he spent out of lane roaming with the team, less than you would like to have. And also, again, 4-0-1 Corki. Looks like Immortal Shield Bow likely to come in next for Noah, just to make sure that he can't get bursted out in one of these fights, which means he can be that much more aggressive, that much more up in your face. Zeke's Convergence picked up by both Razork and Oscar, of course, just generally a pretty cost-efficient item, even if, as a character like Ornn, you're not always going to be in melee range when you do cast your ultimate.
So now the pressure continues to mount. Fnatic after securing that Dragon. And no outer towers left to secure. This is where things like the Baron become a possibility. I think Fnatic's Baron taking is solid. One of the advantages you have is LeBlanc and Fog of War.
Yep.
No one wants to face check a LeBlanc in Fog of War.
I mean, it's like Zoe then LeBlanc, the worst champions to lose your mid tier 1. And in this case, also tier 2 too.
So you'll see Fnatic right now, look, they push in top, they push in mid. Admittedly, they've sent the LeBlanc bot, but the idea is that you deny vision in the enemy jungle. You steal away more camps, you suffocate the enemy, and that's Rogue now has to fight with numbers. So Jun alone trying to clear out vision, what do? They bring 3. And they say, Jun, you're not allowed here, we have more people, you have to disengage, and that's how they keep some of this control. But it becomes suffocating, it becomes very difficult. And meanwhile, while you're just fighting over this vision, trying to leverage more numbers, look at LeBlanc pushing in bot. Now Humanoid has been able to push in the wave, he can reset, maybe even TP towards the Baron, or he can just roam over, they can create a play. Or he can just stay, and he can be annoying. Like, Fnatic just kind of have a lot of options available to them. And now that they've invested all that vision, Rogue has to invest their time to clear out the vision. Meanwhile, Fnatic resets, you look at their inventories, control wards being restocked, vision being replenished, and what do they see in the river? Observers, if you could show us what they actually see in the river right now. It's not a lot. And this
the
is
good
how
news is
the
they
vision game
see
works.
LeBlanc, right? And that's at least the scariest thing that can come out of a brush accounted for. The downside, they now also see Jun and Razork running their way down to bottom lane, and Finn is going to have to be very careful about stepping up to the wave here.
But this is what it feels like to be suffocated out of vision, right? And I would argue that in solo queue, one of the things that people fall prey to is that when you do get good leads and you like take these out of towers, you don't know what to do. Like, what do you do next? Because it becomes really hard to siege onto these tier 2s. You can just keep running a face into the wall, I guess, but it becomes very dangerous. But this is what you should be doing, right? Suffocating out that vision, denying as much jungle experience as possible, slowly bleeding them out in terms of farm. And then basically, because you deny them so much information, they're either forced to face check you, or you lose a Baron. So.
Yeah. And I mean, look, Noah's 3.5 items now. So whatever their Baron take might have been at earlier stages of the game, they can really start to shred through that objective. But they've also got the luxury of just waiting. Like, they can stall for 2 minutes, set their vision up around the bottom side of the map, and then go for Soul Point instead, force Rogue with really much worse engage tools to walk into them. Rogue, if you've got to fight into Rogue, Rogue's comp looks pretty good. You got a Senna, you got the Azir, it seems solid, but you know, if you're engaging into Fnatic, does not look good.
But also, like, I like this, the Fnatic are kind of showing us the options that you have with compositions as well, because LeBlanc, no one can really 1v1 her, so they also send Razork down there every now and then to help him, right? And now he can't hold the wave, so they can chip away at that bot tier 1. The question now becomes, like, is Fnatic spreading themselves too thin? As long as Finn is staying there on the bot side of that,
Hook to start. Razork locked up, but the spear doesn't hit. Crucially, and Jun says, now it's time to go, baby! No unstoppable. That's the Corki damage coming through. Double ice storms on Razork and Oscar as Humanoid goes to the wall, wants to one-shot the jungler. Marcoon's got to run, and ding, ding, baby, it's time for Baron.
I mean, Fnatic just playing that patiently, calmly. I was concerned that maybe they were overstaying around the red buff, that Rogue could have actually found a pick there, but the pick doesn't come to fruition. The spear doesn't connect, the follow-up isn't there, and Fnatic turn it on its head. They find an engage of their own. 24.5 minutes in, they get themselves the Baron, a 7k gold lead. Fnatic have played an incredible mid-game.
The discipline from Fnatic is crucial here, because even when Razork gets caught, they recognize the resources have been committed, and it's their time to go.
I mean, look at this. So the hook comes through, the spear doesn't connect. They don't really commit to the fight, but Zoelis is in at this point. He's not getting out. And so you have to question whether that commitment made sense from Rogue. The TP comes through from Humanoid. He now guarantees them a numbers advantage. And Fnatic secure a Baron.
And before, the chokeout was already oppressive. The vision control was already oppressive. It's only going to get worse for the side of Rogue here as Fnatic look to further extend this gold lead and look to grab themselves Soul 25 minutes into the game. And Rogue, we saw against Vitality, if you give them an angle to punish, they will punish. They will find a way back to the game. But now we're in a situation where they've got the grub buff. They're going to push and grab at least one tower, one objective bounty. But is it enough to stop the onslaught from the side of Fnatic?
I mean, honestly, this is one of the cleanest games from Fnatic I think I've seen this year. Oh. Like, I'm genuinely really impressed with how they've been playing this mid-game, their approach. They seem so much calm and calculated. They're going to lose a tower, not the end of the world. Kind of makes sense, you know, you're resetting on that map. Nice angle found from Rogue. They're able to get a bit of gold back. But genuinely impressive. Let's see if they can close out cleanly now. As Humanoid just keeping the pressure, as you rightly said. The cost of committing to that tier 2 means that Humanoid was left alone in the bot lane to secure that objective.
Also, if you thought it was miserable to side lane against LeBlanc, who is ahead of you, have you tried doing it when she has a Cloud Soul and has, you know, whenever she ults just, you know, casual 60, you know, just a million movement speed, essentially, to chase you down. Larson used to be able to dash away from the chains. I don't know if that will be the case anymore. Even now, though, they already got what they wanted in the bottom lane, taking down the tower, setting up topside now on the tier 2 Rogue. Again, if they want to fight, it's really got to be soon. Obviously, if you lose a fight into a Baron empowered team, you probably just lose the game, but...
That's a level 11 Senna against a level 17 humanoid, and his Q does a third of his health.
Just the Q.
Just
one
the Q.
auto, demolish proc, Razork threatening by just charging
But
the
have you noticed that
Vaultbreaker.
Fnatic have not really given them a single 5v5 once
Have you
this whole
noticed
game?
that they just haven't randomly pushed their ultimates and said, it's time to go? Who are you? What did you do with Fnatic?
Well, here goes. Oh, here we go.
Done. Engage. Spear doesn't hit, though. Ulti goes in on a humanoid, but it's really not going to do much of anything. Rogue are just very slowly losing. The tower's
Slowly?
gone. There's nothing for them to fight
this
over.
Is fast, man. 27 minutes in. Fnatic looking to end the game.
They're waiting for some kind of perfect opportunity, but it's just not going to present itself. Fnatic are too disciplined. Razork going to kick things off, though. Immediately just pops Larson. There goes the late game. There goes the scaling. They can't even kill John. Double, triple for Noah. The ulti from Seni does not do enough. Excuse me, Comp's ulti doing nothing. Fnatic just executing Rogue. Just one shot. Whew, one kill. Corki going to grab the Quadra in the end. Ace for Fnatic, win for Fnatic, undefeated 4-0 versus 4-0. Fnatic and SK will face off to see who can be 5-0 in the LEC.
I don't know what happened to Fnatic, but MSI has clearly done them a lot of favors.
Ultra Instinct Razork. We didn't know. All it took was the hair dye, and they've been unleashed.
All I'm going to say is, okay, right? G2 lost to NRG, went on to 3-0 top esports. These guys lost to Team Late. Losing to NA does something to Europeans. I don't know what it is.
Fires us up. That much is true. Player of the game, vote now at LEC on X. Humanoid, Noah, or Jun. No wrong choices here. Clean, nigh immaculate game from the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, you can find small things to criticize, but overall, really impressive. We'll see if Fnatic can maintain that form, but impressive stuff. We're going to now take a break, ready for our third game of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
not too bad as we see the all-in topside. Dominus already popped by Fitch. Good David coming in from Oscar, and he just gets the solo kill.
I'm basing.
Oh, very good. Nice cancel, Uni.
Uni, you are the GOAT!
Nice. Oh, okay. Are we going for golems too? Oh, I'm good. I think I'm fine, buddy. Okay, destroy. Yeah. Acid. Nice. Acid no flash. Go nice. What the f is Naughty doing, man? So Ellis.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for MDK versus Vitality, and that is absolute cinema. I have to say, I've seen some movies by Vitality before, and how to explain it? They always start really well, and I really love the storylines, and I really love the actors that play it. But then in the middle, I don't know, they introduce all these different stories. There's this one actor that's always in it that has way too much screen time, and he really derails everything. So I want to see what this movie's like.
Yeah, for me, you know, it brings me great vibes of The Witcher, you know. It starts off great, Linka's coming in, everyone is super hyped, but then all of a sudden we're in the last season of the show, you know, the year plan is coming to an end, and it's starting to flop a little bit.
Okay, I see.
I have a similar vibe about MDK, honestly, because I wasn't sold on the pitch to begin with, and then I watched the first season, it was amazing, they're all friends, they're succeeding together, and season 2 was so bad, there was nothing that I liked in the new season. So coming into season 3 this summer, I really don't know what to expect from them.
You know, when you have a popcorn and it's like that hard part because it didn't really pop properly, that's how I feel about the Vitality movies currently. A little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, but what about MDK? Like, I've seen, they have like 2 alchemists, you know, we've had 2 actors that played the role of alchemist before with Merwin and Elioya. And now they're just making all of these crazy potions, you know, with Zyra, with Varus, with Ari. Now I'm just thinking, how are all the other sidekicks in this role gonna help them out?
I mean, that's the thing. Like, some scenes make sense, but you see that they want to force them so hard sometimes that that's not what you want to see in this type of movie.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder how it's all going to come together. You know, I want the storyline to be straightforward and clean, and then, you know, then they'll maybe be in the running for the award season, but who knows?
I mean, sometimes the most simple things are the best, and that's what I want to see from them. To have the biggest success in this storyline and everything, you want to see them go down to the basics. I feel.
Yeah, I want to see all of these actors, you know, because they're all amazing, but it feels like they're doing way too many stunts, you know, they're trying to diversify so much, they just need to go back to the basics, have their clear-cut roles, and just stick to them.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, we have our aspirations, so let's see what the movie gives. And yeah, I'd like some popcorn as well, please.
Welcome to a not at all new feature by the LEC, bringing you first-class action.
Didn't have flash.
Non-stop aggression.
Not gonna help Ben. Oh, it does.
And questions that will make you ask,
Too far and in the nick of time.
what is going on? MDK versus Vitality. Our heroes find their back against the wall. Their own aggression has become their worst enemy. And our stars aren't shining as bright as they used to. Doubts are instilling amongst the community.
Why is this happening? Nein! Was passiert hier dann? Das verstehe ich nicht!
They have been here before.
Now gonna be in trouble, tries to get the kill back.
And they are not gonna give up.
Knocking him up! Double kill there for MDK.
Starring superstar Carzzy.
I have ghost guns. I have to run it down.
Against his new Spanish rival, Super.
I believe I'm way better than him.
MDK versus Vitality. Live now. Literally right now. Except if we have a pause, and that would suck.
4 Mad Lions Koi up against Vitality. Yeah, I mean, what better way to kick it off than with that? It was very, very epic there for Mikkel and the crew. I'm Medic, this is Dagda. We're here for your final 3 games of the day. I'm very much looking forward to it.
I think it's going to be a banger. Like, I'm really, really excited to see how these 2 teams are going to face up because, look, it has been a little bit of a disappointment on both sides. Vitality have been getting early game leads but haven't been able to find success. Then we look over across the board as well, and it's just kind of been a similar story where this late game aggression from Mad Lions Koi has just come back to bite them. We saw it a lot against Carmine Corbin. I want to see them now find, at least one of them has to find success across the course of this game.
I mean, yeah, one of them has to win.
It's the way it works.
Obviously, Mad Lions Koi did manage to beat Heretics at the end of last week, so they do have a 1 in that win column. Vitality yet to pick that up, and both teams really struggling in the mid game, getting early leads, getting out to an early advantage, and then falling off the face of a cliff, let's be honest, when we get towards the mid game and towards this later portion. So we want a little bit more cleanliness there, but a little bit more action in the early game. Because I'll be honest, Rob, last week, I cast them snoozers. They were very slow games. I'm hoping for a little bit more aggression
But the
today.
great thing about Vitality is that they will go aggressive in the early stage. It goes great in the early point, and then you kind of just see them getting picked off one by one when it gets to the mid stage. So we will have early action, which is great.
It's good.
At least,
It's
yeah.
good. It's good
It's
to
just
hear.
what happens after that. It's how much hair I have left by the end of the cast. Is what matters.
How much hair Matt has left as well, I think. Still luscious locks for him as the coach of Vitality. On the other side, Mad Lions Koi getting ready for their 4th game of the split of a very impressive winter. Their spring disappointed. Now can they find that form again in summer? The magic that they brought to the stage. Last week we saw a little bit of it. Mirwin cracking out the Varus top lane. We even had Zyra jungle from Elioya, although that failed to secure them the win.
I mean, both these teams have had a lot of creativity, right? We've seen a lot of AP junglers coming through for Linces. We got Carzzy with the Ziggs bot that he even managed to steal a Baron on. And Video as well, going towards the Yone, going towards the Orianna as well, just trying to figure out what he wants to bring to the table. So we definitely know there's a lot of creativity coming into this draft, and I think that's where I'm going to be looking to see how they try and pan out. Because I have to say, even for Scowie on the LeBlanc, I would love seeing him in the LeBlanc. I think he's super creative in the way that he knows where vision on the enemy team is and how he tries to play around that. And I think it's super sick to see. He did a lot in their game up against Carmine Corp and kind of helped them get that lead in the later portion, or in the early portion of the game. But we'll have to see as we launch ourselves into this pick and ban.
Twisted Fate banned away by Mad Lions Koi on the blue side, Vitality on the red side so far. We expect, I mean, against Mad Lions Koi, lots of Ivan bans so far. Against Vitality, the Twisted Fate has been removed in every single game. Vi taking away those easy to play engaged junglers where you have this go button for your team. You want to remove those from the opposition because it makes it so much easier for Mad Lions Koi to actually initiate a play.
And then you're looking at those other big top lane threats. The Rumble taken away. I imagine we'll see the Skarner coming through as well. It did slip through earlier in the day and did look pretty good for Irrelevant, but we'll have to see as this starts to go on. But I think that's kind of where you're looking at both of these sides, is they are more than willing to bring it at Talia, flex it into the jungle, try and play for these AP junglers. So I think that's where more of the bans will be focused as we go through this.
As the Skarner ban, Talia taken away. They can read your mind and your lips, Rob, as Mad Lions Koi get rid of that. Vitality with their final ban. Good look to focus in the mid lane a little bit if they wanted. Take away for Scowie's Azir if you're worried about him having something really safe. Could even look down towards Super in the AD carry role. And we'll see where they go. For the moment, they're taking their time though, and we'll have to wonder where the first pick goes. I think Varus is still very powerful in this sort of position. Alvaro's Nautilus taken away. Mad Lions Koi could just go the Varus because you can triple flex it.
Yeah, Corky, kind of in the same boat as well. You can do a lot of work with that, but well, going to just immediately pick up the Ivern. So definitely a high priority pick that we've seen from Elioya. Played this. Actually hasn't played it yet this split, but it has
against him every game so far. So they're locked in. Vitality now looking towards an AD mid, which will pair up well with an AP jungler that you were talking about. Linces has had a little bit of an experiment on so far. Lilia, the only one available still for him. Alongside the Tristana, you could look for Arel here if you just wanted a little bit more engage. A very powerful support with Nautilus already taken out of the pool.
Yeah, I'm even curious if you want to try and highlight like an AD carry here for yourself, just to try and take that quickly for carries in that bottom side, because you can always go for the AP parrying on that third rotation, but it's actually going to be Sejuani. So I personally prefer seeing Sejuani when you've got that melee mid, where you're willing to, like, say Video bring out the Yone, and then you've got your melee top as well. You can pair with Sejuani for strong skirmishing. We've seen it a lot over in like LCK and LPL, but it hasn't been massively impressive to me whenever I see it just without that kind of pairing. So I do think it's strong as an engage tool, but I do prefer other picks in the jungle at the moment if you don't have that melee counterpart.
What it does give Vitality though is a secondary engage alongside Hylissang, who has been struggling being the primary engage for the team. We always talk about, you know, the mad genius. Recently, a little bit more on the well, off the page with the rest of his team.
It could also just be Vitality saying, look, we've tried carry junglers for Linces, and Linces hasn't been the problem, don't get me wrong, but it's just, hey, we're going to take a different look.
Yep.
After last week hasn't gone so well, let's try a different page and see if it can make it work for us. And we'll have to see now if what they're going to pan out the rest of their draft with. Corky taking on the opposite side, again, a lot of flexibility, can go to Fresco in the mid lane, can go to Soup in the bot side, so I like how much flex there is still in the Mad Lions Koi side.
Could even play Ivan mid if you really wanted to. It doesn't work well, but you could.
I mean, if you really wanted to.
Flex everything all over the place. Vitality now looking for their pick. It will be the Alistair to answer that Rel, of course, a combination or a matchup we've seen quite a few times where the Alistair can knock the Rel out of her knockup, but the Rel can also stun the Alistair as he goes in for the headbutt pulverize with Shattering Strike. So it's a relatively even skill matchup, but I think Alistair does have some advantages when it comes to disengaging the Rel engage.
It's definitely something that doesn't have a huge amount of disengage for itself though, right? Yes, you can headbutt people away, but if you've got 2 or 3 members chasing after you, you're in trouble. So Hilly definitely going to want to be sticking with the team and setting up with the Linces and working as that duo, because I imagine they're going to round out the rest of this composition with a ton of damage, and especially with the Cassante being banned away, they're more than likely going to look for a carrier for Photon, round out something as a carrier for Carzzy. Could even be something like the Ziggs in that bottom side if you want to, but I think it's definitely going to be a, hey, we've got our 2 tanks, we've got our engage, now just flesh this out with as much damage on top of us.
Always a possibility that you flex the Tristana down towards the bot lane as well. Not something we too commonly see now. Tristana very good in mid. The shorter lane really helps her because you have the escape tools, but also you can get onto that tower a little bit quicker. You should demolish, get extra plates in the early game. Vitality taking the Jinx off the boards implies they think this Corky's going mid.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be going mid for the Corky, but I just personally love seeing Ziggs and Tristana together because your turret take is disgusting. The second you get a chance at any tower, it's completely gone. And Vitality did play reasonably well around Carzzy in the early stages, being able to like take tier 2 towers in the bottom side when you have that Ziggs, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the plan, and then you can always go for an AD carry for Photon in that top side as well.
Leave top for last is the expectation here from Vitality. So far, Photon's cracked out the Renekton, the Camille, and the Kennen. Obviously yet to pick up a win on any of them because Vitality have yet to pick up a win. I wonder if this is implying the Tristana flexing. Picking the Renekton early means that you're saving that final pick. Obviously, could still be a Ziggs, but it keeps Mad Lions Koi guessing a little bit longer.
It does play into the hands of Mad Lions Koi, though, because you could go something like a Kennen here if you wanted to flex the Corky into bot, take another champion like a Varus or something in towards that mid lane for Fresco if you wanted to, and try and like have your AP damage there. So I think it's definitely giving opportunities for a good counter pick for Mirren. And Mirren, well, we'll go with the Gragas, which is considered a counter pick, and he has actually done fantastic when he's had opportunities to get these counter picks. So I think it's going to work out well for Mirren and just being able to control Photon in that top side.
Where will Mad Lions Koi go with their final pick? Is it going to be Corky mid, or will we see more AP, some more magic damage? The Azir still available. Instead, the Zeri locked in. So Corky mid, Zeri bot. We've been seeing a lot of Zeri over in the LCK, I think a little in the LPL as well. Usually teamed up with an Enchanter, but she can really take over a game if she gets to a couple of items.
Yeah, and especially since you're able to go for something like the Static Shield first, it just means you got a ton of wave clear, so it doesn't really matter too much what your bot lane matchup is. You should be relatively okay, but again, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Tristana going in towards the mid lane. I still would like the Ziggs here, but looks like they're going to go with the Ezreal instead. Kind of the similar idea though, which is, hey, let's unlock Hilly. Let's get him out onto the map. He's going to be able to roam, and I think this is where video will be getting a lot of attention in the early stages.
Important to note, we are still on 14.11. Live patch is 14.12. That's the one with the Ezreal buffs, or at least the changes, depending on how you look at them. So Vitality won't have those at their disposal. Carzzy, seen as one of the better European Ezreals though, has often had pop-off performances on it. So we'll see how much impact he can have in this game. Expect bloodshed in the early game. Mid-game, expect both teams to struggle a little bit, and we'll keep our eyes on it as we get past that 15-minute mark. For the early game though, you know, mid's relatively even. Tristana and Corky pushing back and forth. Bot lane probably going in favor of the Zeri and the Rel in the early portion. Ezreal's wave play not quite as strong as the Zeri's.
Yeah, it definitely will be. Zeri's able to get control over that matchup, but I think as the game goes on, that's when Ezreal's going to come into his own, because this is a heavy dive composition that you're looking through on Vitality side. So if you're able to have at least that self-peel on the Ezreal, that's really what the safety's for and why they're picking the Ezreal in this draft. And I mean, for Mad Lions Koi, they should be able to absorb at least a good bit of that. You know, Gragas, Ivern do well in that regard. Playing into a Daisy, not going to be great if you're dive.
Let's get on into the action for our matchup of the day. The Mad Lions Koi taking on Vitality. Mad Lions Koi obviously only one win under their belt. Vitality yet to get any, although I think a lot of people looking at their week one's performances would say you clean up your late game a tad and you'll be getting a couple of wins under your belt pretty sharpish. Hylissang just butting heads with Alvaro. Who wins, a horse or a cow? Oh, it's a bull, I guess, technically.
Fair.
Can't
Is it
milk
old
those.
McDonald or something? I don't know. Is that the answer? Because he's got the farm that has all them on it.
Okay, so he's the winner.
Yeah. That's capitalism.
Hylissang's trying to seize the means of production right now. Knocking Alvaro over the wall.
But you can't grab those. You can't grab the means of production, you know? Yeah, it's a conundrum. We'll just never know.
Didn't expect us to go
no.
that route in the early game. But yeah, Hylissang's trying to keep Alvaro at bay. Alvaro now has control of the bush. Elioya coming across as well. No sneaky level 1 Ivan invades for a smite steal of a camp. Looks like we're going to have standard lanes as well. But Carzzy and Hylissang step up here and will help with the leash. They know they're going to get pushed in early. Obviously, it's Alistair. You don't really have anything level 1. You can headbutt someone away. So giving your jungler a little bit more of a leash can help out quite a bit.
Well, maybe Hilly has other... Oh, I thought he was actually just going to wander into the jungle there to try and spot an Ivern, but at least keeping his mid laner safe in the moment as Ivern has started up on that top side, but Elioya will obviously wrap back up in a little bit to grab those. But there's not going to be a huge amount of action, I feel like, in these early stages, right? You can't really get on towards Video as long as he has that jump in the mid lane, similar for Frescowy. Your action on the bottom side is going to be limited just by the fact it is an Ezreal and an Alistair, as Hilly hitting the wrong person. In the
that
grand
minion
scheme.
did nothing to you, Hylissang. Wow.
Look, you just got to put them in their place.
We went from seizing the means of production to full animal farm here by Hilly. It's like more equal than others, it seems. He'll knock Alvaro back, who does hit level 2, jumps in, doesn't quite connect with the knockup, but does get the stun. Frescowy trading with VTO in the mid lane. Frescowy down to a couple of HP, and VTO just flashes on him. I don't think that's how that should have gone.
No, I mean, Frescowy just stuck around a little bit too long, and Video was just happy to wail on the entire time. He does a ton of damage with the Presti attack, and also then having the bomb on top of him. So Frescowy didn't opt into the Hail of Blades, went for the fleet footwork, and paid for it in the long run.
And the fleet footwork is so good for trading over a long period of time, but when you're in one extended trade, it really doesn't give you quite as much. So Frescowy just overstepping. VTO on the board for Vitality. A good early start for the Vitality mid. Doesn't have flash now. We'll see if MDK can punish that at all, but I doubt it. The Tristana, especially with how you can buffer your jump away from CC, is just so hard to get on top of.
Yeah, and I think that's where you're now going to struggle. That's why I didn't think we'd actually get much action in this mid lane, because both of them are relatively slippery, but Frescowy just giving that kill across now means that Video's in a much better spot, and if he starts to get opportunities to roam around, maybe he can link up with Linces, start to play up towards top side, potentially look for dives, but it is going to be a case of now trying to control Video in this mid lane.
Slice and dice out by Photon. No one trading effectively there. Meanwhile, Hilly going in. Was locked up with the Shadowing Strike for a second. Jump in. Carzzy already onto Alvaro. The United is ticking on him as well. Alvaro's had to flash away. Carzzy flashes, needs another auto. Gets it. Vitality 2-0 up early doors.
Nice stuff there. Carzzy being able to pick up the kill as Hylissang gets the engage. This is where, again, MDK, they're just going that little bit over aggressive, but Elioya is here now.
Hylissang looking for the knockback. The stun coming up as well. Carzzy still trading in, and in the end, Carzzy and Hylissang able to retreat to safety.
Well played by Hilly. He headbutts Elioya into the wall, which gets you the full duration of the knockback, but without actually causing the distance as a Photon needs to maybe be careful here. Yeah, be able to back away. But then you're able to get the pulverize, then you get the next CC, so buys enough space for Carzzy to get back. But again, that's 2 kills now for Vitality with just mistakes in the lanes.
Yeah, and it's just overstepping by MDK, really. You could see what Alvaro was thinking in the bot lane. It's like, well, we've already had headbutt pulverize out from Hylissang. I can engage, but if you get onto Carzzy, it doesn't really mean too much, especially since you'd already used that Shadowing Strike. Both Alvaro and Elioya were spotted on a ward as they sneak in here, as is Hylissang. Good warding from both teams, just spotting out these possible routes towards the mid lane. VTO needs a little bit of cover because he doesn't have that flash, but we've already extolled the virtues of Tristana's safety in the mid lane. He can just back away.
Yeah, the safety on the bottom side is what I'm concerned for, though, because as Hylissang starts to level up, you get a couple more items on towards Carzzy. that level 6 potential for the dive is absolutely insane. Now Alvaro should have his, or actually won't have his ultimate back up, flash back up at that stage, which will make it a little bit tough for him to try and survive. But when you've got like Sejuani ults, Hylissang ults, that dive is very, very threatening. So I'm not fully surprised to see these early wards going down from MDK to just try and cover where Linces is on the map, so Elioya can try and match it.
Still have a little bit of time before we get towards that level 6 as well. Hilly level 3 moving around, knockdown throw back again. The control ward goes down, Shadowing Strike for the stun. Hilly still has the pulverize and uses it to distract Alvaro for long enough that he retreats to the safety of his AD carry.
Yeah, I gotta feel like Linces has had a very easy job this game. It's been like,
he's
good
done
job, guys. You've
nothing
done
in
great.
Power Farm.
Yeah. Which it was usually fantastic when he's on like the carries that we've seen so far, but like he hasn't actually had to get involved because his lanes are just winning by themselves. Now might go up to the top side as that's the only one that isn't, but Boy Grubs are up and available, so you're gonna go pick them up instead.
Doing a jungler's job, get the neutrals, make sure your lanes are winning by having MDK overstepping a couple of them.
He's just there for moral support. He's in the call. He's like, great job, guys. Yeah, you got that CS. You Hylissang, the headbutt on that minion was insane.
It's worked out well for Vitality. It's going to be a trade of grubs for this Drake. Carzzy and Hylissang having to accept the wave a bit further back. They know their jungler's not on this side of the map, but that hasn't stopped Hylissang before. He steps forward, Shadowing Strike into the knockup. Frescowi's here to react, and Hilly flashes the wall, but the chase continues from MDK. I'm not sure contesting this Drake was the best idea. Already they've lost one, and Vitality want to keep the fight going. Flash away, Elioya dodges away from the Glacial Prism, but is locked up and killed by Carzzy, and now the fight really begins for Vitality. The contest after the contest is what they were looking for. Super flashes away, but with a bomb on his head, he goes boom. Frescowi trying to escape, but no flash for him anymore. Means he'll be locked up, and VTO will get his third of the game.
So it looked a little funky from Hylissang, but honestly,
worked out well.
It worked out in the end. And
I'm sorry, Hilly, I wasn't familiar with your game.
Yeah, I think that was the game plan, which was, hey, if I can just delay them long enough, in theory he survives, right? He's able to flash over the wall, but actually being able to draw Linces down means they're able to get the play. That's 3 kills for both Video and Carzzy now, and Alvaro is kind of just window shopping here as he sees Vitality take the dragon out from underneath them.
And when we talk about creating space, that's what Hilly was doing here. Like, we meme about it every now and again, we joke about it, but it worked out perfectly for them, as you say, delayed for long enough that Linces and VTO could come down.
But it was also the level 6 was hit off of Boy Grubs on the top side for Sejuani. So Hilly, look, obviously was like, hey, if I can just draw them away, we can buy some time here. He ends up going down, which is unfortunate, but you get the follow-up play, and MDK, this is overextending.
Cleanse coming out from Carzzy, Hylissang low, puts the trample down, knocks Super over the wall, gets the pulverize down as well, but no stun from the trample. In the end, MDK finding a kill in the bot lane in the 2v2.
I wasn't sure where Linces was on the map, so as we came back out of the replay, I thought Linces was actually going to be in his bot side jungle, but instead was back in base. So nice read from MDK to realize that the jungler for Vitality wasn't there, and they could actually get the dive onto Hilly.
It did look a little bit over-aggressive to kick things off, but now the gold lead between the AD carries only about 100. We've seen Zeri take over games so many times over the last few years. We'll see if Super can do it in this game as well, because he has to deal with not 1 but 2 AD carries. The Tristana for VTO very fed as well. About 800 gold, his individual lead. Hylissang roaming in here. Linces is not quite in the area yet, and it looks like they're just going for the control ward. They'll back away. Alvaro puts a control ward down of his own, but doesn't spot the ward at the Razor Beaks. Was pinged out, and Elioya will go across with the sweeper to make sure that his jungle is free from prying eyes.
Still though, Linces spending time on this bottom side, allowing at least the push to go through, but it feels like Vitality are trying to set up for play, but Mirren, there you go, just able to back away from Photon. That's kind of the problem when you're facing into the Gragas, is just how good he is at disengaging from Renekton.
I love the way we pan to top lane, you see the ultimate, and we just keep talking about the ult point until anyone gets really low, because we know not much is going to happen with that body slam. Mirren able to keep himself safe as houses. A slight gold lead for Photon, but nothing too consequential up there. It's the mid lane we have to keep our eyes on, and a little bit in the bot lane for Carzzy.
I'm kind of wishing we got to see a little bit more. Oh, hang on. Oh, no, it's fine. Syncing up between Hilly and Linces, because I think this was the highlight for me when I was looking at Vitality coming into this bit was, hey, look, you got Linces incredibly hyped coming in from the LFL. And I was looking forward to seeing what him and Hilly could do in the early stages, but it just hasn't really been those two working together. It's been more Hylissang making a significant amount of plays on his own. And that worked out for, you know, Vitality last split. He was kind of the driver of their early game. But my biggest expectation for these two was seeing how aggressive and how much they could take over the early stages.
I wonder if when Hilly hits 6, if things will change a little bit in that regard, because of course, you know, Sejuani and Alistar diving towers, roaming as a gank squad is very powerful, but for the moment the Alistar doesn't have the unbreakable will, doesn't have the damage reduction, so might just want to try and scale up a little bit as Hilly goes in once again. There's the 6, pops the Unbreakable Will, but Elioya is here for the battle. Magnet Storm will pull Hilly back, and Unbreakable Will is going to time out, and I think Hilly is going to time out as well. Super with his 3rd of the game.
Yeah, Linces and Video are moving down here, though. I don't know if they're going to be able to get much after the play. They're still fishing for Carzzy here.
Nope.
No. All right.
Sometimes you go fishing, you don't catch anything. You have to just enjoy the joy of sitting on a very still lake.
Of watching your support die.
Yeah. Oh, Daisy's being a nuisance. Just, spotting out around the corner, make sure no one was hiding there. The gold about 1,200 in Vitality's favor with a minute on the Chemdrake. We're basically guaranteed a good dragon this game. You know, we've got Ocean, Infernal, Hextech left. That's always nice when you get a good Dragon Soul. Means more fighting often.
I am going to be a little sad if it's Ocean, though. We got like
a
66.6% chance. It's going to be great. Hylissang, maybe a slightly higher chance of success here, though.
That's the flash. Frescawi's flash about to come off cooldown. Still a couple of seconds before it does return. There's the jump in, but Elioya's here once again. The Root Caller hits onto a minion. Alvaro goes for the engage. Hylissang locked up for a second. Lince's here to join the party and forces Alvaro, Elioya, and Frescawi away.
Yeah, at least he's in position to get Vitality out of there, but Alvaro still wants to try and play up. Frescawi had only just teleported back into lane, so for Dragon in 30 seconds, he hasn't really got an option to come back into this, whereas at least on Vitality, relatively healthy apart from Hilly.
Vito just jumps onto Super, lightning crash. Explosive charge going out. Vito looking for the Goomba Stomp, and Super doesn't have the vision. Vito with his 4th on the board.
He wanted that right click, but wasn't able to get it. Now Alvaro might be out of position, able to hop over the wall. Yoya here to support. As the wave comes through, though, Vitality just going to be happy to take a plate off this.
Yeah, with Drake up in 8 seconds as well, you just want to try and force MDK away from their own side of the jungle. You can go across and take that dragon. Might wait for it, make sure this wave's pushed in first. There's a TP ward, but no TPs available for MDK.
I think you have to give this up as MDK, though. I mean, look at the first item basically completed almost across the board here for Vitality, at least for the people that have been involved in the fight. So I think for MDK, just look to trade, go for some Void Grubs. If you could even get, you know, 1 or 2 stolen away, that denies Vitality that opportunity to go for some of those higher level Void Grubs.
Get up towards the 13-minute mark. It's 2 Drakes, 2 Grubs. 3-kill lead and about 1,000 gold advantage for Vitality. But this has kind of been the story of their split so far. They are very good at finding these early leads. It's a Mountain Drake Forest, one that I think I excluded from my list earlier on, but obviously I was prophetic or pathetic, depending on how you look at it.
I'll say nothing.
BTO standing around this red buff. You can see Vitality now being a little bit more greedy in their positioning, a little bit more eager to take the fight. They know they have the advantage in terms of items, as you say. Issue for them pushing out this bot lane is that Super has the static shiv, and that's very good at making sure you can't really get the wave in. BTO jumps onto Frescawi again, and the trade is very positive for the Vitality mid.
Man, Kraken Slayer and Tristana, he's just so incredibly strong. And yeah, you're going to get the Triforce fairly soon for Frescawi, but you just can't contest any sort of position here on mid-wave. And that's making things quite easy for Vitality, because you can just go for these trades, happy out, and then BDO starts to transition now down towards the bottom side. He can allow Carzzy and Hylissang to go for the reset. The pressure you have on the map with BDO being as strong as he is absolutely insane.
Yeah, translating that pressure into other lanes as well, very important. He's picking up all of this extra farm. It's about even with Frescawi, who's done a good job of keeping up, considering how difficult the laning phase has been for him. But my question still remains. At the 15-minute mark, both these teams are pretty good at getting leads. Both these teams are pretty good at getting ahead, and Vitality here are ahead. The question is, can they actually take that lead and make it into a game-winning situation?
Yeah, well, let's try and focus on how Vitality actually push that, because when you look at Vitality, the big driving force for them is Hylissang, and whenever you want to see what Vitality want to get up to, it's look at Hylissang. And you can see at the moment he's drifting up into this top side of the map. The big thing that he wants to do is try and set up the vision kind of in this bush down here, set some vision up here, and then they can look over towards the Rift Herald. And oftentimes what you'll notice with Hilly is he'll do something that's called cheating tempo. So as you go to push in mid-wave, Hilly won't help you push. He'll try and very quickly drift in to get this vision control down ahead of time, and it means that then you gain a couple of extra seconds where he could have been on mid-wave, and it means in a lot of situations Vitality are able to leverage that into gaining small advantages. Now, he tried to go for it there, but was blocked by Yoya, but now he's going to find Super.
And Alua and Alvaro. Frascawi's pushing out that bot lane as well. The risk always is when you cheat something in a game, the opposition can call you on it. And they can be like, hey, you're not allowed to do this, and then jump on one of your carries or jump on whoever you've left isolated in the mid lane. Here, the Rift Herald gets the charge in, and MDK weren't able to find that opportunity to get and engage. For the moment, Vitality playing it relatively clean. It was a little bit messy early on. The Dragon fight comes to mind, but Vitality jumped on it, pounced on it, and managed to get their early kills. Can they keep it up? And can MDK find a way out of the small hole that has been dug for them? Or will they find a shovel and continue digging?
They need to find some way to get vision control in river, because at the moment Hylissang has just been wandering up and down, clearing out all that vision and making it nigh on impossible then for actually to set up plays. And when you're this defensive into your own jungle, you can't really step up to make anything happen, although Yoya on that bottom side is going as Linces is heading top.
Looking for Mirwin, has the explosive cask and the flash. Linces on his way, Mirwin flashes early, body slams, gets to safety. The wave gonna push back into him, so no worries of a freeze here.
Still, Vitality are kind of happy to just keep this up. You got a minute and a half until Dragon, and Hylissang is just trying to, again, keep this vision away out of MDK, but here comes Linces mid.
Dodge away, Redemption coming out as well. Super healed up. Good dodge from the Glacial Prison, but a relatively short cooldown there for Linces.
And the whole point of that was trying to blow a summoner spell on Super. If you get that cleanse out before that Dragon fight in a minute, he suddenly becomes a very good target for Vitality to try and focus down, but Super able to step away from that, so no real threat now for MDK upcoming.
MDK have some bad memories, and for Carzzy as well, some bad memories. Obviously honouring Faker this week with the Hall of Legends, and it was 1647. I will say, Faker lost quicker than that, 1601 against IG, but 1647 obviously the one that a little bit more relevant.
Do you think LCS is ever going to let us forget that time?
Of course not.
It's never going to happen.
We have to remember, what is it, 1731 or whatever, FlyQuest loss? 17, I can't see. Here's the thing, I can't even remember that. So it shows that it's not going to work. I was trying to remember that, but MDK trying to remember a way to find picks here in the river. They got that vision control you were talking about. There is a deep ward behind the Dragon Pit, but not really going to do Vitality too many favors as Hylissang's caught out a little bit. Has the Unbreakable Will, and will pop it. It's a big ultimate used before this oncoming fight.
Yeah, and oh, hang on, Super going for Carzzy.
Carzzy jumps away. Once again, trying to burn summoners, trying to chunk out Carzzy just a little bit.
Yeah, and this is where Vitality kind of get back to being bit off by going that little bit aggressive without having the lanes in their favor. Bottom mid, we're shoved in, Linces gets caught in river, and that's a lot used now as for Scout, you got to push for video out.
VTO at 2 items. Navori Flicker Blades complete it for him. He will be very powerful if given a bit of time in these fights. MDK going to start off the Drake. Hylissang was able to reset and is on his way down here. Already has boots too, so speeding his way towards the battle. Carzzy's up towards the top side. Vitality trying to set up around this. Double TP's invested. Magnet Storm in by Alvaro. Follow up by Super. There's a lightning crash. VTO able to dash away. Hylissang with a good double knock up on the backline. Super stunned up. Cleanses with the Predator following stun. Super still trying to dash away from Photon, but he's having none of it. Photon will kill the MDK 80 carry, and now VTO begins to open up for Mirwin, you can't get close enough with a body slam. Vitality around the Drake once again, find 2.
Really well played by Vitality. Hilly gonna even interrupt Alioya there, just being an absolute nuisance, but you see Hylissang getting the stun on towards Super was crucial there because it allows Photon to follow up. And again, Vitality just play this so well. Watch the position here. Because MDK waited so long to set up the play, Hylissang ends up moving in here. So you get the initial knock-up, then the CC comes in on Stupu cleanses, but Hilly waits with his own auto attack to stun Super again after the cleanse was used, which then the go button for Photon, who immediately sees his opportunity. On the opposite side, Mirwin trying his damnedest to take down anyone, but Vitality are just too strong.
You can see what MDK are trying to do. a first tower went down during that play as well. It was bot lane, I believe Photon got it. Both these teams have like, kind of struggled to take the objectives in at the mid game, and we had a brief look at it over the stats meeting we had. You can see, like Mad Lions Koi, they got 5 Drakes in 3 games between 15 and 30 minutes. Vitality only picked up 3. Both teams only getting a single Herald, a single Baron. Here, the fights have been determined around these objectives. Question is, will they continue to go in Vitality's favor, and can they continue the stranglehold they've had on neutral objectives through this game?
Well, this is where the big test has been for Vitality. Often we've even seen them, as you say, get that Baron, but it's the plays after. It's the post 20 minutes where it starts to fall apart, and this is where, again, I like what we're seeing at the moment. At least with Carzzy and Hilly just trying to threaten MDK, but if you actually look at your screen, the amount of vision that they have set up on this bottom side actually lets them go for this play on towards Frescow. You can't be spotted at all. There's even another one actually over here. And it just means that constantly Vitality can just shove down mid and threaten on towards this bottom side at any point in time. And MDK, they always have to take that long way around. Like, look where Elyoy is positioned. He's afraid to go into his own side of the jungle.
You can see on the other side of the map, MDK put their vision in the top side jungle, which means if you're VTO, you have to step that little bit further back.
Them anyway.
Managed to work his way all the way around here. Super caught out once again, stunned up with a trample. And Hilly is on fine form today, constantly finding these picks. His scoreline betrays him, but he has been the key catalyst for Vitality.
And that's now going to be the Baron starting. Frescowy's in the bottom side, going to have to TP in towards this play, but MDK, this is going to be a miracle if you get in here.
Can you get close? Illisang says no. The door is up. The locks are shut. And Vitality get the Baron, a 5,000 gold lead on the cusp of what could be their first win of summer. VTO is going to take a tower in the top lane. Illisang just doing Illisang things as he keeps Mirwin at bay.
So I've been told that we have a new game, so I want to try and bring it up. How would you rate Hilly's performance out of Fakers? Out of 5 Fakers, how many would you do?
Out of 5 Fakers so far? I mean, the thing is, in this fake or faker discussion, I think Hilly's played really well. However, when we talk about Faker, you have to have a big moment that turns the game. You think against G2 when he catches Hans Summer with the Spirit Rush charm. You think about against Ruler when he slides in, he sees the angle. You think about against RNG when he gets the Lissandra ult on 3 at the Baron pit. I would put Hilly, oh, never mind. I'd give him 2. I'd give him 2 Fakers so far.
So where? About here? Is that where you
about
go?
there.
Okay, cool.
You can make a little smile. No, wait, you can make a smiley face with the Fakers.
Beautiful.
Didn't think of that. But yeah, I'd say he's 40% Faker. And that's not saying that he's not playing well.
Yeah.
Because he's definitely playing well. He just hasn't had that moment that says, goodness, Hilly, that was beautiful, you know?
All right, well, I think he's, you know, the first play that he had was really, really good at the Dragon Pit as Vitality go to siege up. So maybe we hold up. No, we're going to, I'd give him like, maybe like 3.5.
2.5. 2.5. Yeah, that makes sense.
In around there, because I think he's actually been really, really good. I think he's had a fantastic game. And I think if Vitality hadn't had his pressure in the early stages, I think they'd be in a much different position right now.
I very much agree with you. And the reason we tunnel on Illisang so much for Vitality is last week he wasn't on the same page as the team. Last week he struggled, and we've seen signs of it over probably all of 2024, even some of 2023, where it just looks like they are uncoordinated. Today, though, Hilly is being very much on the same page as the rest of his team, and because of it, Vitality have this 6,000 gold lead.
And with Dragon about to spawn as well, they are in such a good position. Ward's already down. You can see MDK trying to clear that out in this bottom side of the jungle. They got push on bot. Now they're teleported back in towards mid as well to try and get this wave shoved out from BDO. And MDK are kind of struggling here to get any sort of insight into where Vitality are positioned.
Yeah, Vitality just have so many options on where to shut off MDK. You can play around this bush, you can play around the gate down towards the Razor Beaks, you can play around bot tri-bush if you want. With your mid lane towers still standing as well, it's so hard for MDK to actually get mid-prio and push this wave all the way in. Vitality will fight for the wave, but the tower still remains at half HP. Now MDK trying to wrestle their way into the river. Photon stuns up Mirwin, Frescowy knocked up off towards the bottom side. Carzzy continues to rain hell upon MDK. Next wave on its way, about 10 seconds away, but it's just darkness for Mad Lions Koi. There's no avenue for them to get in here, and they've given up the ghost on the Drake.
And somewhere there is a mad cow who's out for blood, but it's just going to be the Dragon taken. Frescowy's just taken too low. No way you can try and threaten that with no teleport to get him back in. So Mountain Soul for Vitality off the back of that. And yeah, you get some vision in the topside jungle of Vitality, but Mad Lions Koi are just slowly but surely bleeding out here.
And it doesn't matter because you've still got 2.5 minutes on the Baron. So all that Vitality have to do is go for a reset, clear out the vision in their own side of the jungle, which if they are playing the way they have done so far this game, they will, and then they can advance their vision line into your jungle. MDK very much on the back foot. They did manage to get a tower. Even, like, you know, closes the gold gap to only 6,300, but that's still...
We did it, guys! Let's go!
Still a pretty sizable sum, and it's not only VCO who's ahead. Look at Photon in the top lane. 3 items complete for him. He's got a 2,500 gold lead, Dagda.
And if anyone is confused by the new Warmogs trend that we're seeing in the support role, health is just really OP at the moment because they end up taking out a bunch of the cut downs and things that have this percentage health damage. Just having that extra health now works out very, very well.
Also with Overgrowth and a couple of runes, you can get it online by the time you finish it, which is crazy, really powerful. It gives you 10% movement speed as well outside of combat, which when you're playing things like an Alistar, like a Rel, even a Nautilus to some degree, just gives you so many more options when you are trying to be that mad cow coming out of the bushes. MDK fighting for control of the bottom side of the jungle because they have Piscawi pushing in. That's another tower to them. They're doing a good job of finding small bits of gold on the map while still ceding pressure to Vitality.
Yeah, and this is Vitality just... The way I've seen Vitality play an awful lot is not to try and over-push their advantages, but to try and deny gold to everyone else. You can see at the moment, even though they had that push in the top side that was coming through for a video, instead of actually trying to overextend and look to take out the tier 2 tower on the top side, they're instead playing to deny this extra little bit of gold that's coming through from the bounties on the bottom side. So you can see instead of trying to match the tier 2 for tier 2, they're playing to deny excess gold going into MDK.
Excess gold could be the difference between Piscawi sitting at 2 items around the Baron or getting towards 3. Super the same, Static Shiv, Runan's complete for him, i.e. Next up on the menu, reset for Alvaro. He finally completes his Warmogs 27 minutes into the game, but look at what he's dealing with. 3 items for VTO, Lord Doms alongside the Flicker Blades and the Kraken Slayer, Triforce, Manamune fully stacked up into the Muramana for Carzzy, and that Lord Dominic's Regards is going to be a very hard ask for Alvaro. Needs to find a solid engage, but both the people you're looking at have jumps. Like, you have the Arcane Shift and you have the rocket jump from the Tristana. It makes it so difficult for Mad Lions Koi to actually find an advantageous engage.
There's also just so many engage tools that are available to Vitality from such long range that trying to threaten mid-wave and threaten anyone who's evading onto top side or even into your bottom side jungle is just insane. TP on towards the mid-wave, though, is very aggressive. MDK want to force here, but Photon's still bot side.
I think Vitality just walk away. Yep. Just walk away.
I don't know if that was a little bit like, hey, we thought Vitality were about to pull the trigger, so we were preemptively covered it, but now they're going to try and force Baron to guarantee Photon's TP in response.
Any control wards for Vitality. True Shot Barrage comes down. 11,000 still on the Baron. TP now invested by Photon, and MDK pull off the Baron. Vitality don't have as much vision as they'd like, but they're going to start up the Baron once again. Alvaro with the Magnet Storm finds the engage, explosive cards with the knockback, and they're looking for VTO shut down. MDK have finally found a fight that might be advantageous to them as Super begins to open up onto Photon, but Carzzy is untouched, and Carzzy continues to hit shot after shot after shot onto the backline of MDK. Even with VTO falling, first Vitality win out on the day.
Carzzy's positioning was immaculate in that fight. Even when Super turns on to him, he's like, nope, I got the damage, you're not going to be able to take me down. And Vitality, just like that, forget the Baron, they're taking the game.
No one up for 10 seconds time, only Elioya and Alvaro then. Vitality will tank up the Nexus towers, and at the 4th time of asking, it looks like they'll pick up a win here in Summer. Alvaro here to try and stop the party happening, but I don't think you can stop this party bus from rolling in. Vitality finally pick up a win in Summer.
And it finally looks like the Vitality that we are expecting coming into this split. Great aggression in the early stages, a solo kill for VTO mid, winning out in the 2v2 bot, slowly but surely gaining vision and getting the win for themselves. This is the Vitality that I wanted to see.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Like, it's about that control in the mid game, and they controlled that game very well, even when it looked like there was a good fight for MDK. They slammed the doors in their face. You can vote for your Kia Player of the Game and LEC on X, VTO, Carzzy, or Hylissang are your options. I'm probably giving it to Hilly. I think Carzzy also had a very good game, as did VT. Like, they all did well. Yeah. I'm support biased. I'd give it to Hilly.
We're two supports, of course.
Yeah, exactly. We're very biased. give it to Hylissang. A great result for Vitality. For MDK, of course, their sorrows continue. 1 and 3, not where you want to be, sitting near the bottom of the pack. Can they find a return to form over the next few weeks? We're going to hand it over to a break because Carzzy is with us on the desk after that. See you soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Trading with VTO in the mid lane. Pascawi down to a couple of HP and VTO just flashes on him. I don't think that's how that should have gone. Already onto Alvaro, the United is ticking on him as well. Alvaro's had to flash away. Carzzy flashes, needs another auto, gets it.
No flash. I can kill, okay, nice.
That might be advantageous to them as Super begins to open up onto Photon, but Carzzy is untouched, and Carzzy continues to hit shots after shots after shots onto the backline of MDK.
Yay! They finally closed out a game. Congratulations, Carzzy.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Thank you very much. I'm super happy.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. I have to say, we were watching this game and you again got a good early game, a good game plan, everything, but we were definitely afraid in watching that kind of the same thing was going to happen. That happened last week. So how much of your practice was focused on kind of that aspect of everything?
I mean, like the entire practice, I'd say.
Okay.
I was very surprised because in the game we were playing quite clean around objectives and we were playing very slowly with our comp, not giving them any openings. So I thought that we played really well. Usually we are really bad at like the 4th dragon, but this 4th dragon we played super slowly. And we got him in a pretty good manner, I'd say. So I'm very proud of everyone's hard work.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
It's amazing. Odo, you were saying how, especially around the dragons in the replay we're going to watch in a second as well, it is actually quite tricky for Vitality to come into MDK.
I mean, every time, as Carzzy said, third Drake or any Nashor is the trigger for the game is throwable. But even now, how hard did you feel like it was for you to get into this situation? Because with the Ivan brushes and everything, it's so hard for you to retake this position, I feel like.
I mean, I think we got like the draft. It was kind of hard. I think they kind of got us in the draft and I had to like flip out my Ezreal.
Yeah.
Because I think their comp is pretty OP unless Corki falls behind, but Vito was smurfing this game, so Corki was kind of invisible. But yeah, since they were so behind, it wasn't as hard because they are not a threat. But if they were fine in the game, I can imagine that it could be hard, like even they are permanently hiding in the Ivan bushes to do anything about it.
Could be more tricky than it was. Let's also take a look at the Baron because this was tricky. I think you didn't realize that Viteo was dead actually, so you were solo having to save this game.
Yeah, I look at him now. He's just getting flash comboed in, Eid, everything, one shot. Oh, it's 4v5 from the beginning of the fight, but Ezreal is just hitting for free.
I mean, I think that Photon was really, really strong, so if Photon wasn't as strong as he is right now during this fight, I think we would have probably lost. But even if Viteo died, I had like 4 items, 3.5 items. So I was giga strong at this point and I just knew that I'm like, with this soul and Trinity Force, I'm like a tank, you know, with Ezreal.
Yeah, it really looked like, you know, when it's Zeri versus Ezreal, you know, just because she's shooting you like 5 times and you're just queuing her 1 time, you're expecting her to win, but you were popping off really hard. The Zeri had nothing on you. And yeah, Photon, Renekton, always somehow it is different, you know, because even when I played against him, it's not the EU Renekton, you know, EU Renekton always gets flamed, always gets called out for being quite useless, but Photon Renekton, even in the Drake fight, I think at 18 minutes he was popping off really, really hard. But yeah, props to you for playing Ezreal before it even got buffed, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I always have to play Ezreal when things are going bad, you know? That's like my trend, always when it's needed. When we are like at the bottom, I have to play either Kai'Sa or Ezreal. And they banned my Kai'Sa, so...
Yeah. Their loss, really, doing that. You are also our Kia Player of the Game, Carzzy.
Wow.
Congratulations.
How do you feel? Is that amazing?
It's actually amazing. I don't think I've gotten many MVPs in my career, so like every MVP
That's a travesty.
has a special place for me in my heart, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's ridiculous.
So
like maybe, I mean, maybe you haven't won. Because I feel like you should be getting them a lot, because I always see you popping
What
off.
does that mean? It's just
I
no one
didn't
else on
finish my
Vitality
thoughts.
that can carry or what?
I don't know. We're not going to finish our thoughts. So I want to talk a little bit about EU bot lanes, Carzzy, because you know SK came onto the scene. You know their first game today was insane. Once again, do you think they're kind of shifting the landscape? And are all the best bot lanes in EU Korean? Question mark.
No.
Nice. Don't let her talk to you like that, okay?
No. Koreans are not overtaking EU yet. At least not on the bot lane position. As long as me and Handsome are here, we are gonna take care of it. So don't worry.
And which position are they taking over?
Top.
I mean,
But you got benched for a Spaniard. That's embarrassing because it's embarrassing.
What do you mean that's even worse?
Because like Koreans are overtaking apparently the bot lane.
Man, I literally protected you and you just threw me under the bus like that.
No, okay, there is only one Korean top laner in the LEC, right? It's Photon. So what I just
Kana.
said, that, oh, true. Okay, maybe.
Yeah, Kana as well.
And Kana is pretty good.
Yeah, yes.
Is he?
I think that he's the best, yeah.
Yeah.
Already?
Yeah.
Is that just because K-Corp plays 2-1 or?
No, I just, like from scrims, he's just a beast, you know?
Oh.
Oh, he's a scrim god.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
What does Mish Mish mean?
So Mish means mouse, and it's the only thing that I say during my stream, you know?
Yeah.
I cannot communicate in any other way.
You
so
don't
I
say
just say
anything
Mish.
else. Mish Mish.
No, it's just Mish.
So it's like it's 4 hours of mish mish.
Mish Mish.
Just like that.
Mish.
Why wouldn't you watch the stream? Hey, Carzzy,
yeah, true.
we're celebrating Faker's induction into the Hall of Legends. So what we've been doing is making players recreate historical Faker moments. So production is going to give us one, and then you have to try to do it as good as possible. So which one is it, production? Oh, is this one?
You have to eat a broccoli, it looks like.
Where is the broccoli?
I think we have one sec.
Oh my
that's
god,
a
that's
huge broccoli.
wait.
Oh, he ate the small one.
Don't choke on it like he did.
All
Man,
right.
that's a huge broccoli. He's like the
Bring in
father
the
of
broccoli.
broccolis. Look at him. Now, from where are you gonna bite it? Talk me through your thought process.
Is it clean?
I got it cleaned, I think, right? Yeah, it is, it is.
Now tell me how you make your choice. How,
I'm
like,
just
what do you
gonna
look
bite.
at?
I'm just gonna
Just
bite
bite
into
it.
it.
Just send it.
Oh, that was a nice crunch.
Oh, that crunch was
Oh.
amazing. Is it any good?
He doesn't look like he enjoys it.
It's not good.
It's not good. Okay, wait, it's fine. Get him off camera. We'll get rid of the broccoli. I think we need him for a content piece as well, so hopefully that's fine. Vitality get their first win. We're going to head over to our casters in just a second. We weren't supposed to, but I think we need to because we have a broccoli situation. So take it away, guys.
But he's still eating it.
Oh, no, we're doing draft. Are we? Never mind, we're doing draft here, so...
Wait, we are doing draft?
Yes. Yes.
You can do it with the broccoli or without it. You can put it down if you want.
Yeah. All
Well,
right.
now no one can eat the broccoli, you know? Like, I maybe wanted a bite
Is
of
it
it.
really bad?
No, it's fine.
Oh, it's fine?
I'm fine with broccoli.
You're just dramatic.
It was just, I'm just a drama queen.
Okay, cool. Anyway, it's Team Heretics versus KC. Let's go. Carzzy, we've been, I want to say, happier with KC. Like last week, they had some frustrating loss, but also a great win where they had a comeback win versus you guys. I believe. No, not you guys. But anyways, you know, we're a bit more hopeful. How do you feel about them?
Well, I think that they are playing definitely a lot better. I mean, from scrims, like, they are kind of good, but even with the last roster, they were beating us in scrims, so, like, hard to say.
Yeah?
But, yeah, on stage they are playing pretty well. I'm especially surprised with Vladi, because I think he's performing insanely well for being a rookie. And, I mean, Kana is Kana, you know, and Closer is actually surprisingly good as well.
Yeah.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, I was surprising Closer as well. He leveled up the team, I feel, massively. Feels like they're a lot more coordinated with him instead of Bo. With Bo, there was this element of chaos everywhere. But onwards to draft, what do you think of this Senna ban? Because Senna, it really feels like it's a bait pick over here in the LEC. I have not seen this champion win once, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's super strong, but the teams need to know how to play around it. And it's like a macro pick, you know? You move them up, you get grabs, you hit top tower. It's like you move top, you play with your top laner, so you need to see these angles. And when you see them, then the champ is really strong. But if you just stay on lane in bot and you just keep laning the entire time, it's a lot weaker.
Yeah. Oh, Corki is open. Would you look at that? Another OP AD carry that came. We also played mid. What's your opinion on Corki? How strong do you think this champion is?
I think that Corki is really, really OP if he has the right pairing on bot lane. But I prefer this champion on mid lane rather than bot, honestly. Because I feel like this champ just wins 1v1 against everyone. Or like shoot, and it scales fine. It has sideline pressure. It has a gap closer as well. It's just like, it has a good kit for mid lane.
Yeah.
So I prefer Corki mid.
Trist is open.
Yeah, we're probably gonna see this Corki going mid, I would say. That's why Tristana was not picked now, because it just feels like there's no priority, there's no necessity to pick it now, and it's a lot better to secure the Talia and the Nautilus pairing. Real is a great answer here into what K-Corp is opting to. Don't you feel like Real right now is the most broken support on the patch?
Yeah, I definitely feel like it. But I think that Talia Nautilus is insane combo though. Like, whoever gets hooked, if they don't have something that's tanky, okay, they have Maokai, but maybe he goes the Leandris build.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing Maokai priorities rising up a little bit. It's not one of the champions that I would be expecting. I would have expected more of the, you know, Talia, Lilia pairings, you know, just high mobility. Because I wasn't really a big fan of the Maokai in the first game as well when I saw it, especially with the Leandri. But now, oh, Caitlyn.
That's wild.
It did get nerfed.
Yeah, I mean, it's still strong, but it makes sense. Like, Corki is weak against outrange AD carries, and Nautilus can kind of disengage the rel, so Caitlyn can just play 1v1 against the Corki in lane.
Well, there are clear win conditions, I feel like, now for K-Corp, where at least the team comp has some sort of identity, you know, with the Talia Nautilus combo, as well with Caitlyn being able to lay traps and control the range. I feel like objective sales are going to be a little bit hard for Team Heretics to crack open, especially if Karmine Corp gets ahead here. Carzzy ban Ziggs. Ziggs is a great ban, don't you think, for neutralizing bot lanes, especially like this?
Yeah.
It plays very well against what K-Corp wants to do with the Caitlyn.
Yeah, Ziggs is a really good ban, especially since they have Corki rel. Like, with Maokai ult, whoever tanks it is just gonna get Ziggs bombed. Actually, Ziggs is just insane with Maokai because people have to like line up in the same position, and then Ziggs just ults them, and you cannot dodge it.
Yeah, especially Kyrgios was going to be now fourth pick with the Carzzy and the TF ban.
Oh.
Ivan. Ooh, wait, so this Talia is going mid. A little bit of an odd pairing, don't you think, for mid lane? I feel like Ivan Talia is a little bit funky here.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but I mean,
I've seen worse things work, you know. So
yeah.
Nothing wrong with weird.
Yeah, let everyone cook, I would say. Oh,
so it's Varus bot.
No.
Is it?
Wait.
Maybe it's top.
For a second, I thought MDK was playing because I was like,
Yeah, what is it?
But now I'm seeing Wonder. Maybe he's picking it up, you know, after what happened last week with him in the Wonder versus Rumble, in the Varus versus Rumble, rather. Gragas blind pick. Ooh. And I guess there is a drought in the top lane department on what champions are good here, and it does make sense. There's a lot of champions that can make space, and I think there is someone that needs to tank the hook and the whole Talia combo. I think it's a decent showing here, but the Aatrox, I think all of a sudden K-Corp comp looks pretty okay with this Ivan Aatrox pairing. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the top side is looking good. I'm scared that the bot lane might be a little bit difficult playing Caitlyn into Varus rel. If he goes poke Varus, then like Caitlyn is not having fun with Nautilus, because I don't think that the Nautilus can hook him really. And I'm also wondering if he's gonna go first strike and just print money. I think it's not so good in this lane.
Yeah, I think the pressure here is on K-Corp to get the Aatrox into a significant lead, because I feel like he's the main character in this game, because he has this very potent counter pick, and I feel like the team comp kind of falls apart if he starts being, you know, irrelevant, or not the SK top laner, of course, but being shut down. In this sense, because Team Heretics comp, it's kind of this plug and play, you know, great team comp, decent front line, good backline damage as well, and a lot of champions that can make space.
So it's all about Kana being the main character, which you say he is online and in scrims. So
yeah, I think he can carry it. It's gonna be difficult though because they have Varus and he can go Serpents against Ivan. So that's a good thing for Heretics.
Aatrox, so should be good. Let's see if he is the main character. Let's head over to our casters for KC versus Team Heretics.
Thank you very much, Afe. Yeah, great to hear from Carzzy and Odo as well on the desk. We are here for our fourth game of the day. Can Karmine Corp keep their Caitlyn safe? That's the name of the game last week. One of their wins came through upset on the Jinx, obviously just scaling up and being very safe as the game went on. Can they repeat that performance, or will Heretics find a way to crack the Karmine Corp code?
Yeah, I think it's Karmine Corp have at least at times had very, very strong early games, and they've liked it a lot when closers on the Rek'Sai. Ivern is a very different look, so we'll have to see how that one's going to pan out as we get in to our match between Heretics and Karmine Corp.
Oh, we're in there. We are really in this game.
I was about to say
right now.
game 2, and I was like, I don't win with that on any point. It's second game for us, but it's game 4 of the day. It's game 1 for these two. I was like, I had to pivot, and it didn't land.
It's fine, you know, we got into the game. Halo Blades for Zvayo, Phase Rush for Jankos and Wonder. Flakked going for the first strike, trying to print money, as Carzzy identified in that bot lane. Likely just looking for the poke, even taking TP as well, just to get back to that lane that bit quicker. Upset's gone fleet footwork for a bit of extra sustain, instead of going for the full, you know, just stacks on stacks on stacks build that we sometimes see.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Upset didn't go the first try, because honestly I think in this lane you can actually get some decent damage off and start to print that gold, because the build that I've seen a lot for Caitlyn's is going like the Collector in towards IE. You get a ton of buff for burst, because Collector has the 25% crit chance as well. You start printing up towards your crit chance very, very quickly, and your headshots just do so much damage. But maybe a little bit worried about how much poke Flacket will be able to do over the course of the laning phase. But if I'm looking at anything from Trimby and Flacket, it feels more like an all-in with Trimby than a poke him down bit by bit.
I mean, that's the expectation. Obviously, Nautilus doesn't deal too well with the engaged potential of a Rel, but Upset and Targamas getting first push in this lane means they're likely to get to the level 2 first. Trimby dismounting as well means he's going to be rooted up with those staggering blows, and it's not a good trade at all for Trimby. Didn't have his W back up there, you can see him using it to remount, but Carmine Core with a strong push and a strong position early on in this lane.
And it's good to see Upset bringing out the Caitlyn, because this was kind of the champion that he was synonymous with for quite a while. He was the big lane bully guy that was going to be able to show up, and now with the Nautilus, not so much like the looks that we used to see paired alongside it, but definitely something that can be incredibly strong and doesn't kind of have as much of that mid-game dip as we used to see from Caitlyn because of the changes to the AD items, or the AD carry items, giving her that crit a little bit quicker and just giving her a ton of damage off the Collector IE focus.
So they're going to go for an early recall here. Targa must be able to protect Upset. Should be able to. Upset will get the recall off. We see Kana winning out in the top lane early doors. Has the Doran shield as well. Wonder obviously using that body slam well, both to stop Kana's Q3, but also to get away from the Infernal Grasp. Infernal Chains? Infernal Chains. As Targamas uses the opportunity of his AD carry. Going back to the fountain to look towards the mid lane. Spyro still has that Valkyrie, so even with Targamas poking his head out, I don't think he's going to find much.
Ooh, Flick nearly lands though, but I'm going to just back away. But this is something I've seen a lot from Carmine Corp, is they are playing very heavily for ensuring that Vladdy has a good early laning phase. And you'll see Closer oftentimes kind of linking up there. Targamas coming across, as you see there, just drifting to make sure Vladdy has control over that matchup pretty significantly. And he's had some decent plays in team fights on this Taliyah, so it makes sense that they want to try and babysit him a little bit to get him to that point where he can try and have those moments in fights.
Yanko's just here to shepherd in his bot lane, make sure they're not susceptible to a gank. Closer's working his way towards mid though. It looks like Razorbeak respawn is his first priority. Now comes around the corner, but with the wave coming in, gonna be very hard to hit Survivor with a root caller. Gets the slow from the trigger seed, doesn't get much more. Will path his way up towards this topside Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, still though, just a nice job again, just making sure that Vladdy gets control over the mid wave. Not gonna be too many issues for him, and matching as you were going to move up towards that top side regardless. So a nice early game for KC, at least at these moments. And this is something that we've seen a lot from KC, is that the early game has been pretty successful with Closer coming into the team. And I think he's been the big focal point for me, where it's, you can clearly see he is shouting at Targamas, hey, come join me. Let's link up and try and look for plays or look for invades, get the vision that we need down, or play more for that mid lane and working as a unit. And it's definitely found success for them in those early stages.
Yeah, just look at how much vision they have around this mid lane. Ward here, ward here, ward here, ward here, ward here, Scuttle Crab, like, I could draw circles for days. Carmine Core have very much protected Vladdy around that mid lane, and no real deep vision from Heretics means that Closer has his pick of the litter on where to go. Currently setting up his bot side camps, Wave pushing towards Flackhead and Trimby in that bot lane, but Closer knows he's got Prio in mid, he's got Prio in bot. Very easy to start up the Drake, even without Daisy to help him. Often as Ivan, you do want Daisy there, but if you're not doing it by yourself, you have a Nautilus who basically is a Daisy replacement service.
I mean, yeah, it's the Bioshock skin as well, so basically he's there to help, right, the entire way through. But I think as well, the fact that you got
Fright Nights?
Oh, it's Fright Nights, yeah.
Yeah, it's Fright Nights.
It does remind me of the Bioshock guys.
Oh yeah, of Big Daddy.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. Dag Daddy, you could say.
No, we could not. You know, that would be fun with me as well.
Putting that out there.
Yes. And I think as well the fact you have control over like pushing bot lane and also mid works out well. Vladdy doing a good job here to kind of read Yankos as well. Just means that he won't be able to get as much as he'd like here.
Seismic shove. Now Yankos might have to flash because Targamas is on his way with the dredge line. Yankos flashes it, phase rush as well, getting more Nimbus Cloak, getting to a little bit more safety.
But this has been the cool part of KC. Like, the fact they are actually getting active in the early stages. When you look back to what this team was over the last few splits, we just didn't have this interaction at all. Trimby now coming up to match Targamas, but kind of his job's done. He got the flash from Jankos. Jankos has moved over towards Void Grubs though, so at least at the moment having that push in mid and Trimby on the way will guarantee them these 3 Grubs.
A Drake for Grub exchange. Lead actually for Flacket in the bot lane. First strike paying dividends there as Wonder has the push in the top lane. The dive could materialize, but with Closer working his way up this top side of the map, expect that he would be there to stop any dives from happening. Honors even across the board here, you know. Drake for 3 Grubs. We'll see if Carmine Core decide to fight around the next one. Vladdy having a good start to the game, but gold swaying ever so slightly in the favor of Team Heretics.
Yeah, I think this is kind of just going to be, as like first strike gold and that kind of helping out is going to make it a little bit more in their favor. But as the cold starts to pop and you start to move in towards fights, that's where I'm really going to be looking to see how KC try and take over. Because again, Closer and Targamas working well together. And the big focal point for me is I've really enjoyed Vladdy on the Taliyah in fights. I think he's been really good with the flickbacks, but I think his usage of walls specifically on the Taliyah haven't been great in team fights where he can cut off people. So I want to try and keep track of how Vladdy does use them coming into this, because especially against Heretics with, you know, the fact you've got so much veterancy there, they will tear you asunder if you misstep at all in a fight.
We'll see how Vladdy does decide to use that ultimate as the game goes on. Don't expect much to happen in the next few minutes. Still 3 on the next Drake. You can see just everyone trying to find Prio in their lane, see if you can get a little bit of vision in, see if you can protect Vladdy if you're Carmine Core, and for Heretics, see if you can find a way to shut down that Taliyah, but nothing doing for them as of yet. It does look like it's going to be the Leandri's build from Jankos. We're seeing this a little bit more on the Maokai's recently with the red smite as well. The sapling can do a lot of work for you if you get it. But now maybe Heretics have found a way to get a bit of action in the bottom lane. Trimby coming in, looking for the knock-up, misses. Both upset stunned. Grasping Roots coming out from the side as well as Targamas falls for first blood. Still had the flash, didn't invest it. Jankos' use of the Nature's Grasp spelling the death of the Carmine Core support.
Yeah, there was so much used there. Flacket having the ultimate to CC him down, then the follow-up from Jankos and also Trimby. It kind of needed to get a dodge way sooner, but you can never know that Jankos is going to be going over the side as well. So KC end up losing one on the bottom side of the map, and will give some nice little bit of gold over into Flacket's hands.
Yeah, Flacket 600 gold up now against a lane-dominant AD carry, although not a lane-dominant lane, I would say. I don't think Caitlyn Nautilus, as you say, have the same impact as something like a Caitlyn Lux or even a Caitlyn Karma, who can really use that double range to harass you down. We've seen Targamas and Trimby moving away from the bot lane quite a lot as well, as Vladdy makes his way back towards mid. Trimby's pathing up towards top side. Grub's still a minute and a half away, as is the Drake. Looks like Targamas is going to join his support opponent, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, I think Trimby just trying to counter maybe if Closer was moving up to make a play towards Wonder, because the wave is pushing out a little bit away from him. So Trimby now just going to hold mid, make sure the Targamas can't make anything happen, and it's just trying to cover after you've made that winning play on bot side, making sure nothing can be responded for.
And Carmine Core actually going for a swap here. They're bringing Vladdy down towards the bottom lane. His teleport probably around 15 seconds away from being back up, so he can rejoin the action if there is a fight around the Grubs. Upset opens up through the mid lane. He'll catch the wave that's going there. Carmine Core don't lose any of the wave's gold or experience by doing this. And so the question is, will Heretics just go for the Drake fight? Will Carmine Core look to battle them on this battleground as Targamas lands the hook, but Trimby dismounts, crashes down into the river and gets that shield to keep himself relatively healthy.
We're just going to take a little bit of a love tap, but still, KC just trying to keep up pressure in the mid lane. They would like to try and go for this dragon when it spawns, but because you've got Flacken in that bot lane, he's got push. It's going to make it very difficult, especially with Heretics having push in mid as well. So I think just backing away here, maybe even trading positioning for Void Grubs is going to be the better option with kind of having push there.
Problem is you only get 3 Grubs, right? So you're not even getting the mites spawning if you do decide to trade alongside those lines.
You got the good dragon though. You got the Infernal Dragon. That's the good dragon.
Yeah, I mean, I love Cloud Drakes, man. Movement speed, underrated in terms of statistical relevance in League of Legends. Very hard to track, but movement wins games as Trimby is moving in towards this blue side jungle. Closer backs away from it. Targamas about a third of a level away from 6. Trimby about to hit it though. Standing on a ward right now. wonder if they'll use the Oracles early. Steps into Daisy. Doesn't use it yet.
Collect already finished
still
for
not 6.
Collect already finished for Zyro. This is such a risky play for KC. You kind of need Kana to TP in here early if you want to have a chance, but Heretics not going to start it up. Again, they're just focused on getting their waves in position before they look for the Drake.
You can't fight this if you're Carmine Core. Like, Trimby just hit 6. Targamas still not there yet. I really think it's dangerous if you go for it. Maybe you can find a flick onto Trimby, but he can jump out of the back of the pit here. And as he sees Targamas, should do exactly that. Is hooked, knocked back with the Drake. Seismic shove as well coming out. Trimby flashes and crashes down over the wall. Just gets to safety. Ace in the hole will hit Jankos' back, and Carmine Court found the lagging man out of Heretics, and because of it, they'll get the Drake.
Yeah, that should have been the play for Heretics. Like, you have that first on completion, you got the ultimates that you really wanted to try and play around, but Trimby ends up getting caught, so KC, with the patience, paid off for them in the long run.
Yeah, it was a bit of an odd one from Trimby, kind of stepped back into the river. You could see he was thinking about jumping the wall, maybe he thought there was a better avenue to approach as the Weaver's wall out from Vladdy. That's a good wall from him to get to safety. Chain of Corruption went wide as well. Nature's Grasp was used. But, yeah, it just felt a little bit at odds and ends. Trimby did have that Magnet Storm. Hexgate across as Trimby looks to continue this play. Vladdy forced away. Could just be looking for plates in that bottom lane.
I think it's mid as well. They want to try and keep KC off of mid. We're upset.
Trimby hooked again. Seismic shove. TP behind. Magnet Storm from Trimby. A possibility as he dives in. The flash forward as well as Closer has to flash away. But already Vladdy's down and Targamas is next on the menu. Bracken flashing the wall, and there's 2 already for Heretics. They're looking for more. Carmine Core have got 1 in response. Daisy doing a good job of keeping the rest of Heretics at bay.
Great TP from Wonder, immediately in onto the play, and kind of just lagging that little bit behind means Heretics were able to get some advantages off the back of that, and they will manage to get 4 members out of there. But you see as this play unfolds, Trimby gets caught at the beginning and just not quite able to burst him down as quick as they would have liked to, means he gets that engage off, but already Wonder has started that teleport in, so Upset not really in a position to take the fight. Targamas has to flash away, but Kana does come in to finish off Trimby, but still Heretics, they get the position that they need, and also the waves dying on that mid lane turret alongside it. That's a good bit for Heretics on those.
Yeah, it's a half a second difference really, isn't it? The TP coming in just in time to layer CC with the twisted advance into the Bramble Smash. Wonder comes in and Heretics are just able to get a couple of kills out of it. Now they'll be able to get 6 grubs in total as well.
But I think it has been one of the problems that KC have had, is kind of just not quite being able to be there with the communication on those teleports, whether it's been him TPing in too early on like a Jax, or not TPing in at all when they kind of need him. So definitely KC struggling a little bit when it comes to that, and Heretics punishing well.
Sometimes just over-eagerness to take the fight as well. The question is, you know, do you need to engage there? You're already retreating. I understand wanting to get something out of it as your waves are dying to tower, but discretion can often be the better form of valor, and sometimes you need to be a little bit less eager to go for those engages even when you see the angle. Closer hit. Puts the Root Caller down onto the Rift Herald. Spyro still has the flash, and I believe has Valkyrie as well, so should be able to get away from this. Targamas going to clear out that control ward, and now Carmine Court have drawn their battle lines once again. Flak had just reset, doesn't have the TP. Carmine Core taking their time at whittling away this Rift Herald. Kana on a good flank position. Will Jankos spot him with the Oracles? He will. Kana now met with Spyro and Jankos alongside Trimby. There's the stun with the Shadowing Strike. Magnet Storm coming out as well. The Nature's Grasp will slow the rest of Carmine Court as Vladdy shuffles his way in with the Weaver's Walls. Spyro falling low, but able to get to the safety of the tower. Carmine Core have got out of this one scot-free so far. They'll take the Rift Herald and they'll get their top laner out of danger.
Spyro still needs to get out though. Targamas is here, he has the ultimate. Jankos cancels the back to make sure he can get in the way of that shot.
Good job by Jankos. Wonder able to push out the bot lane while that was happening. First tower of the game falling for Heretics. So still a 2,000 gold lead for them, but they are 2 dragons in the hole, even though they have the grubs, and they lost a Herald, which gives Carmine Core a bit more of an opportunity to open up what we expect to be mid lane tower in about, say, 60 seconds time, because 30 seconds after that, the Hex Tech Drake is going to spawn.
Because they had to try and save Kana though, they took a little bit of extra time on that Rift Tower, which means that you get the shove in mid. A couple of times Vladdy's just cleared it out, so going to get some damage onto the mid lane turtle, though Flak does want to step up and get the the tower take, and you're also getting Zyro back onto the top side quite quickly. So Heretics still have the tempo advantage, and I think this is where we're going to see if they can set up for Dragon in a minute's time, use that push now that Flacket should have in mid-wave, and just try and spot out KC as they enter into the pit.
Zyro no TP as of now. Vladdy's is back up. Kana's on his way as Wonders comes back off cooldown, I believe.
But you can see this is the reason why the Varus on this poke fire still exists in the meta, is just how good he is at controlling this mid wave. Because as long as you're able to keep up push on this mid, you can then start to drift with your support up into here. You can have your jungler come across. You just set up a vision line all across here. And as long as you're in that position, Maokai coming across with that ultimate through any of these jungle corridors is now impossible for KC to try and play into.
Rift Herald used as Heretics do gain control of that bot side jungle. Flacket and Zyro here in the mid lane to answer the pressure the Rift Herald provides. Wonders worked his way up. We saw Vladdy TP to the mid lane tower when Zyro was spotted. Rift Herald will get a charge in, but with no mites to help out. It's not going to be too much for Karma and Core. They're still pretty much on the back foot here. You can see Kana actually making his way back towards the bot lane to get another wave pushed in. Will start denying gold and experience away from Heretics, but I don't really think they care about a single wave's worth of gold right now. As Kana's going to step forward and is met by Jankos. Flash is starting to come back up as Flacket has come off cooldown. Trimby being hooked by Targamas. Now looks for the re-engage. Targa has to flash. Karma and Core still struggling to really find a way into this choke. We talked about it a little bit. Flacket on the flank. Targamas taking a chunk once again. The saplings with the slow. Upset able to dodge away from the piercing arrow. Targamas still retreating. Vladdy, the trigger seed's doing good for closer for Carmine Core, keeping them topped up a little bit. They do have a redemption and a Seras complete for Vladdy.
I love the patience coming through from Heretics though. They know where their best points are at these choke points to try and fight. Flacket now going to reset, has the teleport to come back in. This is KC's moment where they can get mid push and force Heretics into a bad spot.
Kana was spotted here as he took the Hextech gate, immediately engage on Targamas. Kana looking for the flank position. Jankos falling low. Nature's Grasp will stop upset, but he cleanses and gets the auto down. Kana flashes away and cues it entirely the wrong direction as he is killed by Zyro for a double. Carmine Core, though, the carry's still healthy enough, closer there as well to act as a pseudo frontline with the Daisy. They're going to start up this Drake, would be their third of the game. Closer gets eaten by a sapling. Chunked out a little bit by the Leandries, the burn coming in. The Drake as well, helping out Heretics as they continue to chase. Closer flashes, double TP, as Wonder joins the fray. Root Caller coming out, Zyro Valkyrie's forward. Vladdy weaver towards away, but finds the seismic shove. Chain of corruption goes around, and Targamas is there for the depth charge as well. But Flacket's still healthy enough on the back line to continue putting the damage down. Wonder flashes! A single order would be all it takes, but they can't quite take down the Gragas. And he just jollily walks his way away. Heretics survive to fight another day.
The flap of a butterfly would have killed him there, but it's the butterfly effect from that play that they got to worry about now. Moving over towards the Dragon, that's going to be picked up by KC, and they're going to get the mid lane turn on top of it. But what came back to bite them was KC spotted the fact that Varus had reset, so they go for the engage. Look, Targamas gets blown up, but this is still, until the Varus gets here, a fairly even fight for KC. But Kana then overextends, and it's this moment where Heretics think, oh, maybe we can try and follow up, but the engage has already been used, so you're getting to use Vladdy's poke and upsets poke as they start to retreat away. And you can see just how much damage Vladdy was able to do over the course of that.
He's had a really good debut here in the LEC. Continues to impress. The question is, can Carmine Core, who are still down in terms of gold, but you look at it and the fights are beginning to be a little bit more in their favor. They have an Ivan who will only scale up your carries as the game goes on. Can they continue to take these Drakes to find good fights for them? Right now, they're about 2,000 gold in the hole. Vladdy is going to take a tier 1 in the bot lane as well to try and even out this tower differential just a little bit. Of course, Heretics still 1 turret ahead.
Mid push now becomes the pressure form upset. I think the biggest issue is that as you start to fall further and further down, it becomes way more difficult for KC to contest side waves. And Zyro just beats out Vladdy in a 1v1 thanks to Hail of Blades. Wonder is having good pressure against Kana, and Flacket wins mid wave, so you're always under pressure here. That's why KC looking for the pick on Wonder.
There's the dredge line, but it's Wonder. He's so tanky. Weaver's Wall coming out. Wonder with the explosive cast continues to tank up for days. The depth charge, the ace in the hole, he just eats it all. and has a drink beside it. Wonder survives after Carmine Core threw the kitchen sink at him.
That's just heartbreaking. That could have been such a good pick. Like, I like the idea from KC. It's, hey, look, we're not going to win out in lanes. We need a pick to try and break Heretics and push them back so we can get control of the map, but they just don't have the damage to get through Wonder with the Fimbulwinter in tow.
Fimbulwinter, Rod of Ages, Warden's Mail. That is a very, very tanky Gragas.
Yeah, I think Sterks would call him a fridge. I think is the...
Yeah, it's just a fridge.
Just a fridge.
Just rectangular in his glory.
He's a unit, you know.
Kind of looking for the flank position here as Wonder doesn't have the flash. Explosive cast about to come off cooldown, but can't will satisfy himself with some Razor Beaks. The push in the mid lane that you've mentioned a couple of times. Carmine Core have to stand so far back to accept the waves. They know they can't really battle over mid prio. Viro pushing out top as well, and Heretics will clear out the jungle, Baron up for them if they decide that's the next course of action. Right now, though, more about suffocating Carmine Core out of the game. Not that Carmine Core haven't been in this position recently. In fact, last week we saw them 10,000 gold behind, and they were able to fight back from there. The question is, can they do it here, or will Heretics be able to pick up their second win of summer?
Yeah, I think he had Upset in a bit of a better position in that game, though. You know, on the Jinx, a carry that can definitely step up, but also one that had a bit more gold, was working up towards a third item rather than sitting there still waiting to finish a second one. Now, has been sitting on this Last Whisper for a while, so I'd say he's pretty close to finishing off that Lord Dominic's regard, but still, you're so far behind as KC in this game. Your one saving grace is the fact that you have 3 dragons to your name, so at least you can maybe try and play for gold elsewhere in the map, like take the top tier 1, try and set up vision around that Baron area, but Heretics at the moment playing very heavily into keeping these waves on the KC side, so they can't do that.
And doing a really good job of keeping the Viro and Flacket ahead. You can see 1.1k, 1.7k, their respective leads. Carmine Core, it's a tricky tightrope to walk. You're trying to get as much gold as you can out of the jungle, out of your lanes, but if you overstep, the collapse potential is very real from Heretics.
I think, though, I want to see how Heretics play this out, because one of the big criticisms of them has been, hey, you're not closing out games as cleanly as you should, or as quickly as you should. Now, they're setting up relatively well at the moment, which is, hey, we're going to push in topside, try and get pressure mid. Now they're starting to set up on bot to try and catch Kana, but honestly, I think it's just a case of let the waves do the work for you. Now you've got pressure with Upset showing on top. Let's try and move in and get this tier 2, or at least create different moments where we can threaten these outer towers.
It's also setting up vision around a Drake that's going to spawn in 40 seconds time. They'll see the Hextech gate taken by Kana, and they are lying in wait. Trimby, Shattering Strike dodged away. Kana flashes from the body slam. Summoner burnt there. Good patience from Heretics to just wait to see if Kana did take the gate back out.
And that's huge, because Kana's kind of your big backline threat for Flacket for his Viro, where he needs that flash to try and follow up on someone like Targamas. But now the poke game continues as Heretics trying to get control over mid-wave so they can fall back towards Dragon in 15 seconds.
But they gain control over it very quickly. Kana clearing out a control ward in the pit. Heretics actually stepping towards the top side a little bit here. I wonder if you just send Sviro down to start the Drake. You have enough vision control on the top side, in the jungle, to make sure that Sviro is safe as he goes forward, and that looks exactly like what they are going to do.
Yeah, they're calling KC's bluff. KC are like, hey, if you go Dragon, we go Baron, what you gonna do?
Well, you've got a hard engagement with Carmine Core. Land the hook, but only onto Wonder. Seismic shove into the depth shard. Redemption coming back out. Nature's Grass. Explosive cast was flashed away from by Targamas. And you can see, like, Carmine Core just don't have the damage. Not right now, not yet. Trimby, tanky enough, he'll jump away. He's got a Warmog, he'll heal that back up in a couple of moments' time. The Drake secured by Heretics. They stop the soul from Carmine Core, and now, if they want, they can turn their eyes towards the Baron.
I think it's smart to just get vision in the area, make sure KC don't try anything, because they invested a lot to make sure they could get that play as Vira was taking Dragon. A lot, like, respectfully thrown out by KC as well, but I think Baron would be a bit of a stretch right now.
But it would mean another fight, Doctor.
That is true. That is true.
I love our fighting. 7 kills, 25 minutes in.
Well, Picker likes cats and dogs, apparently, as we like our fights, you know?
True. Does anyone not like cats and dogs? I used to think I was a dog guy, and then, you know, my fiance has 2 cats.
Yeah.
And I love them to bits. As Vladdy caught out a little bit, has to flash, but I think anyone that says I don't like cats just hasn't spent much time with nice cats.
Yeah, that is fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also have heard you
Yumi,
yell.
however.
I was going to say, I've also heard you yell at your cats when we're playing games as one tries to climb up onto your shoulder and the nails are digging in.
It's Kiki. Kiki hates me because I took her space in the household. Like, I'm there now, and she's like, this was my territory. I was the queen. And now she's just really mad at me. So she bites me when I try and play computer games. And that's why I'm not Challenger yet, Rob. That is the important distinction we must make.
Captive.
Yeah. But she's lovely. As we have a couple of moments. The Baron is up, but Heretics are continuing their game plan of just suffocating Carmine Core out. They don't have to look for engages. They have a 3-item AD carry for Flackard. Sviro getting up towards 3 items as well. They can just wait this one out. A couple of pings around the Baron, but it's Carmine Core's responsibility to face check. And right now, they are not eager to do so.
At least with the TP back in from Flackard, again, you're getting push, you're getting control up towards this top half of the map. But again, it's becoming so difficult. And Kana is kind of just hovering around on these sides, hoping that he can find a flank on towards mid. With his flash still being down, though, he needs to do this really well because Heretics have so many burrows that they can just dodge into the second Kana shows. And even Upset stepping up here, but I think you just push out towards the top side as Heretics if you ever feel threatened by KC.
That would make the most sense. Daisy. Oh, just alive. Magnet Storm, though, immediately. And there we go. Vladdy's down. No flash for him. Remember, burns it earlier. Wonder tanking the front line is a double for Flackard. Closer running for the hills. Kana and Upset doing the same as Heretics now will turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Upset sends them off. What a lovely message as the way out, but Baron going to be picked up, and Heretics with this should be able to just slowly continue that suffocation that we've seen against KC. It's been a bit hesitant, as they aren't sure exactly how they want to step up, but as KC start to get aggressive, it gets punished incredibly well.
There's just a couple of mistakes from Carmine Core as well. You know, Vladdy's flash was burnt earlier around nothing. He was just trying to contest vision around his Razor Beaks as we see the Baron going over for Heretics. A 5,000 gold lead alongside it. That Baron buff remaining for the next 2 minutes, 45 seconds. We'll start to see them push towards those tier 2s.
Yeah, and this was great from Trimby. As you say, Vladdy steps up, has no way to get out, and immediately Heretics take him down. And again, with how tanky Wonder is, he just jumps onto Closer to buy space for the back line, and they're able to take down Targamas alongside it. So Heretics firmly in control now. It's just a case of trying to push these waves out so they can actually start to threaten these outer turrets.
Push up through bot. You've got Drake in a minute's time as well. Want to make sure that isn't secured by Carmine Core, because even though they are massively behind, if you give a Hextech soul to someone like a Caitlyn, even a Talia, it becomes a lot trickier to deal with them. Vladdy trying to get what he can on the other side of the map. This tower will fall as Carmine Core get a little bit back into the game, but they are still so far behind. Interesting to see Zviro and Wonder reacting to that top lane play. Means that Heretics advance in the mid lane, not that powerful. Trimby standing here on his lonesome. Jankos and Flackard will push out bot. Wonder now working his way back across to join his team.
You can't really threaten the tier 2 though, because KC have pushing mid, but now they can threaten mid instead. Targamas flashes, Vladdy with the ult.
Weaver's wall. It doesn't really do too much for them. Zviro TPing in. We'll buy Kana a little bit more time in the top lane. The ace in the hole. Yeah, that's kind of where we are right now. Just ace for poke.
Yeah, the push on the bottom side though, one wave already had started chipping away at that tower, and now Heretics will be able to link up with that. So that would be the first tier 2 falling now for Heretics. And as Flacca pushes out, they rotate across into mid, and they're just going to be able to set up with the waves Zviro prepped earlier.
Wonder answering the top lane play from Kana. Hex flash. Trimby looks for the stun, gets onto target. Magnet Storm didn't connect onto anyone, but they do get the turret in the end. Kana looking for a flank position once again, but don't think he's going to find it. Hextech Drake up. Wonder's TP the same. I wonder if Carmine Core will just go for this, but look how quickly that dragon melts. Already secured by Heretics. Carmine Core battling for mid lane prior while the Drake was going under their very noses.
And now you just kind of have to back away because you have no idea where Heretics are in the map. They could immediately just try and gank you on that mid wave. So instead, back off, and it feels a bit doomed for KC. Like, yes, the gold lead is about 6k, it's not insurmountable, but it just feels like every single time Heretics are just playing so patiently, pushing waves in, denying you access to the map, but that by the time you set up for anything, Heretics have already got it and gone.
And Flackard can read, which is always a benefit. If you have a quick look at this item here, I wonder if there are many shields on the enemy team. Serpent's Fang often overlooked, but very powerful at shredding through the shields that Closer will be putting down. You can buy it in your games as well. If you so desire, if you think it's powerful enough. Targamas caught up with a Nature's Grasp, Shadowing Strike for the Sun. Depth Charge being used, but Targamas is just being melted. The Redemption Riptide. Dredge line to safety, another tier 2 falling.
I really wanted to yell your shields are nothing, but he actually got out. I was so ready to go in on the Serpent's Fang.
He would have got out with more health if he didn't have the Serpent's Fang. Flackett having a very good performance this game. You can see 3,000 gold lead over Upset. Obviously helped out a ton by his team. They played very well around him, but he and Spyro really outplaying their lane opponents in this game. And for Carmine Court, it's all done but the singing. You have to feel. How do you even find an engage? How do you even find a fight when every time you try and go in, Trimby's there waiting, Jankos is there waiting, Wonder's there waiting. It's a very precarious spot to be in.
Yeah, they just started kind of back in there, so Heretics going to just try and get vision on the bottom side so they can move in on towards his bot lane. They don't have the Baron buff anymore, but realistically, if you can try and keep control here or even crack open that bottom tier or tier 3, then Baron becomes significantly easier to threaten because the super creeps would do the work in the bottom lane for you. So Heretics nicely set up and just denying vision. Although good ward there. That's just out of where you'd expect most vision to be. Will spot out a lot of Heretics movement.
Heretics obviously have a good deal of poke as well if they do get into a siege situation, and the Serpent's Fang will help neutralize some of the shielding that comes out. You can see, just removes it from Upset, and it's only Flackett really getting control over mid right now. Wonder and Trimby are waiting in the wings. The Ankle's coming across to join them. Survio resetting, doesn't have the TP, so it'll be a little bit of time before he's back out on the map, but I wonder if he does have a next completed item. Not yet, it seems, sitting on that Cloak of Agility alongside the Infinity Edge Collector and the Rapid Fire Cannon. I will say Upset's got to 3 items as well. He's still 1.5 behind his lane counterpart, but I know you personally experienced how much damage a Caitlyn can do.
I don't want to talk about it.
What do you mean? When she just headshot you for all of your health when you were playing an army?
I came on with the lads sort of the day, so I was like, you have to see this clip. Showed it to Dracos and Medic of I walk into vision for about 0.3 of a second against the Caitlyn. First strike, 4 items, has rapid fire cannon, and just completely deletes my, and I mean 100% of my health bar. That's not even an exaggeration. I just died. Made me sad.
Get outplayed, man.
I couldn't. I wouldn't even want to have flash. If I knew she was going to do that much, a second she was there, I was just gone.
Yeah.
But no, it did not matter.
I've seen Caitlyn's critting up to 2.5k on a single target with a single auto attack, but Blackett's doing more work than that in this game. You can see. Oh no, he's not. He's behind. 3,000 damage behind overall, and Carmine Court are winning out the battle of damage. The problem is they're not winning out the battle of Summoner's Rift.
Well, the problem is you hit Wonder, and then he doesn't really take a huge amount of damage, but immediately heals it up again, and then you just continue that cycle, and you just kind of pump up the numbers.
Trimby's the same because you have Warmox.
That is true.
So
yeah.
No matter who you hit, they're just too damn tanky as Trimby looks for the engaged Dredge line away. Trimby continuing in. The route to redemption's not going to be there in time to save Closer, and now there's no shields and no hope for Upset as he's taken out. Kana knocked back into Flackett. Might be where he wants to be. I don't think it is. A triple for Flackett. The engage up to range. Yeah, of course. Did he even buy a ticket for that train ride? I don't think so. As the chase continues, Wonder tanking the tower for absolute years. Targamas locked up, and Flackett might be gifted this one, not quite for the Quadra. It's a clean ace for Heretics, a great engage from Trimby, and Carmine Court are left wanting.
Yeah, it looks like Yanko's got off at the right stop. It's going to be victory lane for Heretics as they take down the 2 Nexus turrets.
With their second win of summer in convincing fashion, Heretics will kill off Carmine Court.
Yankos, I don't know if that was a pep talk or giving that to someone, but there was a grin at the end, so definitely happy about the win there. And they should be. That was slow and calculated at the end, but very, very convincing stuff.
It really was. It took a little bit longer than perhaps it needed to, but they did it by the numbers, they did it patiently, and Carmine Court really couldn't find an answer. All credit to Survivor and to Flackett for how they played. You can see big pats on the back as well for Survivor. You can vote for them in your key player of the game. No Survivor at LEC on on X. Wonder, Flackhead, and Trimby are your options.
I mean, honestly, any one of them. I think Trimby, though, had some absolutely fantastic engages towards the end of that really set up, like catching Blatty in the mid lane. Beautiful stuff from the Heretic support.
Really good stuff from Heretics all around. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time. Make sure you stay tuned because Flackhead will be joining us for an interview after the break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
Storm from Trimby, a possibility as he dives in. The flash forward as well as Closer has to flash away, but already Vladdy's down and Targamas is next on the menu. Bracken flashing the wall and there's two.
Look on there. Look, yeah. Talia is dead. Okay, play on Nautilus 2. Play on Nautilus 2. We win,
guys, as well. Better looted, but don't over.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Yeah. Look, can for Atrox.
I wanna chase. Kill the Atrox. Look here, Talia.
Just end.
And welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Flackhead, who scored his second win here in summer. Okay, Flackhead, you're gonna cosplay your coach. You're going backstage right now, giving feedback to your player. What would you say about the game?
I mean, if I was the coach, I would say, why the hell did this game last almost 40 minutes instead of like 25? Because we were like really ahead. But I'm really like optimistic guy as well. I would just say a win is a win. We have more time to fix more stuff. But yeah, I mean, I would probably drop a bit of flame.
All right, but a merciful coach, still nice to the player. So because you've been nice to the player, I'm gonna award you the Kia Player of the Game, Flackhead.
Nice.
Do you think it's deserved with the performance you had?
I mean, it's not like I mean, both teams we kind of didn't like play much, right? It was like really a slow game. But I guess I had like a lot of damage because it was kind of free for me to deal damage. So I mean, kind of happy that Jankos didn't steal it this time around. I guess he was on Maokai duty. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's like deserved, but like if you need to give it to someone, it's probably me. Yeah.
Talking about the improvements and everything, you know what you guys want to make better, but do you know how to get there? What are the leads to improve for you guys? What are you working on?
I mean, we're kind of working still on being on the same page, because like in game we have like different ideas, like bot lane with the side lanes, and like especially on mid game, I think is our biggest weakness right now. So yeah, I think we of course we know how to play the game. We know like the macro stuff. We just need to be on the same page and decide what do we want to do.
All right.
Because yeah, I mean, I'll probably watch this game after, and our mid game is gonna be a bit cringe, but it is what it is.
It's fine. You're going to make it better tomorrow. Focusing on the game we have next, actually, G2 is on stage. They're about to play. And we need to settle this, because for the past 2 years, BB has been telling me that it's his pause. You've been telling me that it's your pause. So whose pause is it? Can we settle this right now? Who created this?
It's my pause for sure.
All right.
BB is just a fanboy. I love him so much, but this is the hard reality he has to face. He's, like jealous of my pose. He saw me doing it on a media day, and he was like, I need to take it from this guy. It's like too much aura,
What a fun.
And yeah, I mean, it's a bit cringe, but yeah, I mean, up to this day, he's still fighting for,
Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of this, Flackhead. Yeah. Thank you so much. Your pose is back to be yours now. Good luck tomorrow
Thank you so much.
The game. And back to you guys at the desk for the last game.
Thank you so much. We've got Spyro here as well, because we are going to talk about Caps versus Jackies, G2 versus Giant X. Now, the thing is with G2, they started really, really badly last week. They went 1-2, which is out of the ordinary, I think, for them. And we think that Caps actually didn't have the best week. I'd love to know what you thought.
I fully agree. I think G2 is a bit not in shape. I mean, I think every one of us understands it. Like, they were at MSI. It's hard, you need break and stuff like this, but I think for now they are not in the shape.
Okay, so you think Jackies is actually in a better shape right now?
I would say so. I mean, you can never say this, because maybe Caps wake up today and then he stomps him. But if I had to say, I think Jackies is probably in a better shape right now.
What is Jackies good at?
At Varus.
Some ban Varus and you're good to go.
That's hilarious.
No, I kind of agree with that sentiment as well. I also just think that if you were to tell me who's the better mid laner, we're always going to say Caps. But if we only look at week 1 isolated, it has to be Jackies. While he's on GX right now, he's just been a bit stuck. I feel like, or at least you can say that he's the light in the darkness that's kind of around with GX. So I'm really hoping that we see the rest of GX stepping up to the task to allow Jackies to shine, because he's been doing very well recently.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say they were trying to level 3 Sejuani to let him light.
That is very true.
Just saying, they were trying, didn't work.
Yeah, maybe. You said it though about Caps, right? It's hard to say that he's not doing well for a while because it's normal for players to go like up and down, right? So if Caps is on his peak, what is the hardest thing about playing versus him, you think?
I think if he plays like, let's say, example, Tristana, there is no fear in him. Every way he jumps. He trades like a maniac. I think it's a good thing and bad thing, depending like how much you know your matchup. But I think that's he's pushing to the limits and he's pushing you to do mistake.
Yeah.
So I think that's the best thing about him.
I also feel like watching Jackie's, I mean, Odo said it as well, he's like a little psychopath sometimes
He
in the way he
absolutely
plays.
is. And I think it's kind of the same, right? Where I just think that Caps is just a way more experienced player. He's been around for longer. He's been limit testing in solo queue when everybody hated him back then and still is to some extent nowadays. But it's the fact that Jackie's is still young and he's still trying to go for the same outplays. But sometimes he's missing the mark. But as we've already discussed, right? He hasn't been missing the mark in week 1. He has been stepping up. So isolated today, the mid lane matchup should be very exciting to watch because you're watching a Caps that's been in a slump and you're watching a Jackie who's on a high-end trajectory. So no one really knows what's going to happen in the mid lane today.
Yeah. Do you think overall it is, we're looking at Caps, so for G2 it feels like all of them are not really playing the way they usually do, but for Giant X I feel like Jackie really is such an X factor for that team that if he does well, they have a much better chance, where I think in G2 I feel like the whole team's gonna come back online, so to say. Is that fair or is that unfair to the other GX members?
I think it's fair. I think it's just fair. Like, I think Jackie is probably their best player. I think that if they play around him, maybe he can carry. I think it's unlikely as well, because I think G2 is just a really good macro team. Even if they play like bad mechanics, like they get they die on lanes, stuff like this. Then there comes macro game, they outplay you and you lose the game.
Yeah.
Like they have so many comebacks, like they always win somehow.
Yeah. They always win somehow. I'm glad though that, people always say we glaze them way too much, right? G2, and now we called out that they weren't doing well.
I mean, they feel like that because we're talking about teams when they're good, and it just happens to be that G2's often quite good at League of Legends here in the LEC.
It seems to happen. Anyways, thank you so much for your insight,
Thank
you
you so
both,
much.
and let's see who wins this last game of the day.
Let's see who wins this last game of the day. Truer words have never been spoken. Afia, as we are into the action. Anyone who's just finished watching the Euros, welcome. This is the LEC, the pinnacle of European sports competition, I think, as G2 take on Giant X.
If you just forego all the Gaelic Athletic Association.
Oh, yes, sorry, I forgot about the GAR, my bad.
Yeah, it's all about the GAR.
When it sounds like someone's choking on a Dorito, I don't think your sport really has that much legitimacy.
Hurling.
I do love hurling.
Yeah, it is so much fun. Fastest field sport in the world.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think my favorite thing is, I think it's in hurling. One of the balls is called a schlitter.
Yeah.
That just amuses me.
Yeah, the only ball is a schlitter.
It's called a schlitter. Anyway, there's League of Legends happening. Talia, Nautilus, and Nidalee are banned out by G2. Tristana and LeBlanc removed by Giant X, alongside the Vi. No real surprises in the first set of bans.
Well, there is, because no Skarner ban.
Oh, true.
And no Rumble ban.
Oh.
So this is going back to what we saw from game number 1 of today, which is the Skarner is going to be, well, it's actually a little bit around. Rumble was taken into the Skarner, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the Antonio get his hands on the Rumble, and it has been one of his picks outside of the tanks that we've looked at him for over the course of the first week of play, and he's going to grab that straight off the bat.
I'm just saying, it's G2. There's no way the Skarner's going top lane. Just no way that's happening.
So the thing is, you expect it to go either top jungler support, right? Yeah. So it's going to Caps.
True first strike Skarner mid lane.
Yeah.
So true. Varus locked alongside the Rumble. No real surprises there. G2 likely to look towards their jungle AD. That's what we often see in this first rotation. There's the Lucian. Could go alongside the Nami if you wanted, but of course, Lucian Skarner. A combination you can play in the bottom lane. Not when Nami's locked.
I was going to say, that is going to be a funky bot lane. I don't know about that one.
I can see Mickey pointing at Broken Blade being like, you're taking Nami top.
Yes. I mean, even look at the grid after, it's like, yeah, it is. On the upside, Maokai going to be picked up as well. So, again, we're kind of seeing this Maokai come in as a help into enabling AD carry champions mid, and we have seen Jackie's already take the Varus in the mid lane, so there is a potential here that you actually just get a more bot lane bans from G2 on that bottom side to enable the Lucian Nami a little bit more, because with Senna still up and available, you could end up going for something like Senna Ornn in that bottom side of the map and just trying to dissuade a lot of the early game aggression from the Lucian Nami.
You get rid of the kill threat, really, because Senna can sustain you. Ornn's tanky enough to tank up the initial damage from the Lucian and the Nami. So if you want to get rid of the Senna, this is the ideal moment to do it, G2, because you won't have any more moments after this one. Sejuani and Ivan taken away by Giant X. Alistair and Rel removed by G2. So they're more thinking, we don't want Ignar on something he can engage really reliably on. That does make sense. And when you look at the AoE and the combination that Giant X already have for team fights, it makes a lot of sense to try and get rid of some of those more huge team fight ultimates.
Yeah, I would really like the Senna pick here. I think you just set yourself up so well. Even if you want to try and go for a different pairing than the Ornn, I think you're in a good spot. But I'm actually going to take the Ashe instead. So maybe we get the Varus Ashe bot lane into the Lucian Nami, but you still keep that flexibility open, as we have seen over the course of last week. A lot more Ashe AD carries popping up as well.
And Senna has only won once in the LEC. The split out of 7 games, 6 games. It's Ice who won on it. Patrick did lose on it last week against Fnatic. So Ashe locked in, can of course still be Ashe Varus in the bot lane as well if you want to go double Halo Blades and go towards that, old school, I say old school, like 3 months old combination that we saw. G2 now going to lock in their jungler in the form of Xin Xiao, and likely looking towards mid here, unless something truly, truly special has happened, and that Skarner is being played by Caps in the mid lane.
If that is actually the case, we are actually prophets. But I think you probably go back towards his ear or something here, right? Just to keep yourself comfortable, make sure you're all okay. They don't really have the AP to go towards. I was about to say a Corki, but apparently they feel like they're going to be fine.
Who needs magic damage, man?
True.
You get a little bit of it from Ardent Sensor, from the Tidecaller's Blessing as well, from the Nami, and it's G2 deciding AD is the name of the game. Giant X now looking towards mid. How do you deal with a Corki? Well, difficultly is usually the answer. Can just look for something that scales up relatively well. Could go for something like the Nico, but instead it's Varus mid, Ashe, Lulu in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I think Ashe can do a lot of work here in this bottom side, just being able to outrange, and it makes it very difficult for the trade pattern for Lucian Nami to work, because a lot of what you want to do as Lucian is dash in, get your auto attacks off, and then safely walk away. But Ashe, with the slows and outranging you, makes it very difficult to do so. And every time you try to dash in, you just get polymorphed by Lulu. So it becomes a very difficult trade pattern to try and play around. So Giant X should have comfort in that bottom side. You've got decent setup coming through from the Maokai when it comes towards the engages. So a lot of this will be on G2 Esports to do what they've kind of done a lot, which is find creative ways to enter in these fights, because I feel like the front to back is actually going to be quite difficult for them to operate on.
Also very dependent on how Skarner gets into the fight and how the Crescent Guard is used, right? Because if a lot is thrown onto the Xin Zhao as an initial engage from Giant X, Crescent Guard comes up, then you have a lot of people closing that gap, which allows the Lucian time to really open up, which allows the Corki time to open up. So a bit of pressure on Giant X to make sure they play the team fights effectively, and a lot of pressure on G2, because we talked a little bit about G2 struggling in week 1. It was kind of to be expected. We often have this MSI hangover, but that can extend into worse conditions. You have in-titus, you have lack of side lane-itis, you have other things that I can't make up on the fly. But in-titus is the big one for G2.
Yeah.
They do struggle with it quite often.
Lack of synergy-itis, I don't know.
If we just keep going itis, then it's not as good, right?
Yeah.
You have CS anemia, the lack of ability to CS.
Okay.
You have neutral objective phobia.
What about just generally dying? Is that a medical term?
Rigor mortis. That's not dying,
that's after
it's one of the stages of decomposition, which now I say it out loud, I realize perhaps is not the best thing to be talking about as we get on into the game.
I don't know, it's the end of the day.
It's true. With how long the games have been going, I think a few people have started going through the few stages of decomposition. But we are here for the final game, as you say. Back to G2 versus Giant X, taking it to the Rift. And G2 are looking for their second win of the season. Giant X still struggling to pick up the wins here in summer. And it looks like they are going to make their way down towards the bottom lane. A 4-man stack with Jackie's hovering around mid. Going to get control of this second bush. Actually going to sneak in towards Hans Sommer here now. Hans has gone the first strike. Does he dash away quickly enough? He's hit by the volley. The chase will continue. Flame Spitter from the Antonio. Patrick, I mean, you could flash auto, but all that is a slow, just keeps Hans Sommer at arm's length. Now they'll gain control of this bot side jungle. Broken Blade pathing up towards the top side. Yike actually moving down towards his red to contest here, it seems.
This ward here at the bottom side, though, makes me think that it might actually, it's just behind the Lucian. They might be looking for some sort of lane swap, trying to spot out where the Lucian is. Juhan put that ward there, so are they actually, maybe they're just worried that the Lucian Nami would try and get out of this lane and go for some sort of lane swap, but it doesn't look like it at the moment.
And we have seen Lucian Nami's lane swap for 3. You know, you
Exactly,
want to get
yeah.
your full combo online, and then you come back into the lane, and especially with the Antonio playing the Rumble, if you can set him behind in the early game, that's only a benefit for your team. Lane swap not going to happen, as you say, but the wards did spot out that from Giantech, so they did their due diligence and made sure that they were going to be playing a respectful 2v2 in the bot lane.
Juhan, though, at least able to steal away a camp, so we'll be at least like down 1. Also, we'll set him up to hit a level 3 as he can maybe move in onto this bottom side. But again, these really nice wards coming through from Juhan to spot out exactly where Yike is going to be. But actually skip his red, go immediately onto the bottom side. But he's only cleared out 1 camp on the top end, so I think he's just a bit more worried about losing out to a potential evade from Juhan again on the bottom end.
I did see a ping onto Juhan as well. I can't see with the way the minimap's positioned if there is a ward on those Razor Beaks, but there was definitely a G2 ping coming in. Yeah, there is.
There you go.
There's a ward there. I couldn't see it. You know, his portrait was covering it, but that means both the junglers' early pathing is spotted out by their opponents. The Antonio is pushed in early on here by Broken Blade in the top lane. That upheaval can do a lot of work. You know, you grab a rock, you chuck it at your lane opponent, even using those empowered auto attacks as well, just to get the extra damage down, and the Antonio is losing the push early on.
Yeah, BB getting a lot of push. Now going to go over the wall just to try and spot out if there is going to be any jungler there, which is very nice. And now knows that at least he should be able to clear this way, but Juhan is in the vicinity, so maybe as he hits 3 off this, wants to try and interrupt.
I mean, I would go top here as well. Like that Ishtal's impact, the E, that's a 20-second cooldown, level 1. So Broken Blade's not going to have it back up, but Juhan decides instead to path bot side. The Antonio obviously not calling for his jungler's aid in that moment. Broken Blade will proxy the wave. The Antonio will be able to farm all of these, so in the end, only about a 2 CS difference. As Ignar stepped forward a little bit here, caught out with the ebb and flow. Hans Sommer just chunks out the Lulu.
So the only reason I can think that Juhan didn't go to that top side was because he was trying to work off of a timing window on this bottom side. The wave is pushing out, and Patrick did get a reset, so maybe looking to punish Hansam and Mickey as they push out. But even here, you can see he's been spotted now on a ward as he starts to enter in. And he's not going to be able to get down onto this bottom side to do particularly much. So I'm curious what timer Juhan is thinking of here that he's trying to work off of.
Maybe thinking that the Razor Beaks would be on their way back up spawning, but it's a little bit early for that as G2 begin to collapse and force the tree out of their jungle. There, the Razor Beaks coming in. It's just looking perhaps for the second spawn of those. Across the board, though, relatively even between these two teams 4 minutes in.
Yeah, because you definitely could have blown up that top lane matchup. The Rumble does quite well into the Skarner. You get a lot of poke with the Arcane Comet. And even I think we've seen some Skarners take the Arcane Comet in return, so you can just continuously poke with the upheaval and push the Rumble out of lane. But not going for the kill on that top side means that it's going to be kind of even Stevens a little bit. You can see Rumble getting a little bit of an advantage with the CS, but Juhan at least down here to cover as this wave starts to crash, as is Yike.
It's much ado about nothing. Both the junglers have kind of just been ships passing in the night in this game. No one really finding their mark as Yike makes some wind become lightning and forces Juhan away. Doesn't chase in with the audacious charge of the 3 talent strike, just hovering, as you say, to make sure this wave pushes in from his bot lane.
What's the science behind that?
What, wind becoming lightning?
Yeah. Is it just like static?
I'm a doctor, not a meteorologist, man. Like, it's probably something to do with like as the air rubs against each other, it loses electrons or something.
Yeah.
Or electrons get discharged. Man, like, the problem is, I'm very good at bullshitting. That's the problem. And I felt like I needed to there. But there's so many more intelligent people in the world than me. And at least 2 or 3 of them listening to the LEC.
I'm just trying to bait you so that then they'll at you on X, and then it'll just fall down this rabbit hole, you know?
So true. It was the Gar comment firstly, I got the Irish man, and now the meteorologists are coming for me.
It's a slippery road, man.
The problem is my ego dictates. If you ask me a question, I have to pretend I know what the answer is.
I'll just ask you like MTG questions or something. Make it easy.
Yeah, Dracos would get mad at me for those. We see Yike gonna get the Scuttle Crab. The grubs are spawning in about a second's time. Drake up as well, but neither team really making those their first priorities here, Dactyl.
I think the problem is Jackies needs to try and shove out mid before you can really come across this, and you've got the Scuttle Crab already picked up for G2, so this will be a bit risky for GX. Like, you will clear out top wave relatively easily here as Broken Blade. You hit 6. This is where you could look to fight, although looking at Caps, low on mana, he's going to go for the reset. So looks like Giant X might have found a window there just off the mid lane mana pool.
They'd also brought their AD carry and their support down across to try and cover if anything did happen. The Equalizer very powerful, even if you only have a Doran's Ring to supplement its damage, and that will be 3 grubs to Giant X. Yank works his way down towards the bottom side of the map, but I don't expect we'll see a Drake trade for it too quickly.
It's a very different look from G2 though. And like, obviously everyone's talking about the, you know, taking time after MSI, but G2 was always a team that you felt like were consistently putting pressure onto the map, whether it's working off of pushing mid to roam bot to try and make a play, or, you know, unlocking Mickey to try and make some plays elsewhere, but a much slower pace game. And I can kind of understand it where they're just like, hey, Hansam and Mickey are at least in a decent spot here on the bottom side when it comes to CS. But I'd like to see Yike trying to get a bit more involved rather than just shadowing lanes to let them push.
I will say one of the key symptoms of in Titus is believing you can outhand your opponents. And we saw that a few times from G2 last week, and usually they would be able to outhand their opponents, but perhaps a bit of that MSI hangover just...
I think that's just called delusion.
Yeah, well, but G2 usually it's true. Usually they can take the trades. Here they're deciding against it in the early game as they get the Drake. So a trade in the top lane as Patrick tries to trade back onto Hansama, who does have 6 and will use the culling. Nature's Grass coming out as Juhan looks for the re-engage. Yike roots it up. But Mickey was caught out as Yike jumps back in. Jackies and Caps trading in the mid lane, and Jackies wins it! The Entitus has come back to bite him! Yike dashes in, but the shield on Patrick with the barrier, he flashes away. Crescent Guard used, Patrick's still only 5. Needs about 3 more minions to get the 6. If he can get it off this wave, maybe he has time to chuck out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Rangers focus on the wave. We'll get it in 1 minion. There it is, the 6. Yike still waiting in the wings. And Giant X on the board through Jackies in mid.
Yeah, Ignar just hit 6, so G2 don't really want to overextend here. John is hoping Mickey walks closer to that bush, but I mean, Zavira called it on the desk. The kill, and no more.
Oh, he flashed into the edge of Ixal, is pulled back with the Impale. Dodged away from the Equalizer. The Antonio was looking for it, but Broken Blade was ready and waiting.
Yeah, you can see just why Skarner is so frustrated to deal with on the top side. The ability to escape, the ease of access he has to locking you up is absolutely insane, but Ignar are going to be a pain.
Holds the wave, flashes away from the tidal wave, and he might hold a couple of those minions outside the tower. It doesn't matter, Patrick's here, so he'll be able to catch all of those CS.
They just spotted it, that the reset has come through. I was curious if they were going to try and push forward. The ultimate was available for Patrick. Maybe they try and catch Mickey, who has no flash himself, but just a little bit too far away, so they're going to back it off.
It's very easy in these sorts of situations to become a bit overeager. You're like, oh, we kind of won that last fight, but Hansama still had cleanse and flash. Maybe Mickey, as you say, could have been the target. Have another look at this play in the mid lane.
Yeah, really nice stuff. So gets the lockup, manages to hit all 3 of the vitals with the Q, and then just managing to flash away from the rocket in the end. Really nice stuff from Jackies. And Zvara called on the desk. He said, look, man, Jackie's hands, especially on this Varus, have been really good, and Caps just hasn't had that since he came back. And now Jackie's getting that 1-up on the mid laner.
Yep, manages to get the first kill of the game with it, about a 600 gold lead. Almost has the plate in the mid lane here as well. Doesn't quite fall. The Grub's helping out with that bit of extra true damage. Mickey and Hansama have switched up towards the top side as they will force the Antonio away. Broken Blade matching Patrick in the bot lane. With Grubs up in 30 seconds, I think we know what the call from G2 is.
You say that, but Yike has just gone for the reset and is actually moving down towards what looks like the bottom half of the map. So I'm curious if it's just push, reset, and then try and shove through elsewhere. Because honestly, with the way Giant X are set up, Jackies has control over mid. You're happy to just let Patrick stay in this bottom side because he can just ult up and kind of become that extra half man on the play, especially with Broken Blade having no teleport here.
And especially since you have quite high damage from your top in your mid lane, right? If there was more utility top, then maybe you'd wonder if you could take the exchange or take the fight around the Grubs. It looks like G2 are just backing out. Yike retreated down towards the bottom side. G2 relying on their mid-game here against Giant X, who have developed about 1,000 gold lead, will have 6 scrubs to naught. Drake up in a minute and a half, so Giant X can try and contest that if they want.
Yeah, Patrick didn't want to stay underneath the tower because he was a little bit nervous of the flash and pale from Broken Blade maybe holding him there as Yike is able to come through, so now kind of stuck in no man's land. But we'll find Yike, who's forced to flash.
Good flash away by Yike. Would have been collapsed on very quickly. Did have the Crescent Guard, but didn't really have the reinforcements on their way to save him. Broken Blade gets a plate. Patrick is here to match once again. So, 11.5 minutes in. It's about an 800 gold lead for Giant X. Antonio is matching this top lane. That's about, 15, 14 CS ahead of his lane opponent. But right now, Hansama and Mickey are replacing the Skarner, and they will continue to push in that wave. The Antonio can clear under the tower relatively easily, has the equalizer in case a dive might materialize, but right now just wants to catch the wave as they crash towards his turret.
So it's kind of been this like slow burn where GX are slightly getting ahead, and it's not really what people would have expected from Giant X coming into this. It hasn't exactly been the best of times for them, but Jackie's has really been stepping up huge for Giant X. He looked, I mean, mechanically sound in the Yone, couldn't quite get the plays they wanted, but this Varus has been spectacular for him. And now getting more plates in the mid lane, getting a ton of control. And the fact you've got both Patrick on the Ashe and this Varus, you have a ton of utility that is coming from this double AD carry for a setup for a Rumble, a Maokai engage. You have to be so careful as G2 about how you play this, especially with the vision that Juhan offers with these saplings.
There's also gone double Giant's Belt Warden's Mail here on the Maokai. One of those could build into the Randuins alongside the Warden's Mail, the other into a Warmogs, but you don't need 2 Giant's Belts to build a Warmogs.
Problem is he's been playing TFT too much. And if you combine them, they do make a Warmogs.
That makes sense. Juhan yet to get their Crescent Guard going down. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land. Yike already down to half HP. Patrick trying to get in the circle, but can't quite get close enough. On some of the next target for Patrick. Rangers focus into the piercing arrow from Jackie's. Gets his second kill of the game.
Sniped down where he stood. The damage coming through is absolutely insane. And now Giant X, they get to move over towards the Dragon. Cap's going to get some damage onto the mid lane turret and toe, but I'm curious how much pressure they want to actually put onto the bot side here at Giant X. Do they just look to dive with Mickey in hands? But it doesn't look like it.
It's always a risk diving. And Lucian Nami, they have a little bit of extra healing. Patrick doing a really good job of stepping away from the bubble. Patrick trading back in. Now taking a bit of damage as well. There's another plate to Giant X, the Drake as well. Gold lead extends to about 1.3k. Maybe the dive now could happen as Juhan comes across. We'll clear this control ward. Yike is on the bot side of the map and will be able to react pretty quickly if the dive does begin.
So though, I think you're, oh, hang on. They're going to try and look for Mickey is very, very low. No ultimate for Juhan though, means that I feel like this is more just allowing Patrick Ignar to get pressure here. But I'd like to see them reset because you've got Rift Herald now about to spawn, and there is a world where Patrick and Ignar reset, you send them mid, you can get Rift Herald and really blow open this game as Giant X, but looks like they're just more content to try and force these winning lanes for themselves right now.
I mean, the fact they're winning the lane and they have 6 scrubs just helps them out, really, right? You can just keep this pressure up. Mickey's going to step towards the sapling. Gets away from the slow field. Hansama dashing in onto Patrick. Ignar's no mana. Ignar's no mana. G2 could look for more, but in the end, Patrick and Ignar alongside Juhan will be able to escape. Caps was on his way down here as well.
Caps missing was kind of the alarm bell ringing for Giant X, so they back it on up. Still can just continue to put pressure through these waves if they want to, but it looks like they are actually going to look for at least opening mid here to sniff out a Rift Herald play, which I think is great because the Antonio just crashing over to level 11 as well means he's very strong in any one of these plays, with Leandri's Anguish finished as well.
We see Caps TPing to the top side here to make sure this wave didn't get shoved in. Giant X opening through the top side of mid. With Patrick, Ignar and Juhan here, this Rift Herald will fall lickety split. Yike is on his way to try and react. He'll have to walk through a sapling to get there. Instead, he goes to the Wolves, and it's been all Giant X in this early game. 6 scrubs, a Rift Herald, a Dragon as well. Will G2 try and take this fight? You got the Tsunami, you got the Culling, And you've got Patrick, who might be caught between a rock and a hard space as Caps comes in from the side. Valkyrie's in, the entire Crystal Arrow lands though, and Jackie's is here to help out. Already Caps has got one. Broken Blade trying to ride across the wall to chase down more. Wild Growth on Juhan will buy him a second. The good knockback as well will buy him more. Yike charges forward with the audacious charge into the slow. It's enough for G2 to find two.
Giant X just end up moving and the Antonio too quickly. They think, oh, we've got the Rift Herald, let's move the Antonio down to catch that wave in the bottom side, but it meant that G2 were like, cool, let's go for it. They TP'd Broken Blade up to match, and now he's going to get one more.
Brings the Impale down. Jackie's trying to get away, has already burned the flash, but Broken Blade just shuts him down. He chucked a rock into his back and said, see you later. Broken Blade on the Skarner gets his first kill of the game.
This is why he's been banned a lot. The damage from the Skarner is just absurd, but it does leave you in a position where now Giant X coming back out onto the map. Mickey in trouble.
Mickey caught out, only has a heal, doesn't even use it. In fact, it might still be on cooldown. Mickey down as Giant X find their fourth of the game. 1,000 gold lead still for them. Caps coming across, does have the flash. Antonio has an equalizer, but I don't think you're going to get too much out of that. But by keeping Caps away from the mid lane, you do get a Rift Herald charge in, and this will be the turret falling. Giant X open up the mid lane. They have the mites to help out this second charge for Shelly, as Hans Summer will kill her off after she slams her head into the tower.
Broken Blade going to get a tower topside in response. Just after getting that kill onto Jackie's, he gets a little bit of alone time with it, but still a lot of towers now falling on the G2 side of the map, and it's just great play from Giants. Yes, they end up, you know, going a little bit too quickly onto that bottom side play, but overall responding well with the pick, and now Caps, he'll be fine here. I think the Antonio is just going to reset instead. And now it becomes a question of, okay, how do we try and continue this for Giant X? Because you have a ton of control with Jackie's on this top side, still has the teleport. You have good push in mid thanks to Lulu and Ashe. So I think looking for this play on top side into getting mid control, into moving towards Dragon, kind of gives you the next couple of steps that Giant X want to go for. And that G2 will have to find some way of disrupting that if they want to try and bring this one back.
Broken Blade's finished his Warmogs, 2 items for Hans Summer as well, alongside the Imperial Mandate already complete for Mickey. Skipping out on those tier 2 boots instead, getting the slightly enchanted one as Caps still has the flash, the Valkyrie away, but the Flame Spitter, he just stuck a drill in him and called him done as Caps falls the Antonio 2-0 with a bounty on his head.
Juhan even used ulting over the wall to be like, I can help. It's just not needed. The Antonio absolutely destroying Caps on that one. And now with Dragon in 20 seconds, I mean, screw all the setup we were talking about. You can kind of just take it if you want to with the mid laner down, although Broken Blade having push on top side, looks like Giant X feeling the need to respond there first.
We'll try and answer. Patrick was spotted out with that Scryer's Bloom. Yike will take the Blast Cone over the wall. They're trying to collapse onto Jackie's. Broken Blade gets the Edge of Night into the Impale, but Ignar's here to respond, as is Juhan, and now Broken Blade is left to his own devices. Yike trying to get him from the side. The arrow flashed away from again, and Jackie's gets his fourth. Giant X react well to G2's aggression on top side.
Great route from Jackie's right as the ultimate came through from Broken Blade, so he ends up moving nowhere. The ultimate from Broken Blade does nothing, and Giant X are able to collapse. Now they can move over towards the Dragon, where you can see the Antonio already kind of waiting there, but G2 still putting pressure in the mid lane as Jackie's had to go back to base.
Giant X will get the push here in mid though, and then can work their way down towards their Drake. Will be their second of the game, 2,000 the gold lead now. We talked a lot about the G2 MSI hangover. Well, I'm afraid to tell you, if a hangover lasts more than a week, you might be dealing with something else, Dagda. Right now, G2, although they are playing well at like moving around the map and trying to get gold in sides, Giant X are responding well to them, and G2 just continue to fall further and further behind.
And it's little mistakes from G2 that are causing this. Overextending to try and make the top play, going back to bite them Caps, failing on the 1v1 in the mid lane. It's kind of these individual errors that are coming back to bite them versus how they're actually playing the map. Like G2 have slowed down Giant X a little bit, but GX still coming out with a fairly sizable lead. And Jackie's having Juhan with him on this bottom side push makes it easy for him to back away, even if Broken Blade tries to step up and contest.
Juhan looking to steal away that red buff, as G2 do get a little bit of push in mid.
I think for Giant X, though, this is a resounding success. Obviously, look, it's G2 always going to be good, but I mean, just the way that they are actually playing out this game is really cool to see. Jackie's looking fantastic. Being able to play around his pressure has been spectacular. Patrick and Ignar are moving around the map to help support when G2 are overextended in these different positions. And even the Antonio finding that flash play onto Caps on that bottom side, like punishing overextensions from G2. This is something that was definitely missing from Giant X for a long time, and it feels like that confidence is starting to come through for them.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. I'm not usually one to talk about builds because I assume pro players know better than me, and 9 times out of 10 they do. Ignar's built Mikhail's Crucible, and I'm trying to work out what it's for. Now, it does give you a little bit of a heal, but Impale is a suppression as Patrick has to flash away from the culling. It doesn't cleanse airborns as we see the re-engage coming out from Juhan. Broken Blade looking for the Impale, but he's locked up, knocked up, and Patrick's trying to take him out. Broken Blade will flash away, and the Equalizer finds him, though, as the Antonio's on a killing spree. Who cares what the Mikhail's blessings for? As Giant X find the kill on the enemy top. And actually are turning up towards the Baron here. I think it might be just to get top control. With both their AD carries in the mid lane, it looks like they're not going to go for the big purple work.
They will do it very quickly. Double, oh well, I was going to say Leandri's on top side, Kraken, Slayer on Ashe as well, just means that you'll take that objective very quickly. But as you say, just happy to set up vision, get control for the Antonio on that top end of the map. G2 trying to threaten mid, but you still have to be very careful of the flash engage from Juhan as Hansama steps up, has cleanse.
On the front line as well, Giant X, their finger over the trigger, but not yet pulling it, as G2 will get mid lane prio. Giant X taking their time, the ward over the wall. It does spot Jackie's, he still manages to tag Hansama for almost half his health bar. Mickey chipped away at as well by the saplings. Oh, Jackie, this guy is on form in summer, continues to hit the arrows, obviously helped out a little bit by the vision from that control ward, but it was cleared out by G2.
But it does mean that G2 can't stick around to set up vision in the way they would have liked to, and now, Arrow. Oh, that's a shot.
They're looking, the chain of corruption, follow up, Jackie's brings the hail of arrows. Will Mickey avoid it? Flash away, Jackie's, Mickey, the Comet! Even the skies are against G2 as the Comet finds its mark. And now Giant X turn their eyes towards the Baron.
And just like that, the combo between Patrick and Jackie's, the long range, snipes down Mickey, but G2, do they want to try and get more here? Broken Blade does have the TP, which is why we're seeing the Antonio start to walk up. There's the teleport into the mid lane for the Skarner.
Baron down to 4,000. Yike here, looking for that smite. He flashes in, Crescent Guard, polymorph, knock back, he still gets it! He still somehow gets it, and G2 somehow get out. Hansama and Caps limping away. Broken Blade still in the mid lane, but Yike has bought them some more time.
There was no more CC to try and keep Yike out of the pit. Juhan had to be in the pit to try and keep the Baron alive, so Yike, realizing that, comes in and flashes into the pit as he sees it go low, but just managing to get barely in, and the smite comes down that little bit early, 200 HP left, and Yike swipes it from underneath their noses.
For Giant X, what a dagger through the heart that's got to be. Yike manages to secure the Baron. It slows everything down as well, which just gives G2 more time to scale. You see Juhan smiling about it, you got to in the moment. Giant X still have, a Soul Wing Con there on their second Drake. Next up in 25 seconds time, G2 will use this Baron more to delay than anything else. Will help them get prio in lanes if they want to buff up their minions.
Yeah, I think the biggest point is just kind of keeping control over the mid-wave and buying time for, hey, a third item come through on Lucian, on Caps, and finding those moments where maybe you can threaten side lanes a little bit more. It's the Antonio. Not again!
Flashes forward again. Caps has the flash, but he's just gonna die! After a disappointing week one, the Antonio is here, and vamos! Go Giant X, the Impel landing onto 2. Ignar killed off first. Juhan trying to get away as well with a phase rush, but he's knocked back and locked up by G2. Plays on 2 points of the map. Don't pay off for Giant X.
Every time we see G2 bleed, though, it's Broken Blade who's stepping up and trying to create that bandage to keep them in the game. Yes, we got the smite from Yike, but we saw the Camille game from Broken Blade. We've seen him on the Cassante try desperately to bring these games back. I mean, he is the one person that was the designated driver, it looks like, at MSI, because he is clear-headed and trying so hard to carry these games.
He's doing such a good job of it in these moments as well. G2 1 and 2 in the LEC. Obviously, expectations are they make playoffs. As Broken Blade charges in onto the Antonio, equalizer down, buys himself a second with the stopwatch. Jackie's collapsing as well, and G2 call off the play. For Giant X, a win here would be massive. 0-3 in their first week, and they're in prime position to take the victory here. But things are just delayed and delayed and delayed. Lose the Baron. The Red Bull Baron power play only 1.2k, but for G2, that's 5 minutes, that's 6 minutes that they have bought for themselves. The Drake secured as well means the Giant X aren't on sole point. Just continue to buy yourself a little bit more time. Yike level 14 to only level 12 here from Juhan, but has a couple of reinforcements to try and help him out. Hans Summer coming across as well. Caps still pushing in a side lane, 2.5 items complete for him.
And that's the thing, it's about trying to open up the map where G2 can play G2 things, right? Push in on top, create pressure, stop Giant X from having as much control as they had over the course of the game. Even having Broken Blade here, feels like Caps may be the bait dangled in front of the Antonio if he's up here, but they're actually going to send Jackies to match it. So G2 going to back away as soon as they see that it's not the Antonio on the top side, but might find Juhan instead.
They will find Juhan. The Antonio can react. Broken Blade coming in with Ishtal's impact. Doesn't get close enough. Throws a rock. Ignite here to help the Antonio, but you can't really help him through the suppression. The Chaos does nothing for you here. Another kill to G2, and it's Broken Blade setting it up.
It's the target selection from G2. They know the Antonio used that flash to just kill Caps, so they can go back and revisit him. And this time it's Broken Blade who invests his own to find it. But again, it's not like you have an objective that you can really pick up here as G2 on the map. Jackies can still clear out these waves with the Baron buff gone. So it's just a nice pick, but is it really worth the flash on Broken Blade?
That's a question that will be answered in about 2 minutes' time as the arrow goes down and Hans Summer dashes away from it. Vision from the ward helping him have a little bit more foresight to make sure that he didn't get caught by that. He doesn't reset though, is at 3 items right now. Baron up in 1 minute 40 as Broken Blade looks for the flank position again. Charging forward, looking for Patrick. Has the upheaval as well, throws a rock at Patrick and doesn't find too much more.
Nice job from Giant X, just exit up towards that top side. And this is kind of where we've seen Skarner being his most threatening across the different regions, is when he's able to find these flanks, find moments where he's out of vision and catch onto the back line very quickly, then impale them, drag them out of safe positions. But not going to be the case this time around. And Giant X again, I think if you just wait it out, play for the Barons in a minute's time, look towards the Dragon in 2 minutes, this is where they can really start to come alive, especially because we've seen how much damage the Antonio can do in fights, and you've got 280 carries that are set up perfectly to enable it.
Giant X have fallen behind in gold now. About 500 their deficit after being in the lead for the majority of the game. You have a 6-1 Varus at 3.5 items. You've got Patrick, who just finished his Kraken Slayer to go alongside that, finished one of his items. Now has IE Kraken Slayer and Phantom Dancer. I can't remember which one he just had. I think he had the Kraken and the Phantom Dancer, and now he's finished the IE. But it changed as I was looking at it, which is, makes it harder for me.
It's also been a long, 3 games, 3 hours. It's been a...
Yeah, 3 hours is a huge workload, I'm just so tired after casting 3 games. The problem is people won't realize that's sarcasm in that moment as Broken Blade on the front line here. Warmogs, Frozen Heart, and the Kainic Rukern on him. Makes him very difficult to get through. Even with the arrow connecting, they can't even break the shield of the Kainic Rukern. Don't even touch his health bar. The arrow, a shortish cooldown at level 14. Would want to get towards the 3rd rank in that ultimate as Hans Summer dashes in. The culling. Immediate wild growth on Patrick. Chain of Corruption going down as well. Hans Summer will cleanse away the equalizer. Gonna do a little bit of work onto Broken Blade. Tidal Wave coming out as well as Mickey keeps everyone at bay, but now he's locked up, isolated from the rest of his team. As G2 are fighting a 4v5 here, Caps continues to push in a side lane. Will crack the inhibitor tower as Giant X turn their eyes towards the Baron, but what are you losing for this?
Yike, Stella's Flash and Smite. Is this going to be a repeat as Caps continues his march through the base?
No vision yet. Control ward now goes down, is cleared. Yike can try and get in, but the Antonio, he's made A meal of this so far as he dashes in. Yike getting chipped away by Patrick. Crescent Guard down the flame spitter. Yike gets over the wall and survives for long enough. But Caps is on the Nexus towers. Can they stop the ports? Can they stop the backs? The TP out. Giant X get back. The TP from the Antonio gets him out. Caps locked up. The Nexus tower won't survive as G2 have broken the base of Giant X, but Giant X have the Baron.
And now they're going to potentially lose top tower here as Broken Blade moves towards it. Jackie should be able to clear out the wave as he moves up, but Giant X, they fumble it a bit. Don't actually go for the reset. Don't send anyone to match Caps. And it means that he blows open the Nexus turrets and they lose the Dragon.
I mean, it's all on this Baron for Giant X, right? Can you get enough out of this? The Antonio TP'd in the last play, doesn't have it. Now he's pushing out bot. Jackie's is answering top. Giant X will get a singular tier 2 in the mid lane, but that turret score 7-4 in favor of G2. Hansama no cleanse, but Patrick doesn't want to go for the arrow when Hansama still has that dash. They're looking for a second tier 2. Pushing through bot where the super minions are spawning makes sense. You have the Baron buff. Your minions will push in with the help of the Antonio. G2 starting to react. Broken Blade is here, but I don't know if he can really defend against 4 members of Giant X. The second tier 2, the target, and Giant X will crack it. Jackie's TPing in. Double cannon wave for Giant X. They have the equalizer, they have the arrow, they have every tool at their disposal. Nature's Grasp, the first one to be used. Yike tanks it. Broken Blade gets hit with one as well. Yike still has the Crescent Guard, but takes a chunk. Equalizer down. Yike ticking won't be enough to kill him. Juhan gets onto the backline, but it's only Mickey, and Broken Blade slams him into a wall and puts him in his place. Hansama on a killing spree. Patrick having to flash away. G2 looking for a little bit more. The Antonio opens up onto Caps. Broken Blade. He's drifting, man. Play the music. It's Tokyo here. Is G2 able to keep Giant X from breaking open the inhibitor? Recalls come out. They still have a minute on the Baron. The Antonio scraps shields and walks away. Jackie's back in base now. Broken Blade still on the chase. Ishtal's impact won't get him close enough, but maybe enough to get the rock. Doesn't get the slow.
He's just happy to keep chasing, even if he gets poked out. Has the Warmogs now up and available, so Yike now going through as well. They really want to force him to walk the whole way home, so then G2 can walk this wave right up to their base.
And just like 30 seconds ago, I said they had a minute on the Baron. I was expecting resets into push, but you can't do that if you're being chased by G2. And so now that Baron's going to expire before Giant X really have another opportunity to push in with it. G2 will take away some of this jungle as well. And it's about 3 minutes. What are those wolves doing, man? They have a vendetta.
My brain went, is there a Nico? Is that what's happened? Nico is a wolf.
Some sort of weird vendetta from the wolves against Jackie's. He has Edge of Night. Broken Blade flashes into the Impale. He broke the Edge of Night with his W. It's beautiful from Broken Blade. And once again, he shows his class. They kill off the enemy mid, they'll take a tier 2 of their own.
And Caps, he's looking for the reset, can TP in towards this play, G2. The Nexus is exposed. They know they've got 40 seconds now until Jackie's is up. This is a 4 versus 5 with no towers, and Giant X need to defend.
It's 2-4 item 80 carries as well. Both Hansama and Caps have hit that break point. Juhan on the front line, but he melts like butter. Wild growth enough to keep him alive for now. The redemption coming out as well as they try and turn it back onto Yike. He puts the Crescent Guard down. Patrick is dancing his way around the fight, but he just can't get enough damage as Hansama dashes in, and Patrick has to pop the heal. Almost caught out by Caps. A flash! Shut down! Patrick falls. Juhan dashes back in. He gets one, but they need to kill off Caps, and it doesn't look like they can do it. It's only Ignar and Juhan left alive. Broken Blade chat slams Juhan into the remnants of his Nexus turret as G2 pull out the win from absolutely nowhere.
Jackie's head in hand there. Giant X knew they had G2 dead to rights, but 1 or 2 slip-ups, the Baron call, Caps in a side lane, being an absolute menace, and G2 just barely managed to claw that one back.
And for Giant X, you're now sitting 0-4. Not an enviable position to be in. For Jackie's, he's had a great split so far as well. But once again, he is not on the Kia Player of the Game vote. You can vote at LEC on X for one of these G2 players. Broken Blade, Caps, or Hansama are your options. I think Caps did a great job in side lanes. think Broken Blade did a great job of setting up a place for his team.
Yeah, BB, an absolute menace on this counter. And honestly, it has been BB kind of the one shining star for G2. It feels like the moment we've seen mistakes from several other people, but Broken Blade has really been the player to watch when it comes to G2. So shout out to him. He's had a fantastic time this summer split.
Well, he has. Be hearing, I believe, from Caps in just a moment's time. Before we do that, I have to think about tomorrow. Another day of games. G2 will be taking on Rogue. Vitality against Heretics. You've got Carmine Core, BDS to round out the day. But before that, obviously, SK versus Fnatic are two undefeated teams battling it out at the top of the table.
I'm so excited for that game. I mean, especially after we saw what SK's bot lane could do earlier today. Like, that Kai'Sa performance was sick. And Noah on an absolute monstrous performance at the moment as well. It feels like those are the two to watch.
I agree. I'm so glad in your tier list you put SK in C for Korean as the ranking, right? It was very well done by you. You definitely haven't got any flack for that over the last few days. I'm sorry, Dag Daddy, I had to do it to you in honor of our good friend Crepo. He keeps reminding you of it in Discord chats. Yeah, great performance all round by G2 to pick up the win in the end. Commiserations to Giant X. Laura standing by with Caps in our Marriott Bonvoy check.
Hate you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Medic. To be honest, I would have left the stage as well. This joke was really, really bad. But anyway, Caps, thank you so much for joining me after this game. What do we say about this? I'll let you do the feedback here.
Yeah, it was definitely not the best game. I think, yeah, we had a tough last week, so I want to have a better win this week. But so far, it was looking a bit shaky still. Obviously, I messed up a bit, so. Yeah, we'll look to do better tomorrow.
I mean, of course, but people are talking about the fact that you come back from MSI hangover, issues, readapting and everything. Do you think there's any truth to this?
I mean, I think we have a much better read, I think, on things this week. And I mean, I think the fact that I died so much and we still won the game definitely is like a good sign, right? Because I think we were close some of the games last week, but we just didn't have like the last push. But I think, you know, it's not the game we're happy with, or like not a game I'm happy with, but it's a win. And we needed, I think, 3 or 4 of those to make it out. So.
Yeah, but there's dominance associated to G2 and a certain level of play that we expect from you guys. But how hard is it to come back from international events when you don't have a lot of time in between to get ready, readjusting to the league, maybe being tired after that? How do you readjust to all this?
I mean, I think we had a lot of good takeaways from MSI, and we like learned a lot of like lessons. But I think we they're like, I guess, bigger lessons, or like. Yeah, I think, for example, if I just die like 5 times, then it doesn't really matter too much a lot of the other things we do, right? Because it's just going to make it a lot harder. And I think similar to some of the other, like last week, we were just way too hectic in a lot of our comps and a lot of like silly mistakes. So then it doesn't really matter too much about the super specific things. So yeah, we will do better for sure.
I still think it's strange to see you guys do this type of silly mistakes, as you say. How do you explain it? The fact that you cannot focus sometimes, or maybe there's going to be some sloppy games?
I mean, I think it's just, a lot of it is just, I mean, some new champions, some matchups. I tried to fight the Varus and like sadly didn't make it out, but it's obviously not a matchup I played a lot. So definitely a lot of new matchups coming in this summer, and just have to get more used to them.
What do you think of the new matchups that we've seen? Because I know that in the LPL, for instance, there's a lot of AD mids coupled with AP junglers. Not something that we see too much in the LEC so far, but what do you think of the shift we've seen in mid lane and how it's going to shape the rest of the league and the season?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a huge change since the MSI, and I think while we don't see it as much, we still see it quite a bit, I think, in Europe, and especially in scrims. So it changes a lot of how we practice and how we see things, right? So yeah, we just have to get used to it. We have to figure out like where we want to be in this meta, and I do think we have a good understanding right now. It makes it harder when I die a lot, but tomorrow I won't, and then it will be an easy win.
You were talking about learnings from MSI. Could you give me some specifics on this? Because you have been playing for such a long time. You and G2 have been playing together with this lineup for 2 years now. What are the learnings specifically from an event like MSI?
I think a big learning for us was like closing out games. I think we were quite far ahead in some of the later games at MSI, but then we were either too nervous or like we were not playing with the same like arrogance, I guess, so to say, as we usually do. Like I think in Europe we would play like way more aggro, but then maybe because it's T1, maybe because they are also playing like they're not making like silly mistakes again. They're not just getting caught out all over the place. They're actually making us like work for it. And I think we weren't able to close out the games well enough. So I think that's something we can learn a lot from, and also just from our practice. Like if we get really far ahead, we can take it the easy way and just like probably throw our items at them, right, and we will win. But we can also close it out a bit cleaner that maybe we would need against teams like T1.
All right, well, let's see what you guys can show tomorrow. Before I let you go, we've been honoring Faker throughout the day, and we'll keep on doing so throughout the weekend. And we've been asking players to do some memes, and to do some memes that Faker was happy and famous for throughout his career. So production, please show me what we have selected for caps. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, Caps, we know how good you are on the Rift. Maybe you want to show us how good you are on stage. We have a yoga mat, guys. Don't worry, we're not going to break Caps. Oh. I can take the mic. Maybe it's going to be easier for you guys. But please, honor us. Okay, that was equally amazing and dangerous. Thank you so much, Caps. I hope you're going to be okay. Shocks, take it away for PGL and BB. Back to you.
Thank you. Oh my God. Yo, I think he went so hard in the paint. He literally like dove face forward onto that mat.
He was very, very passionate about that roll over there. I wish I had his sort of passion when I have to do rolls like that, but it was something to see.
Oh my God, I hope he's okay.
Can you do a roll like that? Would you have the same passion as him?
I couldn't do it like Caps, no.
I know I can do it like him.
That was crazy. I hope he's okay. But Broken Blade, congratulations. Crazy game.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, we have a replay. Oh, his neck. Oh, man.
Yeah, Isma can fix that one, I think.
He's dizzy, man.
He's so dizzy.
He's like, where am I? But yeah, tell me about the game, because difficult one. I mean, yeah.
Definitely some blunders in the game, but we managed to come back, beat Giant X. Very, very happy about that, especially after the first week was not the greatest for us. Didn't have the greatest week of scrims, which doesn't happen a lot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna blame it on MSI.
Still?
Came back late, but this week was actually much better. So I was hoping that we show a much better performance than we did today. I'm very glad that we, that Iskana found a little stuff in the late game. But, we just have to bring back the rhythm, the G2 rhythm. It's gotta be back at some point in summer. So we're working on that right now.
Okay, I want to take a look at that when you catch Jackie's out, because I feel like, well, you do save the game there a little bit. I think your other teammates also at points played really well to get it back, but we'll look at it now. Or is this? Wait, hang on.
Oh, it's not this one.
Yeah, I think this is it. No?
That is not this one.
Nope.
Well, that one's like 6 more minutes later, but that's okay.
Yeah. We'll get it in a second. But yeah, I guess your singular focus is, were you just going to push mid, or was it already like, oh, if we catch someone out of position? Obviously, it's always on your mind, right? But
okay, so basically what happened is that we had this slight vision of Varus running towards mid, and we saw other people not being nearby.
Oh, there we go.
And I was counting the seconds he would take to be mid, so I took it blind. And I knew he had no flash, so if I just W his spell shield and then ult him, he will die. It's just what I did,
You just counted it blind. That's crazy.
It's not that crazy, right?
I mean,
it's all right.
I mean, we count a lot, just because.
Like the thing is, we had information that he was running towards mid, so it was easy for me.
Yeah. I think it's very impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, especially later on in the game, because there's a lot of funky situations,
Fully blinds, by the way. Just want to point it out again.
but it's not important, and it's not that hard. But guys, it was fully blind.
Let me just congratulate him. So he feels really good. Good job for making this play.
Thank you very much.
You won this game, even though it was completely blind. Your calculations were on point.
And for that, you are our Kia player of the game.
No way.
Yeah,
for the calculations.
No way.
I think so, actually. I'm pretty sure.
Am I actually?
I think so. Yes, you are.
Thank you very much.
I'd say
the MVP, I would give it to Hans this game. He played a lot of...
You were saying the same.
Why?
I mean, I just think that
You didn't think I played well?
I think you played well, but I just think Hans was better.
All right.
I mean, fair statement. I also thought he played well.
I mean, the game was on fire.
The
game was on fire. You know,
everyone,
everyone flames Lucian Nami. His Lucian was mega clean, fun picks. You know, kind of dragged you all. You guys were kind of like just laying on the floor, and he dragged you across the finish line. You know, you got caught, but then you caught them with the Skarner, and then you made good plays. You know, so. You know, your performance, you know, the good moments were a 10 out of 10, you know?
Thank you
But
very
Hans
much.
was like a consistent 9, you know? So you need to give it to him.
But Odo, he did it blind.
He did calculations.
That is true. I have to say it again. It was blind. But again, yeah, Hans was doing very well this game. He was like a warrior. Mickey was sometimes getting caught as well in the midways. But Hans was always on point, on focus. I think if you didn't have him today, I think the game could have been lost. So thank you, Hans, if you're listening. Always take care of each other. You know, this game, Hans was taking care of us, calling the midwaves, Solution Nami, you know.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, Yike also stole the Baron and stuff, so there's a lot. That
True,
went
actually.
well. I think
we
have
said
that Baron, I'm pretty sure.
good job to him.
The ultimate
That's all he
praise.
deserves, a good job. I mean, if he doesn't steal the Nash, it's just game over, you know?
Probably this game over. If they played well, yeah.
Yeah.
Good job. Yeah.
Plus 2,000 aura
Yike, good job.
Yike for that. That was
Actually,
sick.
Yike is the game saver. This is not me.
Here it is. This is that replay, I believe.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you get chunked.
No, it's not.
Maybe. You played the game. We did
this is
it
when Mickey gets caught. So
Yeah, this is where Mickey got caught in midwave.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
He
Okay,
steals
this
it.
is the Nash. I wanted to talk to you guys about this one
Okay,
because
so
it's chaotic. Because Carzzy is base racing now.
Yeah, what I wanted to do is I wanted to E into the pit and ult Maokai out of the pit so that Xin Zhao can steal it.
Oh, that would be cool.
But then I don't know why I went on Rumble. I was a bit scared.
Calculations didn't work.
I was a bit scared since I was gonna die, so probably that's why I went on him. But that was my idea here. It was very chaotic. Caps was like saying, "Oh, I'm gonna end. I'm already on tier 3, guys."
Liar.
Yeah, he kind of lied. But it was worth, honestly, because two Nexus towers, if they don't end the game with that Nash, I think the game state is very, very good for you guys.
True. That is very true.
Only correct decisions made, clearly. Let's take a look at the standings, because it's really weird for G2 not to be at the top of the standings, you know. And after last week, I think we all were like, oh no, what's going on? It looks a little bit better now, but you're still in the second column, Broken Blade. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, it's not what we expect from us as well.
No.
So obviously, we are a team that always works hard. And again, last week was probably the worst week we have ever had in scrims. So we had to reflect on that, you know, against European teams.
Yeah.
Sorry, but
good clarification.
yeah, I mean, I had to clarify this, right?
Yeah.
But I have to say, I think the competition is playing much better than we're used to, at least in Europe. They obviously had a lot longer time to prepare than us on this patch.
Yeah.
But we had time to bounce back. I believe we are much stronger than we were last week. So I'm very excited to showcase that performance tomorrow, hopefully.
I wanted to ask you because I've heard that Fnatic picked up a lot of stuff, and you keep saying about coming back from MSI late. They of course came back a little bit early, and I think they really got whiplash, shell-shocked from the loss that had them exit MSI against Team Liquid. And I've heard a couple of people say that they are really crisp when it comes to scrims, and they are bringing a couple of things to the table that are kind of reinvigorating things. Can you say anything about that?
Yeah, I think Fnatic throughout the year has been always great in scrims. They always are a team that challenges you in a way. Even like the last finals we played against them, they had a very specific playstyle. And if you don't respect the playstyle, and the playstyle was basically they will fight no matter what. But they are really good at pulling the trigger at fighting. So if you're calling it late or you're not ready for it, you will die. And this Fnatic right now after MSI, they probably were like, oh, we need to do better, you know. And obviously, us for SG2, it's always nice to have someone to be able to play against an opponent like that, to be able to challenge them, and they challenge us. I think it's very nice. So yeah, I'm very happy that Fnatic is showing up. They're performing well. I'm excited.
For the match of the week? It's Fnatic SK.
No, I'm excited to play against Fnatic. I'm not excited for that match.
Well, we're excited about that, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely. I think both teams are
Why is this one in red?
4-0 now. Wait, GX MDK?
It's in red for some reason.
I think that one is match of the week, isn't it?
No.
That's the match
it's
of the week.
SK Fnatic. Yeah, it's
SK
the other
Fnatic.
one.
Yeah, it's 2 4-0s. I didn't expect both of them to be 4-0. Pleasant surprise by both, you know, Fnatic level up and SK bot lane showing up big time.
Today, SK's bot lane was nutty.
What's your impression on SK? You know, I don't know how much you scrimmed them or whatever, but from like an outside perspective, what's your first impressions of them?
Okay, so first of all, I thought that was like a weird change because I thought that Exekick and DOS were like a promising European players, or bot lane, I guess. So I was like a bit surprised, but when they came in and they actually showed Lee's performances, I was like, okay.
It makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, not to like throw shade to the old SK bot lane. I think they are still like a promising duo or players individually, but they are showing up, so you can't say anything about it. You know.
Your reaction is like exactly the community reaction, like the Reddit reaction in a nutshell. Like, didn't get it. Oh, okay, get it.
I mean, I was to be fair, I was kind of hoping for them to do bad because I thought it was a bit like a weird change, but you know, they're first place. So they can do whatever they want.
For now, right?
For now.
It's playoffs, that's the problem usually, right? So
we're going to challenge them, as we always do.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
See you guys next time. SK, you beat us in the first round. But we're always,
they did.
we're always coming back. Or down the nose.
What is that supposed to mean?
I don't know.
Okay,
it's fine.
You don't know.
I challenged them a little bit, but then it didn't work, so, you know, I didn't get the reaction I wanted.
Just a little bit. So one more thing before we let you go. So Laura interviewed Fleckett earlier, and she asked about, you know, the pose. And she basically asked, like, hey, like, who invented it, or whose pose is it? And he said that you are just a fanboy, that he loves you very much, he respects you very much, but you're just a fanboy, and it's actually his. So.
All right. First of all, he's cringe.
Okay.
Second of all, it is my pose. It basically, okay, do you want me to tell you the full story?
Yes.
I would love to.
You would love to?
Okay,
so basically what happened is like, you know the LEC production days where you're like, oh, you need a special pose, do your hero pose. What is your pose? And then always people are like doing some random stuff. And I was like, okay, you know what? I need my pose. So I was like, anybody has ever done my pose with the hand, right? And he said, no. So, you know, I did it. Then Fleckett tried to copy me. And then G2 on Instagram were like, whose pose is this? And it was Fleckett doing the pose. So it was, was it BB's pose or was it Flackett's pose? And then the people on Instagram voted that it was Flackett's pose. So now he claimed it for the rest of his life, and my teammates still meme it to this day that it's Fleckett pose. But the real Fleckett pose, you guys don't know it. Like, he has his own pose. You want me to show it to you?
Yes.
Okay. Where's the
put your
camera?
mic down if you want to.
Where's the camera?
That one there.
Look at this, okay? This one?
Yeah, the red one.
Okay. This is the Fleckett pose. With eyes closed, by the way.
Okay. Wait, but is he dead? Like, what?
No, that's the Fleckett pose. That's
What's he doing?
Do you like
I don't
it
know
more
what he's
or
doing.
less? Do you like it more or less than the finger guns?
I like it less. It's not my
Obviously,
pose.
yeah.
But that's the Fleckett pose. That's like this one.
Yeah. No.
That is my pose.
Okay.
And I would like to get credit for it, but you know, like, a lot of people actually are starting to copy that pose.
They are? Like famous people, or?
Yeah.
Yeah? I think it's Emre Khan doing it yesterday.
Like Caps.
Yeah.
Oh, he's famous.
He's famous.
Yeah.
Another
you know,
person.
he's really famous. In Asia, when we were outside, it was always Caps. And we were all just like...
No, was anyone saying BB?
Yes, later, yeah. After we started performing.
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
I would say Caps is famous.
They're fair like that, right? They become fans of anyone who beats like LCK or LPL. Like, then you get their respect.
I guess so, yeah.
That's how it
but
is.
I would say. So if Caps is doing it, famous people are doing it.
Okay.
Maybe I can actually get someone famous doing it, like actual famous.
You get Caps dad to do it.
Odo's right here, so.
BB pose? Wait, how is it even?
No, they said famous. Never mind.
I'm
That is
not
it
that
for
famous,
day
you know.
one of week 2. We saw a lot of Faker impressions. Today, we will continue the celebrations, of course. We're celebrating our GOAT, yeah? Stay tuned because the LCS is back. It will be brought to you by Kobe, coming right after this. Have a good night. Just Kobe.
I've been waiting. It's been 76 days since I last saw sunshine. 76 days since we last had the LCS. A month since North America played at MSI. Too long without North American League of Legends. I yearn for it. Instead, there's just nothing. Sometimes we get to watch LPL or LEC as a treat, but it's just not the same. Without LCS, I am nothing. I yearn for freedom! It's here! It's finally here! It's back! It's back! Freedom! Freedom!
The pulverize doesn't hit. The pullback is good. It's big damage. Suddenly they're like, I'm not so sure about this one, but in goes Kaisa. Rahel here to back him up.
Gunner still on mid. No flash, no flash, no flash. Tu as ATP?
Look at
Okay. They got what the
Nice! SK through, but BDS through harder, baby! Now they're back on the map.
And again, scaling not too bad as you see the all-in top side. Dominus already popped by Fit.
Good David coming in from Oscar, and he just gets the solo kill.
I'm basing, okay?
Oh, very good. Nice cancel, Uni.
Uni, you are the goat!
Nice.
Okay. Oh, okay. Are we going for gold? Oh,
I think
I'm fine, by the way.
Okay,
destroy.
Go now.
Yeah. Acid. Acid, no flash. Go now. What the f is Naughty doing, man? So Ellis.
Pascawi trading with VTO in the mid lane. Pascawi down to a couple of HP, and VTO just flashes on him.
Good kill. No flash.
I can kill, okay, well played.
Nice.
Start up the Baron once again. Alvaro with the Magnet Storm finds the engage. Explosive Carzzy with the knockback, and they're looking for VTO shut down. MDK have finally found a fight that might be advantageous to them. But Carzzy is untouched, and Carzzy continues to hit shots after shots after shots.
Look on that. Look at Talia is dead. Okay, play on Nautilus 2. We win, guys. As well. Very looted, but don't okay. I'm fine. Yeah.
Will Mickey avoid it? Flash away. Jackie's on. Mickey, the Comets!
I want to kill, okay?
Versus.
Nice. What a game, bro. What is this game? Easy. What a great run. Well played, boys.